you initially studied at Western Kentucky University, where your father taught, but you then left to study at USC.
Right.
You said previously in other interviews that Kentucky was quite a big culture shock to you because you'd moved there from New York.
Yeah.
What was it about Kentucky that you disliked?
Well, this was in the Jim Crow era of the South. So it was Christianity, bigotry, and it's really some savagery. It's really a savage place.
Yeah, I understand your father still lives there, I believe.
He did.
So from Kentucky you moved to USC, and you've said there you were lucky enough to have various kind of luminaries such as Orson Welles, Howard Hughes, John Ford.
Howard Hawks. Not Hughes.
Sorry, Howard Hawks, sorry.
Howard Hughes.
Howard Hawks. John Ford, Alfred Hitchcock and Roman Polanski. How important was that to you as a student, and what did you learn from them, having them speak at the university?
Well, USC had amazing ties with Hollywood, old Hollywood directors. And a lot of the movies that we watched were old Hollywood films, so that was really important. And then to hear, well, from Orson Welles, his master of cinema, Alfred Hitchcock, I mean, come on now. So it was incredible education, and it was a great time to go. Movies were changing at that point. This was 1968, 69, 70. They'd changed in the mid-60s. They were getting more open, more freer with content, and so it was a great time to go.
You didn't make it through the course at USC though.
No, I didn't. I'm a dropout.
Because you
I'm a big loser.
So
big, giant loser.
But that was to concentrate on making Dark Star, which obviously put you on the map as director. Was it a big step? Did it feel like you were taking a risk dropping out to do that?
Well, the only class that I lacked to graduate, well, there's two classes. One was in ancient history and one was in languages, in French. I couldn't do it. I couldn't stand it. So no, I don't think. I think my father would have been happier, but it was all right.
But it's hardly impacted your.
No, it didn't make any difference. Yeah.
Cool. So you went out, you made Dark Star, had kind of strong positive reaction to it. Obviously set you on the path to becoming a film director. But at what point did you kind of feel that you were no longer like a kid playing with movies and actually a fully fledged professional director?
Oh, a professional director. Well, that didn't happen until much later, and I started. You see, Dark Star didn't lead to any directing jobs. What it led to was I got some agents, and the agent said to me, what you have to do is write your way into the movie business. So I started writing scripts. And I hated writing. I still do. It's impossibly hard work, but it was the way for me, the way to get in. So I wrote a lot of scripts. And eventually I started directing my own stuff. Ready?
Yeah, you can swipe those two.
That was fantastic.
Hey, Mark.
Go right to this tight lens.
Do you want me to identify myself and say
I'm John Carpenter.
You want me to say it like that? Do that.
No, you can do it anyway.
You're watching the El Rey Network.
Here we go. Percent. And action.
So it's very fitting that the man who has more films on the El Rey Network than any other filmmaker be our first guest for this first episode of our show, The Director's Chair. Welcome, John.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So I think a filmmaker automatically doesn't know how another filmmaker does it because we all approach it differently. And the director's chair is about having a director interview another director and ask him questions about the craft that you normally wouldn't get. And I'll try hard not to put you up on a pedestal because I know you hate that. But when you look at your filmography, Assault on Precinct 13, Halloween, The Fog, Escape from New York, Big Trouble in Little China, They Live, and those are just a few. It's hard not to bow down at that filmography and say, wow, would have run them from someone who was very independent-minded and had an independent spirit early on before it was really fashionable and inspired a lot of independent filmmakers, myself included. And so I think maybe the best is to start off just with some of the early days. I think a lot of that is what shapes us. How early did you start becoming someone telling stories visually?
I was 8 years old. My father had a Brownie movie camera. So 8mm is where I started. And I graduated to a little bit better one. I had a Umig, a German camera, which had a stop motion. It had a single frame on it, so I could animate. Then I went to USC, graduated 16mm, and then finally 35 later.
What was your experience like in USC? I had read somewhere that your lecturers were guys like John Ford and Howard Hawks and Hitchcock and Orson Welles. Like, that must have been mind-blowing.
The room was packed for Orson Welles. He just wanted to sit and tell stories. And he was amazing. Amazing to see him live and in person.
How positive were they? Were they realistic and said, none of you will probably ever be directors? Or were they pie in the sky and said, you can all realistically get a good job here? First day of the first class, the instructor stood up and said, 99% of you won't go anywhere. You know, it's the first thing you hear. And it's like, hey. But it wasn't talking about me. I realized in film school, I can do this. Because you had to learn everything. You had to learn camera and sound and editing. I mean, even the lab. You had to learn all the aspects. They wanted you to be exposed to it. And hopefully you fall in love with one aspect of it. I loved it all of it. Except sound. Sound was grim. I'll leave it to somebody else. Who were your mentors or people that you emulated?
Well, really early on, Roger Corman, whose work kept being set apart from other filmmakers at the time. I realized, well, there's somebody behind the camera. There's somebody who's leading this, who's guiding this. And then I saw Forbidden Planet in 1956, and I thought, well, that's it. I have to do this. I must.
You have a very distinct point of view that you get across. How would you describe what your worldview is, that you kind of, like it or not, you have them in your movies?
It's a
your life
point of view. I grew up in a really strange place, and I was a strange kid. I was afraid of everything back in those days.
You know, I love for our viewers to hear that. A lot of the filmmakers, to speak to young filmmakers, they feel the same way. You know, they feel like they're not in step with everyone else, and they have a lot of creativity that they hyper-focus into something, and they want it to be movies or creating film or videos, and they think there's something wrong with them. They just should know that they're just an artist.
Well, hell yes. Don't worry about it, no matter what it is. If you want to create something and make something and focus on it, you can do it. Yeah. You can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. Yeah. I found my love in movies, in cinema. That's where the world made sense. It didn't make sense in Bowling Green, Kentucky. It made no sense to me. Right. I was completely out of place, didn't understand Jim Crow. I didn't get any of it. In my mind, it was, of course, evil all around me. So I was like a lot of the characters in my films. Right. I was trapped in the police station.
I think I probably sought escape in movies, and that's where I found it.
Were there any particular movies that you remember from your childhood or perhaps from later on that had an effect on you and caused you to immerse yourself in that?
The one movie I remember the most was a film that came out in 1953. It was called It Came from Outer Space. It was in 3D. And I saw it in 3D. In the opening of the movie, this meteor comes across the sky and comes right out of the screen and blew up in my little 4-year-old face. And I jumped up and ran to the back of the theater. I was completely terrified, and then I stopped and said, "Whoa, is that cool?" And I think that's what got me started. I said, I want to do that. You know, I want to hit him in the face with a meteor. So, but I saw everything. I saw musicals. I saw westerns. I came into the movie business wanting to make westerns, but they don't let me do that.
You then began, I think, making movies on 8mm from quite an early age. Were they influenced by, were they monster movies? Was that the style of movie?
They were a little bit of everything, yeah, they were. I tried a little stop motion, and I tried some Steve Reeves gladiator movies. And although I didn't look much like Steve Reeves, but I tried them. And I enlisted my friends, and I was particularly good with the handheld look. I was impatient with a tripod, but I learned about editing. What I used to do was I'd direct my friends to come into the shot, I'd stop the camera, I'd turn around, show a monster or something, then I'd turn back and have the friend react. My father said, look, you know what this is editing. This is an editing machine. You just go click and you can cut the film. And I realized, oh, I can have my friend come all the way in, do his whole, see the monster, do his whole reaction, run out. Then later on, turn around and shoot the monster. So it was a good education.
Yeah. An education which you then pursued at the University of Southern California in a slightly more formal academic context. Do you think that film school as it was then was a good grounding for you? And do you think that film school has changed in any way since you were there?
I was in film school during what I would call the golden age of that particular learning experience. The masters were still alive. I saw Orson Welles, Howard Hawks, John Ford, Alfred Hitchcock, Roman Polanski, Louis Buñuel came down, Robert Wise, all the guys came down to talk to us about films, and they showed their movies. John Ford, we had all of his films in like a 3 or 4 weekend period, and then Ford came down and he talked and then showed The Quiet Man, and he explained what he was doing. It was like, whoa, what an education. Orson Welles had us in when he showed The Chimes at Midnight, and he talked about it, and he talked about his career, and you just can't, that's not available anymore. It's not available to ask Howard Hawks a question. How did you do this, or why did you do this? And film school for us at the time, the first thing they told us, there were 99 of us in the first class, and they said, well, one of you out of this class is going to make it. 1 out of 99. We all knew it was going to be us. Every person in there knew it was going to be us. And they said, what you're here to do is make personal films. You're here to make films from your heart. Okay? And all of us in the back of our minds said, no, we want to go to Hollywood and be famous and make commercial movies. But they beat into us that no matter what film you're doing, whether you're doing a movie for a studio or whether you're doing a movie for 50 cents, you've got to put something of yourself in it. You've got to make it come from your heart some way, even if it's a crass and commercial product. And I think that and learning about movie business from the camera all the way to sound to editing, we had to do everything. We had to, our tests were putting together a Mitchell, assembling it, loading it, shooting a scene, and taking it apart. They would process the film, and the teacher would see if it was in focus, and we'd pass or fail. If it was out of focus, you failed the class. And they made us work, but it taught us, all of us, what it was about. Invaluable experience. And it's changed a great deal because now movies have changed a great deal. And I'm from a slightly different generation of film goer. I was in the crossover from the old classics through the 50s and 60s as it evolved, and nowadays all you're getting is corporate America movies and McDonald's movies from Hollywood. The entire world has been taken over by that. When I was in film school, we saw voices from Italy and Japan and France. We heard voices from Great Britain. We saw cinema from all over the world, and there's not an experience like that now in film school. It's all Hollywood films, and that's too bad.
Now, one of the short films that you made there, The Resurrection of Bronco Billy, won an Oscar for one I think is called Best Short Live Action Film. Is that the category? Did you think then that would be your passport to Hollywood, and did that prove to be the case?
It proved not to be the case. Of course, we all hoped it would, and the chairman of the department brought the Oscar down in a paper bag and let the crew let us see it, and then took it away again. SC exploited us on that. We put our own money into the film and really spent a lot of money making it. And they have a releasing company there. So they released the movie, and they made quite a bit of money saying this is an Academy Award-winning film. So I just decided to get my revenge, so I made a senior project, graduate project there, and it turned into Dark Star. So I took the negative out of the lab and went and made a theatrical film out of it, just sort of to say, okay, you make money on that one, I'll make money on this one. They didn't like that very much.
It did take you some time, however, to get Dark Star together. The estimates seem to vary, somewhere between 3 and 4 years.
4 years.
But at the end of that time, you had a movie which now has an amazing cult following, but didn't seem to quite connect with audiences, or certainly not with distributors, perhaps.
It was the same story you just asked. Is this going to be your ticket to Hollywood? Dark Star was done. Is this my ticket to Hollywood? No. 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 It was shown at a film festival in Los Angeles to a very, very wonderful reception. And then it was released, and no one went. No one went to see it. Zero. And I remember getting to my Daily Variety and reading a review in there, and oy, and thinking, no, you missed the whole point. You missed the whole point. No one cared to pull up in the limo and say, Mr. Carpenter, we're ready for you on the set. Once my dream was no, instead, my father called me on the phone and said, you know, you're going to have to change your lifestyle because I'm not going to support you anymore. So, and so then I said, okay, Dad, and I started writing screenplays for a living and just churned them out. And luckily, I sold a couple, and off I went.
Did the screenplays that you sold immediately turn into films, however, or?
No. You can make a great living in Hollywood by writing movies that never get made. The minimum for writing a screenplay, seriously, is unbelievable. And I had it down pretty good. After several years, I would go in and have a story meeting and pitch an idea to a studio executive. And then I'd go home and spend a couple of days doing an outline. And you'd have a deadline to turn in your first draft. Let's say it was 3 months. So I'd have a good time for about 2.5 months. And the last week, sit down and bang this thing out and turn it in. And it's a great living after a while. Some of the movies got made. Eyes of Laura Mars was one of them. Black Moon Rising was one of them. There's one now that's, oh God, it's resurfaced. After Jaws, they tried to exploit all these nature attack movies. And I got the rattlesnake movie. And now it's resurfaced again to haunt me. It's called Diamondback. Oh, don't go to see it.
When I think of you, I think of the word auteur, which is a word we use in America in the arts, but I don't think we really know what it means.
No, we don't know what it means.
How would you define auteur?
Just somebody in control, and that's a lot of people want to be in control. But when you're a movie director in Hollywood, in the business, you want to maintain control because that's your movie. In fact, Sergio Leone was a famous director, and he wanted control. And he made a movie called Once Upon a Time. What was it?
In the West?
No, that one. That's one of the greatest movies ever made. Yeah, the New York movie with Robert De Niro.
Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Anyway, the studio started cutting it. He said it's no longer my film. So that's what it is. It's somebody who paints with movies.
Yeah. So in doing my research on you, Howard Hawks came up.
Yeah.
John Ford came up.
Oh, yeah.
Hitchcock too.
Yeah.
All great auteurs. Like,
Yeah.
We say something in an interview and it becomes the truth. But are men like Hawks and Ford people you really looked up to as directors or as people who are auteurs in the sense of being able to create and control their own world?
When I went to film school at USC, like a lot of guys did, and I saw all their movies, all the classic Hollywood films, and these are the guys who stood out to me. And they had a vision. This is what they wanted to do. This is them on screen.
Yeah.
And I really responded to that.
Yeah.
I thought, that's something I want to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Hawks, atmosphere comes to mind. Ford, almost like a painter. You know, like these beautiful painterly scenes that he would create. But so I thought, what would you describe your vision?
Oh God.
It's kind of a melange. But
I have no clue. I have no idea what my vision is. I just do it.
Yeah, but it certainly has a personal stamp.
It does. Oh yeah.
Do you feel that?
Oh hell yeah.
Okay.
And I fought my way with almost total success of having control of my own movies.
Yeah.
A couple of times, no, and for various reasons.
Isn't it interesting that auteurs, by and large, drive great commerce, but they're always the ones that are most at odds with the system that they're in?
Yes, it's true. It's really true.
When you entered that system, that Hollywood system, I know you kind of came in you didn't come in full force. It took time to sort of gain your, I don't know, trust is the right word in that system. What were your first impressions of the music business that was there before you the music business.
Music business.
I'm talking my business.
Wow.
What were your impressions of the movie business? Because obviously the studio system had long been sort of somewhat dismantled.
Well, I will tell you about the music business. My father was a founding member of the Nashville Strings. And he played sessions down in Nashville.
I even have Nashville Strings albums, or am I crazy? There were
and I would go with him when I was young, and I saw Roy Orbison, Brenda Lee, and folks like that singing in studio.
Is this RCA studio?
Yeah, I think it was.
B?
Yeah, I believe
the little one or the big one?
I don't know.
You know what, it would have been the bigger one. It's almost like a big barn, if you remember.
All I remember is looking at these strange people who are singing. And thought, what? Roy Orbison wore sunglasses.
Yes.
And he had a guy who sang harmony with him who wore sunglasses. I thought, what is going on here?
It's like something out of your movie.
Well, hey.
Um,
But the movie business, you want to talk about the movie business?
I love the movie business, even though I know it's terrible business for many.
It was filled with pirates who loved young filmmakers to take advantage of them and take their money.
Yeah,
and that's still true.
Yeah. Did you have a particular aspiration when you were going to film school? Like, I want to be. Is it just to be a director, or was there a vision involved?
Director. I wanted to be a professional director. That's what I wanted to be. Since I was 8 years old, it was my dream, and I got to live it.
Yeah.
Dude, I got living the American dream.
You did.
And then when I slowed down, I got into music. Well, go figure.
Well, that's a mistake,
No,
once you get into music,
why?
No, it's a joke. It's poorly done.
But let's talk about something that's really serious.
Sure.
And that's wrestling.
Okay.
Why the NWA?
Well, I caught the bug for professional wrestling as a child, but then I walked away as a teen, and then I found myself in my late 20s drawn into the actual business, meaning what went on behind the curtain.
Uh-huh.
The idea of tinkering behind the curtain to what actually showed up in the ring was very tempting to me.
That's what you wanted to do,
yes.
Huh? Wow.
So I worked on the independent scene for a few years.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how much you know about the independent scene, but there's
not
there's
much.
hundreds and hundreds of satellite little companies that run in towns all over America.
Right. Reuben Cannon was a genius at casting. It was just unbelievable. He's now a big time producer.
With Tyler Perry,
big time producer. I'm very happy for him. And you were a casting director, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
I see.
Yes.
Well, I'm a member of the Actors Guild, and you never cast me for anything.
Your agent never submitted you. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to open open it up to the audience for questions. For those of you guys that have questions, you want to just go ahead and follow over there? Yeah, straight over there.
So I can honestly see now why my mom never let me watch this as a kid, I mean, I'm like, Mom, he only directs Starman and Big Trouble in Little China. What's up? So
you still are a kid, young man.
Thank you. One of the things I wanted to find out from you is when you started out with smaller projects, as they got bigger, what were some of the challenges that you had to face with people, the amount that you had to deal with, and just the overall pressures of bigger movies?
All of it. Everything you just said gets compounded. The minute you move out of a small project that you control, if you write it and you direct it and maybe you produce it and you hit up your friends and your family for the budget and you get something because you want to make a Hollywood movie or you want to make a feature film. The minute that you start dealing with Hollywood, or I'd say the movie business, is the minute you start learning what it's all about, because people are putting up money to make money. So the pressure on you is to deliver some bucks for them.
How did you deal with some of the pressures?
Not well. I don't know how to tell you that. There's nobody teaches that. And I went to USC film school way back when, and they didn't teach us that part. They didn't teach us how to deal with stress. They just assumed that you're going to kind of bring that along with you. And nowadays, you guys, when you guys get your first feature, unless it's a big hit, I worry for you because they don't give you any time to mature as a filmmaker. It's one time and out. It's really ruthless these days. Yeah. So good luck. I want to see all of you become rich and on making movies and then send me a check. That's what I want from you all. There's no way to explain it. Every decision you make gets questioned unless you kind of maneuver your way through that and try to gouge out a space for yourself or make them afraid of you, where they're afraid to ask you to do anything. They're afraid to come down on you. And that's real hard to do. It's very tricky. Everybody faces this. And wait till you get into a cast member who wants to control the film, wants to control your movie, tell you what to do. And you can't live without this cast member. And the first time, an actor is so powerful 2 weeks into a shoot because you can't fire him because you've shot all this footage on him. So he starts making demands, or she starts making demands, and you're fucked big time. So, but it's all fine. Don't worry about a thing. It'll all work.
Yeah, well, I just also want to say, first time I saw this movie, I loved it. I thought it was great. So thank you very much.
You're a genius. Thank you very much.
Well, I came in late 70s with how I got in was you have to make money. It's all the same stuff. It's all, if you make money, they love you. They think you're great. If you don't,
get out.
Get out. So, it's never changed. It's never changed.
But was there a particular?
And it has changed. Sorry, I'm babbling here.
No, babbling
it has changed enormously in many ways, but the essential is exactly the same, which is what I'm describing to you. You have to be a golden boy to really succeed.
Yeah.
Like Spielberg, he's a kind of the golden boy.
Well, he was kind of anointed from the beginning, and best
he
I
was
can tell.
over at Universal, yeah. But the business itself has changed, and a great deal.
Did you find that there was a particular ethos to the '70s version of the movie business, or
yeah, it was. They started experimenting with the content of movies in the '60s, and that went into the '70s. A lot of rebellious going on. Sorry,
Easy Rider was sort of
that's correct.
The watershed.
That's correct, but. Then it sort of went back into traditional stories and such.
I came into an understanding of the movie business long before I directed. It was after I finished directing Dark Star. That was begun as a student project. I finished it. It was shown in Filmex one year. It was finally released a year later, and nobody went to it. Nobody cared. It got these really mediocre to poor reviews, which I couldn't believe. It was a major.
Did they not get it, or?
No, they didn't get it.
Yeah.
The same with some other films I made. They didn't understand it. Put it down, and I recall at the time being completely bewildered. What does all this mean? I guess they're not going to drive up with the limos and take me to the studio and take me to the set. It's not going to happen that way. So I began to write my way into the movie business. Started writing scripts.
The directing came first, and then writing.
And then I had to write in order to make a living, in order to try to get myself known, and I wrote numbers of scripts. Some of them I don't even want to tell you about. They were so bad. I wrote The Eyes of Laura Mars, which was originally written for Barbara Streisand, believe it or not, and became Faye Dunaway. I wrote a screenplay for John Wayne, which his company bought, and unfortunately by the time he got around making it, he was too ill to make it. I wrote all sorts of things. And it was during that particular time that I started learning about finance. Oh, I see. Here, you got to be careful with all this. These guys are kind of crooks. They're going to come and take you away and get you. So I had to become a businessman. Very much so. I had to incorporate and I had to join sort of conservative America, which is completely against my nature. But I had to.
Dan O'Bannon, who directed Return of the Living Dead, his own screenplay, said that direction was the worst experience he had ever had. He says, in 3 weeks, my color was green. I couldn't bear the fact that every day I'd have to be on a set and there would be hundreds to thousands of people all looking to me for the answer. You seem to enjoy directing, and why do you enjoy? Why did you want to be a director? What got you into directing?
That's a hard question. There are two parts of it. The part that made me want to do it was that I fell in love with the movies when I was young, with all kinds of films. But I wanted to know, how do you do that? How do you make that illusion? How do you create that on the screen for people? Who's the guy who does it? I figured because the last credit was always the director, he must be the guy who does it at 8 years old. I got my father's, like everybody else, an 8mm movie camera, and we made some movies and began to understand again.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes hand in hand. I love creating the illusions, and I love the leadership part of directing.
Now, of course, there are many people out there who want to be writers and sell screenplays. And to sort of paraphrase what you were saying, directing wasn't working out for a little bit. So, well, I'll write and sell lots of screenplays, and then become a director again. What was your background in writing before this? Did you just go out and do this?
Well, I had written some short stories, and I kind of sat in on a part of a screenwriting class in college at USC. I really didn't know too much about it, but I just sat down and did it. It was a matter of survival. I had no money. I would have to go take another job if I didn't make some money with screenplays. So I was forced into it. It was by hunger. I had to pay the bills. So
most writers write and end up hungry, which is the curious thing.
All right.
Now, I forget which film it was now, but didn't one just come out recently, which had Ballyhooed as being a John Carpenter creation?
There was one called Black Moon Rising, I think that was.
That's right.
That was one of the first ones that I wrote back in the old days. That was originally. There was a pretty neat script about some Vietnam veterans who are embittered and come back from the war and facing corporate America. Their car is stolen, and they basically lay siege to this skyscraper and basically tear it apart. It was a very dark, black, horrible film for those days, and Vietnam was not a subject that you dealt with, really. And so it was purchased for me. Again, when you have to pay the bills and someone says, I'd love to give you this money for this script. When they own the script, they can do anything they want to with it. That's the first thing you have to realize as a writer. Immediately, you have to realize that when you sell them something, whatever the money that you get up front, that's about all you're ever going to get. You probably have your name taken off of it. They'll try to. They'll probably change your story. It will be unrecognizable, and you probably won't get another job from that script. You have to realize that. So at the time Black Moon Rising was going to be sold, as I recall, it looked very good because I always like to have money to eat and pay bills and so forth. So after there was a script that I wrote called El Diablo, which was a Western, which I love very much. Now, someone else owns that. I have no more control over that. It's all gone. Even though I wrote the script and I was attached as director for a while, it may show up, sometime and won't resemble anything that I did. But there's nothing you can do.
Of course, one incentive to becoming a director is to protect the material, and you direct your own film.
Yeah, it's really fun, and it's music to my ears.
Drama's easy. Comedy's hard.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
When you go into a drama, you'd expect to cry, but you go to a comedy, you expect to laugh, and you better will get that into a horror film to be scared. It has to have that kind of reaction, which is very hard to do.
Well, also, Wes Craven's was on a panel once at the Writers Guild with Tom Holland, Robert Bloch, and what they said is that just as a sheer film experience, horror gives you a lot more creativity because you're working against a genre with such a long list of cliches that to get something fresh and new out of a horror film, you really have to be a little more creative. And that the guys who are known for horror films like them because they get to exercise their creative function a little bit more, and they get to push the edges a little bit. You can do things you cannot do in any other kind of genre in a horror film. Beyond exploding people's heads and such, which you can do. You really can't do in a drama. You can't have anybody's head explode in a drama. Cronenberg does it. Cronenberg's films aren't horror films; they are dramas.
What heads that blew up would have done on Golden Pond, though, would have been just...
Yeah, it would have been awful. But it might have been a better look then.
I think the most interesting thing about horror movies and science fiction movies is that it requires the audience to have an imagination that they have to exercise. If you are a skeptic and you walk into a horror film and you sit there unmoved, then the horror film hasn't worked. What it requires of your audience is to believe that that person who's crawling around the bushes with a knife or that monster that's coming up out of the deep, whatever it is real for the time you're in the theater. And that requires a certain amount of imagination on the audience's part as well as the filmmaker. And when it comes together and people are jumping and screaming because they believe it, you've got it made. I think most people sit in front of television sets and watch pre-programmed material, as good as it is, which is pre-programmed for commercials, to have happy endings, to be in a certain, and people get used to a certain rhythm, and anymore their imaginations are just gone. I mean, you watch a Toyota car commercial, and it doesn't take much imagination. You see the creature from the Black Lagoon come out, you have to believe in him, you know. You have to believe. So that's part that I like about horror films. Brings a kid out in us.
And more than that, you mentioned belief. So much of horror, particularly some of the films you've done, touch on larger matters, often of belief. You hit it in The Fog, you hit it in Prince of Darkness, religion being a very large part of horror, you know, having to follow some greater power in a sense.
I consider, in a way, Prince of Darkness is a kind of a secondary film to The Fog, a sequel in a sense. It takes one of the issues that we dealt with in The Fog and kind of takes it even further. Instead of ancestral ghosts that are coming back, this time it's the devil, but it is that the religious figure who is questioning his values, and is it real, and is faith real, and so forth. I enjoy that a lot.
Of course, for him in the film, whether he's right or not, for him it sufficed. He closed the way of the end, and
exactly.
He beat it.
He believed that he did it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He regained his faith. Whether or not that's what really happened, we don't know.
Good enough for government work, or for
Right.
the Catholic Church, depending on what comes first.
Does this come out of your own belief? There is a very strong sense of good and evil in all your films.
Yes.
Does it come out of your childhood, your upbringing, your formative years, up to where you are now?
It has to. You know, it must. I suppose it when I was a kid, there was a lot of, most of the movies were about radioactive monsters. It was always about the bomb.
Right.
Yeah.
Which was the most evil thing I could think of. Absolutely, because it would destroy all of humanity. I can't think of anything more evil than that.
The beginning of the end.
That's
Very
it.
arbitrary,
The end. And it was hammered over and over again into me as a kid through these films. And I recall in 1962 when the Cuban Missile Crisis came up, my dad said to me, you know, if you hear any sirens or anything, you come down and go into this building, which was near our house.
The biggest shock in directing was when I did my second film, was Assault on Precinct 13. That was a 35 millimeter movie as opposed to Dark Star. That was 16. 35 millimeter Panavision. And we had a straight through schedule. In other words, a modern schedule. It's 20 days. Now, Dark Star was made over several years. We'd shoot a little, and we'd go away and edit it, shoot some more, edit it, raise some money, shoot. It was really jagged production. Assault on Precinct 13, beginning to end, bang. And, man, I was exhausted. But it really taught me a lot. It taught me a lot about filmmaking. So I went from there.
So I think famously as well, you scored Assault Precinct 13 in one day.
One day.
It was one of the first staples of cable television. And I didn't have cable. My family couldn't afford it, but all the other kids around school were talking about this movie that was on heavy rotation called Assault on Precinct 13. And they talked about this little girl who gets shot with the ice cream.
That was Kim Richards who got shot. A little Disney girl got killed by. That was really a brutal deal. I don't think I'd do that nowadays. I'm older and I have kids of my own. But that back then, it was either stupid or fearless, one of the two or both. But we got an X rating for that.
Is it true you had total creative control on that film?
Absolutely. Complete.
That's a landmark film for you and started you on a trajectory that kind of defined your career as far as doing these independent films on a budget that was tight and providing really taut storytelling with exciting visuals for price.
You could make an inexpensive film on one set, and we did. It's a police station. There was one 24-hour shooting day in the jail cells. Oh, God. It was awful. We were the Walking Dead coming out of there.
Was that the last day of shooting?
Yep.
Okay.
The very
last days are always
day.
like that. The last days are like that, as long as it isn't the start.
Brutal.
Brutal. And were you always going to be the composer, or how did that work?
Well, I compose because I'm cheap and I'm fast, and we just didn't have any money for a composer.
And there's one now that's being made called Meltdown with Dolph Lundgren. And I have real serious questions about that one too.
Can I ask you a specific question about Eyes of Laura Mars? There's an apocryphal story that one of the devices in the film is that the heroine has these kind of hallucinatory attacks in which she sees from the point of view of the killer. Is it true that in one of the versions of your script that you actually had a climax in which she was having to fight off the attacker, but seeing from the attacker's point of view?
Absolutely. That was the whole point of the movie. And they blew it. And after they shot this movie, the producer called me up and said, you know, we're having a little trouble. Do you have any idea how we should do these visions? I said, well, you should do them with this new camera they have called a Steadicam, or a Panaglide. And it's a gyroscopic camera that you mount, and it can imitate the human vision. You can move around. And did you do that? Well, no, we didn't do that. Well, did you have the killer attack her and she was defending herself by hiding and seeing through his eyes? No, we didn't do that either. I can't help you. That's John Peters, by the way, the producer.
The next movie, and a much-loved movie from which we've just seen an extract, Assault on Precinct 13. You made that in 1976. And you came here with it to the London Film Festival in 1977. Now, I think I'm right in saying that the reaction that the film got in Europe was quite different from the action that it got in the States. Was there an extent to which that helped to push the movie along?
It was released in the United States, and once again, nobody went. And when they went, they said, oh, come on. And over here, it was handled with tremendous love and care by someone who I owe a whole lot to, the distributor of the film. And I owe a whole lot to this place because it was shown here. And it kicked my career off. By the time I got back in 1977 to the United States, word of how it was received here had gone over there, and I started getting some jobs. So that was really the one that got going. It's amazing. I owe it to you guys. You personally, I owe it to you.
I would like to say that in those days I had to pay to see movies, and I did pay to see it. To just pursue the Assault on Precinct 13 a little bit and introduce a couple of themes we'll probably come back to. You've never shied away from the idea of making references to other movies, particularly to classical Hollywood movies. There are two movies that seem to sort of loom large in Assault on Precinct 13. One is Rio Bravo, and a little less talked about, but it seems to me also Night of the Living Dead.
I've heard The Birds too, and I don't know where that came from. I don't get that at all.
How do you approach the idea of the references, though? Do you see that as a game for the people in the audience who will get those nods, or do you see that as a way of telling the story because you can tap into that common knowledge that the audience has with you?
At the time, before video, before movies, you could buy them and own them and study them, and they were so well known, the general public didn't know. They didn't really know who Howard Hawks was. I mean, if you're a film scholar, yes, or if you're a film student, or if you're literate, but the general audience didn't know. So I put him in. The editor on Assault on Precinct 13 was John T. Chance, who's the John Wayne character in Rio Bravo. It was a direct way of saying to anybody who knew, look, I'm just ripping off Howard Hawks, don't blame me too much. But now it's become a real big thing. But back then it was an unknown. It was a way of sneaking things in. As I recall, I used the name of all my high school friends and sweethearts in some of my movies, and the names of the streets in Bowling Green, just for laughs. And they got it back in Bowling Green, but nobody else gets it.
And you said there about kind of not realising your influence necessarily on other directors, but you know, Halloween arguably was the first slasher movie, as the genre's known.
Psycho. Think about it. Psycho began the modern horror film with a literal slashing scene. Mm-hmm. Shook, shower, chuka, chuka, chuka. Began.
Okay. So do you feel that Halloween was kind of a continuation of that?
It wasn't a continuation of it, but it was a movie. I certainly knew that Halloween was in my background in terms of Psycho was in my background in terms of movies I had to think about. Mm-hmm. That had some spooky things in it.
Mm-hmm. Because I think the other thing which I'm interested, there's 3 films all come out this year with this theme, this idea of the final girl. And I think Halloween's one of the earliest examples of that, the idea of the innocent being the survivor and kind of taking on the evil. And I think it is fair to say that, you know, some of your films, especially Halloween, have had a big influence on other directors. Are you aware of it? Do you see it in other films?
No, I don't. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. When you say influence, look, when Halloween came out in 1978, and then for a few years later, I could see that they were making low-budget horror movies. Mm-hmm. The Day After Halloween was one of them. The Friday the 13th was one, which was a date. And I realized, I think what they're doing is they saw that this kid made this low-budget horror movie that made a bunch of money. Mm-hmm. Oh, we can do that. Let's make our low-budget horror movie that makes a bunch of money. That's why I think they were influenced. It's all about money.
Always comes back to money. You mentioned Friday the 13th. I mean, you, Sean Cunningham and Wes Craven, who sadly we lost earlier this year. The three of you did, however, create three incredibly iconic anti-heroes, the ones with the supernatural. I mean, there have been others, but with the supernatural twist, there's Michael, Jason, Freddy. What do you think the public kind of bought into? Why are those anti-heroes so popular?
In the Wes Craven picture, A Nightmare on Elm Street, I mean, he was a child killer who had been burned, and he came back in your dreams. But he started with wisecracking. Mm-hmm. It was kind of a jokester. Mm-hmm. The Friday the 13th guy was big. Well, after the original film, there was no guy in a hockey mask in the first one. All of them met as teenagers. Mm-hmm. That's who was going to the movies. It was a bunch of teenagers. They were going to the movie opens on a weekend. They all go to see this movie. They have dates. They cuddle and scream together. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what it's about.
Yeah. Do you think that's changed at all? Do you think that's all one of the reasons why horror movies have retained their...
I think when you just look at the modern horror film, it's the paranormal stuff. Mm-hmm. But I think teenagers go to the movies, they still cuddle, they still scream. Mm-hmm. Except for the losers who can't get dates. But they still scream.
Why do you think people like horror movies? Why do you think they like
it? It's fun. It's fun to get scared. It's fun.
Is that because it's in a controlled environment? Because obviously people wouldn't like to be scared at home. If something from one of your movies happened in real life, people
really wouldn't like that. Real life is the cause of death and enormous pain and all the real fears in life. Mm-hmm. People go to the movies nowadays, especially, to be taken away from all that. There's enough horror with ISIS. You watch these beheading videos on television. Good God. And there's nothing in movies that can get near that. That's not what horror movies do. Mm-hmm. They don't do that. They scare you in really basic, friendly ways. Like a ride scares you, like a haunted house scares you.
You've previously said that in France you're considered an auteur, Germany filmmaker, UK horror director, and in the US a bum.
Right here, bum.
Which one of those is the closest to the truth?
Bum, dude,
really?
Bum. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay. I can't control what other people call me, so I'll embrace them all.
Much does it? Just a guy in a boiler suit with a knife and a mask, wandering around a small-town American home, followed by a Steadicam. Not the most inspiring elements, perhaps, but that's pretty much all that John Carpenter had when, for 3 weeks in 1978, he shot what would become one of the most successful independent movies of all time. Halloween had a ruthless simplicity, not least in its plot, which concerned the epitome of evil, Michael Myers, returning to the small town where he'd first made his mark as a child and attempting over the course of one long night to kill a bunch of people. No rhyme, no reason, no motive, just fear. In anybody else's hands it would have been dumb, but Carpenter's stylishly suspenseful thriller hit a nerve with American teenagers, spawning a string of sequels and kicking off a row of teen slasher movies which flourished in the 1970s, ripened and rotted in the 80s, before dying and being reborn in the 90s thanks to the postmodern likes of Scream. Tonight marks the 21st anniversary of Halloween, the year that Michael Myers comes of age and the night John Carpenter came home. Halloween is 21 years old, and I just watched it again just before this. And it's extraordinarily fresh, and it still looks very vibrant and punky. How does it feel this long after making a film like that to still be, for it still to be talked about, for people still to ask you questions about it like it was a new movie?
I think it's an incredibly flattering thing to have people still talk about Halloween. I don't think we all realized the impact that it was going to have, or that it had. I watched it again recently myself, and I wish the jokes were better.
You can't come over. I thought you were babysitting tonight.
The only reason she babysits is to have a place.
Shit.
I have a place for that.
All these years later, the horror genre has gone through this strange kind of death and rebirth through the films like Scream with Kevin Williamson, which make very great play of referring to Halloween and using it as the Bible. How did you feel seeing that film, and how do you now feel about Halloween's role as the big daddy in the way that Psycho was to you before?
When I saw Scream, it was amazing that I spent so much time talking about Halloween. And certainly it made me look great.
Can you tell me how Halloween first came about as a project?
I met with Mustafa Akkad and Irwin Yablans, and they wanted to make a low-budget, $200,000 horror film called The Babysitter Murders, about the serial killer who stalks babysitters. I made a deal. I'll make the movie for $200,000, but I get final cut, and I get my name above the title. You don't, no creative input, don't tell me anything. I'll show you the movie. And they held up to their word. At some point we were writing the movie, Deborah and I, Irwin Yablans called and said, why don't you set it on Halloween night? Well, that's a pretty good idea. And he said, matter of fact, we could call it Halloween.
Now, up until that point, the films that you had done had been specifically, left field. There's the satire of Dark Star. There's the savage intensity of Assault on Precinct 13, which is somewhere between a thriller and, I think it has, a horror edge. The Babysitter Murders sounds as a pitch to be a very just straightforward slasher premise, but what you did to it was to turn it on its head. Tell me something about how you took that project on and made it your own.
Well, when you're dealing with, in Halloween or any kind of horror movie like that, you're dealing in very familiar territory. Psycho is kind of the granddaddy of that kind of movie. Not that it's the greatest ever made, but it's the one that influenced everyone. That principle of the suspense, the Hitchcock suspense thing of showing the bomb, and you can get much more suspense than surprise, is true, but what you can do is, once you establish the suspense, then you can do your shocks along the way, and that'll scare the hell out of people. They'll go completely crazy. They know something's going to happen. In a horror movie, you go and you know something's going to happen. The question is when.
Standing on the lawn, he could have seen inside.
I thought the idea was, I don't know about this, but I needed a job. I wanted to be a director. So I added this slight supernatural edge to this guy. Sure, he's a person who escapes from a mental institution. And he comes back to revisit a small town, but he can't be killed. And there's a certain feeling of, maybe he is not quite a human being. But this is somehow something bigger, which is Donald Pleasance's role in the film. He keeps saying, you don't understand what you're dealing with here. You do not understand. This is something, in a sense, he's saying this is like the devil.
I spent 8 years trying to reach him, and then another 7 trying to keep him locked up because I realized that what was living behind that boy's eyes was purely and simply evil.
And in the end, it just becomes relentless. It just keeps going. But not relentless in terms of like a siege or an attack, but he's everywhere. Don't go in the house. Don't go up the stairs. It's that kind of feel.
Did Donald Pleasance step in after Christopher Lee had turned the movie down? Is that true?
Mm-hmm. I approached Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing, both of them, because I loved them from the Hammer movies. And neither of them were interested in making this little movie. We were casting about to try to find somebody who could play that part, and so I chose Donald because I had loved his work and everything he's done, from The Great Escape to Cul-de-sac. He was a kind of perfect victim in Cul-de-sac. But in this, he was going to play this, this warning guardian and avenging psychiatrist with a gun.
You believe everything Richie tells you?
No.
you tell me something about Jamie Lee Curtis? It was the thing that really broke her, and she has a history which makes sense in terms of the movies.
Deborah was very excited because this was Janet Leigh's daughter. And so then we could kind of ride on Psycho's coattails a little bit. So Jamie came in and read, and she was just wonderful.
All right. The boogeyman can only come out on Halloween night, right?
Right.
Well, I'm here tonight. I'm not about to let anything happen to you.
Promise?
Promise.
Halloween opened in various places across the country. They moved it, and to uniformly bad reviews.
What kind of criticism did those reviews have?
Oh, this isn't scary, this is stupid.
Oh, not scary?
Not scary. What did Pauline Kael say? She said he has no sense of timing at all. There is no rhythm to this movie.
As a musician, that must have particularly hurt, because also you oversee your editing, and that's actually the defining factor of a John Carpenter film.
Rhythmless, no rhythm.
Jingles in the brain. How did it come to you?
My dad was, when I was 13 or 14 years old, taught me how to play 5/4 time on bongos. 5/4 is nuts. Where does it end and what's going on? You can't find the start and the stop of it. It's off. It's simple, I could play it. I'm cheap and I'm fast and as a musician, so that was it. Well, Halloween was always designed as an exploitation movie, as a drive-in movie, as a movie that's going to show a week or so and then be gone. But then there's secondarily something started to happen at the box office. People started screaming wildly at this thing as they were seeing it, and it's the word of mouth. What was a word of mouth movie? I never had any idea that they would go as crazy as they did. Never. They were screaming and yelling, and I mean, it was unbelievable.
Can you tell me something about how, from a stylistic point of view, you were experimenting with, what's now called Steadicam, Panaglide at the time. Can you tell me something about what that look means, what you get from it?
You mount the camera on the man, literally, and you can walk upstairs and through buildings and so forth, and it illuminates the dolly track, which has always been a problem in movies because you're limited in terms of your movement of where you can dolly. So I thought this would be a great idea to use as a point of view shot.
Let's look at some specific sequences of the film. Let's start with the opening sequence. This is The Original Crime in 1963, in which we first get that strange, wobbling, widescreen point of view shot. Talk me through this opening sequence.
Well, we come into a shot in front of this house, and you're in a Panaglide. You're gliding, floating a little bit. So we're assuming that perhaps we're in someone's point of view, although we can also assume that something is strange here. Something's a little off kilter. And you get the feeling that this is someone is watching. And as we move around the house, we're going to peek into a window. We're going to start setting up this original crime. The shot took all night to shoot. We did about 8 or 9 takes of it. There's the boy and girl necking, and this is the killer's sister back in '63. He's going to kill her in a little bit for sexual reasons.
You don't yet know that the killer is a child, obviously, and the point of view hasn't told you that it's a young person.
And actually, when you think about it, the point of view is too high for a child. But so now we look back, there's nothing coming that way. We come back around there, the cables on the porch from the lights we don't want to see. We look up, as the lights go off, there's a little music cue right there, which kind of gets our attention, draws our attention to what's going to happen. What is this guy doing? As our point of view is moving around the house, inside the house, the crew is moving every light around to relight for another direction. And it sounds like a herd of elephants in there, but of course you don't know it here. So we come into the kitchen. Deborah Hill is dressed in the clown outfit, and she's right by the camera. And as we move into the drawer and go out of focus, her hand comes in, way out of focus, but we do it so quickly that hopefully you don't notice. You can actually see some camera shadows as we come through here. There's one right there on the door. Literally, you have a person with this camera moving through this real house and giving you the sense that it's gliding and floating. Now he's going to see on the stairway, whoops, there's a little bump there where the camera operator is trying to get through the doorway. He's going to see his sister.
Look, Judy, it's really late. I gotta go.
Will you call me tomorrow?
Yeah, sure.
Promise?
Yeah. Actually, there's just the boyfriend.
Now, there's a relevance here, which is that the boyfriend was kissing her passionately before, but as he leaves, she says, will you call me? And he goes, yeah, implying that he's already, he's
done.
finished, he's out of there.
He's out of there, and he's used her, basically. It's a kind of a cheap
So she has fallen into the
situation.
teen temptation of doing the things that her parents would have told her not to do.
Terrible stuff, isn't it? Now we're going to go up the stairs and try not to bump the camera as we go up. And this whole little parade of people is moving through this set. Now the first cut in this shot is coming when the mask goes on. Kind of a phallic-looking mask there.
That's Deborah Hill's hand again.
That's the cut, because these mask holes that's an optical. That's not shot through the mask. So now we're going to come in, and the sister is brushing her hair and is very naked. The odd thing here that no one ever seems to remark on is as he's killing her, in order to show, he looks over at his own hand like this. He looks away from his victim to what he's doing. Now, we did it for an obvious reason, but it's psychologically kind of bizarre. There's a cut there, coming around the corner, and there's another cut right there for time, because it took the camera a long time to come around those corners. So that was done to make it move faster. As we come out the door, we're cueing, here comes the parents. Now we're in the reverse. We're on a crane here, and now we reveal it's a little boy, which is the first shock of the film. And this is the American tableau here pulling back, and they're just sort of standing staring at him. So I just had the idea of incorporating this strange feel of a Panaglide as the point of view of our killer in the movie. But then use it stylistically throughout the film so that you can't tell, is this his point of view or not?
It also does something which, actually in later years, our censors have had a problem with, which is it can cause the audience to identify with different members, and our censor would say, for example, well, it identifies with the killer.
Well, no. Identification in movies is a whole different process. You really need 3 shots to identify with somebody. It really isn't that you're in the character's point of view. It's you see the character, you see what he sees, and you see his reaction, or his or her reaction. That's where you identify.
Well, who needs books anyway? I don't need books. I always forget all my books.
Now, of course, the movie's set in Halloween, which is autumn, but it's not shot that time of year at all, is it?
No, it's in the spring. We had phony leaves and stuff. It's also supposed to be in Illinois, but if you look carefully in the background, you see these palm trees sticking up.
You reach me?
Most of the film is shot right down the street here, off of Sunset Boulevard on Orange Grove Avenue. It was fun. Listen, this movie, it would be a lie for me to say anything else, but we were having a blast. We were young. We were just out there making a film. There weren't many of us on the crew.
There's also the real threatening thing is the fact of its setting, that it's set in these lovely wide streets with nice houses, nice people, nice middle-class suburban setting. It does have a sort of late 50s, early 60s feel to the streets, the school kids, what they're doing, that actually predates, for example, that retro feel of Twin Peaks, again, the small American town in which everybody seems to be living in the 50s anyway. Were you aware of that?
That was probably just my own look at small town life. I grew up in a small town in the South. It was very much like the town in Halloween. I always say to people who ask me about what was it like growing up in Bowling Green, Kentucky in the 50s and 60s in a little small town. And the truth of it is, despite how beautiful a town it was to look at, everything that I know about evil, I learned in that little town.
But there's also something else going on in that film, which is to do with teenage anxieties. The characters are in situations of, they're becoming sexually aware, they're undressing, that kind of thing. That could be read as what brings the boogeyman to them.
Part of the reputation of Halloween is that all the girls who are promiscuous are the ones that get killed. But my thought was that Jamie Lee Curtis's character is more like the killer because she's repressed. The other girls are just acting normally. They're just normal teenagers. And they're not paying attention to their surroundings. They're assuming that this beautiful little middle-class town is going to stay the same as it always has. They're not aware of the danger. That I didn't intend any moral.
This sequence I find particularly fascinating. This is the three girls walking down the street. This, to me, absolutely says Twin Peaks, and I think this is where Twin Peaks actually got many of these sequences from. One of the girls goes off, and this is the first time they're aware of Michael Myers, very fleetingly. Tell me about the way in which you see him.
Well, actually, if you look carefully, now we see him down the street standing there. It's Jamie who sees him. The other girl doesn't. Ducks behind the hedge. Is he there? Is he not there? Did I just see something?
Oh, look. Look where? Behind the bush.
We're putting a shadow of a doubt a little bit in our minds about, did Jamie really, is she imagining something?
Subtle, isn't it?
He's not there. Wobble, wobble over the camera.
Laurie, dear.
You can see my cigarette smoke drifting in from off screen.
He wants to take you out tonight.
Again, this whole thing is shot with a Panaglide, and even the close-ups. Partially because I like the feel of it, but also you could move the camera very quickly.
He's standing right there. Oh, Laurie. Scared another one away.
And the Panaglide point of view is changing from her point of view to the killer's point of view to individual character's point of view. That could be confusing, but you're using it to deliberately disorientate the audience.
You don't know when he's going to be looking or when another character is looking. So basically it throws you off from all your cues. Now this, on the other hand, is a conventional dolly shot with a 30mm lens. So it's very smooth. This is all on sticks, so you don't have that feel anymore. All of a sudden we're back into kind of traditional filmmaking. We're anchored again, okay? We're anchored again in the standard techniques.
Now what about the creation of the shape? Because it's the blankest of anti-heroes in many ways. And of course the mask is somebody famous, right?
The mask is a William Shatner Star Trek mask, which doesn't look anything like William Shatner, but it's spray painted white. It's almost like the comedy tragedy mask you see in the drama. It's just blank.
How did you direct the movement of the shape? I mean, did you say walk in a certain way, behave in a certain way, or did you just say, hey, walk into shot?
We talked early on about what he should do, and I said it's simple. Just be as simple as possible. Walk as, don't lumber, just walk.
Now, this is one of the most famous scenes in the film. Again, there's two teenagers who have just made love. One of them's waiting upstairs in the bed. The other one has gone downstairs to get a beer and is now attacked by Michael. It gives you the impression that something really threatening and violent is going on, but it's all done in cutaways.
He's lifting him up the wall by his neck, and now he's going to skewer him into the wall, off screen. We all know what that knife's going to do. We don't need to see it. We don't need to see it, a lot of gore. In this case, the violence need not be graphic, it can be implied. In other cases, like The Thing, for instance, I felt that you can't just imply the creature, you have to bring it out and show it. Make the audience believe that they're seeing this transforming, horrible thing. But in Halloween, it wasn't necessary. You're going to see the shape move his head back and forth like he's looking at him, he's examining him. There we go, back and forth.
Now come back to the bedroom where she has had sex with her boyfriend and she thinks this is her boyfriend.
Well, did you get my beer?
Tell me about the line between humor and horror in this.
Well, this is right on the edge. It's pretty silly when you think about it.
Cute, Bob, real cute.
Here's this guy with a sheet with glasses on, but we know it's the killer. But it's the way PJ plays the scene that makes it work, because she's absolutely convinced that's her boyfriend. And we know that it's not, so what we want to have happen is for her to run away and save herself, but of course she doesn't.
See anything you like?
Instead, she shows us her breasts, which is always wonderful. So again, he's not acting, the shape is not acting like a monster, he's not acting like a human being, he's not just watching, which is in itself slightly more creepy to me than if he came charging across the room. It's so silly, it's funny, it's ridiculous, but at the same time, we know, the audience knows, that behind that sheet is this machine killer. Halloween was a turning point in my career because I got recognized as a director by the industry. I began to be hired, got jobs, got a lot of jobs from it.
Did it concern you at all that it kind of branded John Carpenter as a horror director?
That came a little bit later. Around the time of The Thing, because The Thing was a big failure in the United States when it came out, I realized then that, you know, not only am I typecast, but I'm hated. So as part of my repentance, I must pay my dues. I did Starman, which is a little love story, just to say, you know, I'm not that bad, guys. I can do a love story.
One of the reasons Halloween works as well as it does is there is no explanation. It's just, you simply, the child is a killer, and the next thing you know, he's out and Loomis is after him. Do you think it'd be possible to make a film with that little backstory and exposition nowadays? Because, as I was saying before about it having a punky edge, maybe that's what the edge is.
I've always been attracted to just what you're saying. Less obvious movie motivation, more of you have to supply. What's going on here? That's always been scarier, more interesting to me. Movies nowadays, especially screenplays that you write, you have to spell out everything for the audience, especially in character development. I always love characters that don't have any backstory. None.
When he looks out of the window and he's not there, it's tempting now to see that as a setup for a sequel. But my reading of it had always been, that's the end. The end of the movie is, he's not there.
Correct. No sequel in mind. I love Twilight Zone endings, or if you want to call them O. Henry endings. Frankly, I remember a movie, a cheesy science fiction film back in the 50s called The Blob. They can't kill the blob, so they freeze it, and they drop it in the Arctic, and then this big question mark comes out of the screen. I thought, wow, gee, that's weird. I kind of like that.
There is also a confusion in Halloween 2, in which there's a relationship developed between Michael and Jamie Lee Curtis's character, which apparently justifies why he's after her. But the point is, there isn't any reason why he's after her.
Well, you know, that was the sequel. I didn't want to direct it. I got forced into writing it, and look, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. I had a 6-pack of beer. It was the only idea I could think of.
You regret it?
It doesn't hurt. You know what? None of the sequels have hurt the original. People project much more into this face than is actually there. They think it's really terrible looking. It isn't. It's just a
He has a distorted left eye slightly.
Well, I think he got stabbed. I think it's makeup. But I heard a lot of screams during that sequence. Now he gets shot.
We have an assignment. Can you do a little $250,000 horror movies called The Babysitter Murders, where babysitters are stalked? And the idea was all teenagers can relate to babysitting. So that way we'll have a little exploitation hit. Sure. If you give me creative control and you let me put my name above the title, I'll do it. I don't even want any money for it, particularly. So the whole movie was designed to be made as a low-budget film. And the antagonist, Michael Myers, with a mask, was designed not to be a human character or a supernatural character, but a blend. And he's blank because he has this blank mask on, allowing the audience to project into him. And there is one scene in the movie where his mask is pulled off and people see things, this actor, that aren't there. And dimmer in the hallway where Jamie Lee's there cowering, and Michael Myers is behind her, and we slowly dim the light up just so you can barely get an exposure on him. I don't want it to go too bright, just barely there. So come from nothing, it's just getting exposure, and then as she moves and he moves out, then crank it.
It's okay.
There are a couple of familiar names in the audience tonight, and I know that your producer and wife Sandy King is here, for example, and may answer questions at the end when you have your own questions. But also in the audience tonight, I believe that we have somebody called Michael Myers. Can you explain to me how Mr. Myers inspired the villain, the name for the villain in Halloween, your next picture?
Michael Myers was the man I was referring to earlier. He was the distributor of Assault on Precinct 13, who single-handedly, with great love and affection, got critics to come in and see it and enjoy it. I don't know what he did, but I decided I would name the cold, merciless, robotic killer after
a generous gesture, I must say. let's talk a little bit about Halloween, because Halloween was a quantum jump, I think we can say, in terms of your career. You made the movie for about $300,000, I think, and it grossed, again, estimates seem to range somewhere between $50 and $75 million worldwide. But the original idea, I think, came from the distributor of the movie, who just came to you and said, I want a movie about a guy who kills babysitters. Was it really that simple?
Because of Assault on Precinct 13 was shown here, and I was in London, I went out to meet Mustafa Akkad. He was out at Twickenham Studios, I believe, at the time. And we talked about making a film. And then when I got back to Los Angeles, Irwin Yablans brought me in, and he had made a deal for $300,000 movies. And he made several of them. One was a Charles Band film called Laser Blast, and one was another one. And he said, I want to make a movie called The Babysitter Murders, about this killer that's stalking babysitters. And I said, okay. And because I needed a job. I wanted to direct. And he called me up and he said, well, why don't we set it on Halloween night? As a matter of fact, why don't we call it Halloween? Okay. So I wrote the screenplay, and we shot it in Los Angeles. The street that the killer is on throughout the whole movie is right off of Sunset. It's by a Kentucky Fried Chicken. And you can actually see it if you turn right, and it's a Blockbuster's on one side, Kentucky Fried Chicken's on the other, and right down there is Illinois, and it's a great little street. And Donald Pleasance was in it, who terrified me at the time because I was such a fan of Donald's. I remember meeting him at a restaurant, and he came in and sat down, and he said, "Now, I don't understand this script." I froze inside. I'd never dealt with as great an actor as Donald, and he was one of my favorite actors. Oh my God, he said, the only reason I'm here is my daughter saw Assault on Precinct 13 and said I should do this. So will you explain to me what's going on in this script? Well, once we got working, we had a blast, and Donald is one of my dearest friends, and he's a wonderful man, and we've done several movies together. It was finished, went on to do another film, and it was slowly released regionally in the United States by this distributor. And every single review was bad. They called it a turkey. This is not scary. This is the dumbest movie ever made. How embarrassing. And accidentally, somehow, somebody at the Village Voice saw it and gave it a great review. And then the movie was re-reviewed by everybody. This is a great film. And by the time this happened, I was making Elvis, which is a TV movie with Kurt Russell. And all this activity, I thought, oh my God, another movie that didn't get good reviews and it's not going to work. And all of a sudden, all these studio executives began to show up on the set. Said, hey, how you doing? What's happening? I thought, what's going on here? So then I signed my two-picture deal with Avco Embassy, and I was on my way. Very strange experience. So when people say, and Halloween really did it for you, didn't it? Well, it was odd. I think Halloween was at the right time. It was a lucky thing that it came out, and the way it was handled was unusual and bizarre. And I think you cannot predict these things. None of us had any idea that Halloween would do what it did. Well, we were just trying to make a movie. We were just trying to put something together and get it going. And it turned out to be pretty scary for the audiences. So that's it.
I think that perhaps you're selling yourself a little bit short there. There were two elements in the film in particular which people were affected by. One was the use of what was then a fairly rare commodity, the sort of gyroscopic or Panaglide camera. Had you seen that in another movie, or was that a piece of technology that you came across, and did you always intend to use it to that extent in the movie? I had seen it used extremely well in a movie that was critically really bombed, the sequel to The Exorcist, the John Boorman film, Exorcist II. And there was a shot where a bird flies down from some kind of nest, and this camera was hauling. And it was this on this Panaglide, and this guy was running for all his might down this ramp. I don't know how they stopped him, because those things are really heavy. So I thought, this is kind of a cheap way of getting a tracking shot done, and it's also kind of creepy. Gyroscopic camera, it's mounted on an operator. It's like you wear it. So you're wearing this huge camera, and you're supposed to kind of squat down like this, and it kind of bobs up and down like this, and you run with it, or you move around like this, and it kind of glides, and it gives a very strange feeling. It's not handheld, where you can even feel the breath of the operator like this, or it's not a dolly, where you've got wheels and you're operating it very mechanically and very precisely.
it's a completely different feel. So I decided to overuse it. I used it in scenes as a dolly. I used it as point of view. I used it everywhere, with kind of the idea that maybe you'd get confused and not know, well, maybe it's him watching, or maybe it isn't him watching. I'll put you ill at ease so you're not sure when I'm going to jump out and do my cheap trick of making you scream and jump. And it seemed to work out.
But the music also reinforced that, and you've always said in interviews that one of the things you've admired about Hawks's films is that they establish a mood, they establish an atmosphere, and having done that, built up, as it were, an environment for the characters, there's a way in which you can wring more suspense out of that. When you work on the music and try to achieve that, do you have that music in mind as the film is being shot, or is it something that you put on afterwards in the editing process? How does that?
It's all done afterwards. And what we do now is slap on some temp music from other movies and see how it works. And then if it works pretty well, we kind of go in that direction. Well, if it's orchestral, or if it's a real horror score, or sometimes we'll put on, in The Mouth of Madness, we put on Metallica, Enter Sandman. And wow, this really works. So depending on how the film feels with the temp music, then I'll go in and just start improvising on a synthesizer in the general direction of what the temp music was and create a theme. So you start with the scene, the most difficult scene in the film, and score it. And then out of that comes a theme, and then try to apply it all the way through. And it's a fun process. I really enjoy it. One other thing about Halloween, the opening shot of Halloween is a direct ripoff of Touch of Evil. I don't know if you're probably familiar with that. That's the big, long 10-minute shot. I recommend this Halloween, they're going to come out with a laser disc, Criterion is, of Halloween in widescreen. And Deborah Hill gives the greatest description of what it was like to shoot that, because it's one tracking shot through a house that starts behind a tree and it moves toward a house. You look in a window, you see some characters. You come around the backyard, in through the back door. So we're looking one direction, okay? We're looking one direction at first, this way. As we're coming around the back to turn around, the entire house is filled with technicians turning every light the other direction. So there's wild noise going on. We come in the kitchen. Now the lights are all turned around. We come in and we grab the knife. We move through the front room and we go up the stairs, which is lit for our direction. And we were in the bedroom and we kill the sister. We've got to come out and go the other direction. And as we're killing the sister, you're hearing this tremendous noise of technicians turning lights around, and wham. Then we come plunging down the stairs, outside, up pull the parents, they come up, and then the poor operator who's been doing this is about 3 or 4 minute shot, has to kneel down because it's a point of view of a child. And then literally at the end, he was falling down with his camera, and it was kind of falling over on top of it. But it actually somehow worked. We did 2 takes, and we cut them together on the mask. It took one night to shoot. And really, it's the most ambitious shot I think I've ever done in a film. And it was done on a $300,000 movie, which only goes to show you that if you have all the money in the world, it doesn't mean anything. You got to have the guts to try it. End of story.
Can I just ask you in brackets there, since you brought up the subject of the Criterion laser discs, what's your attitude towards the phenomenon of director's cuts? Because I know that a laser disc has come out recently, which doesn't actually stitch the scene back into Escape from New York, but includes it as an extra at the end of the discs. Can you explain what your attitude towards that is? For instance, James Cameron has reworked a number of his films. Would you ever consider doing that yourself?
I think the main purpose behind it is to reach into your back pocket and take your wallet out and take some money out of it and put it back. I think it's a good idea. For some films, I love buying laser discs because, for instance, getting hard-boiled in the original Chinese version, there's nothing like it. I mean, seriously, you don't even need to know what's going on in terms of language to love the movie. What an experience. And it's fun to see old films well done. Reworking movies, I don't know. I wouldn't want to do it with mine. I would prefer to have the theatrical version. Hopefully the version you see on the screen is the version that's the right one. There was a big hoodoo about Blade Runner. There was going to be this director's cut on Blade Runner. It was going to clear up all this stuff. And Huh? Say what? I don't know. Take your wallet out, take them.
Let's move on to The Fog, which again was a picture in a way which established a mood and an atmosphere and an environment, although I have to say personally, the plot wasn't always quite in one place. One of the problems with that movie was that having established that extraordinary mood, you established a number of different groups of people in different spaces and kept cutting between them. Looking back on the film, which I personally love, do you feel that was... Yeah. I can say that.
I'll never understand you guys. I really never will.
But you have said before that, well, one of the problems you had was, in a sense, if you have a film like Night of the Living Dead, you get everyone in the same place, shit happens, it's bad. The problem with The Fog is that people are in different places.
You're absolutely right. The thing about The Fog, that was one of the biggest learning experiences for me on a film. It's real easy when you make a film and everyone sees it, you can say, oh, I did this and this and this. When you have nothing on film and you have to make one, that's tough. Okay. So I decided, well, this will be an easy movie. It's a ghost story. I can do this. I finished the film. It wasn't scary. It was stupid. So we had to go back and reshoot sequences and put scares in the movie to make it work.
20 shoot days.
20, was it maybe? Yeah, 20.
Well, you can't even make a music video for 20 days these days.
Sure you can. Sure you
Well,
can. You just have to plan it out, figure it out ahead of time. Now, when you guys would make a music video, how long would it take?
1 to 3 days.
Yeah, okay. And I bet those are intense days, aren't they?
Yeah, you just wonder about all the money you're spending. And,
I know.
Because, if you shoot in L.A., you got to pay for the cop that's standing there eating the donut.
Well, that's true, but, it's big city. Well, we never really, we skirted around those issues. When you're low budget, you have to.
So I don't like scary movies, and I blame you because...
I'm sorry.
No, I saw Halloween when I was about 11 years old, and...
Well, you're a child. You shouldn't be watching those kind of movies.
Okay, but I'm saying that movie scared me off of scary movies for the rest of my life.
Well, I'm sorry, but
but I mean as a compliment.
Who let you see that at 11? Was it your parents?
Well, if you want to get in my history as opposed to yours.
Yeah, I mean, why would a young 11-year-old be allowed to see an R-rated movie?
I have no idea.
Okay.
But all I can tell you is it scared the bejesus
out
of me.
Then it worked. It's fine.
Yeah. But I still, to this day, and not that I'm a huge connoisseur, I still think that's the scariest movie ever made.
Exorcist, I'm telling you.
Really?
I think so. You
want to debate that?
Well.
So tell me why you think Exorcist is scary.
Oh, my God. What that little girl turns into. And then.
Because Linda Blair sat in that exact chair.
Yeah.
And we talked
I met Linda last year. She's a really terrific person. Anyway, it's what she said. You're walking down that hallway towards the door. Well, you don't know what's behind there, but it's evil behind there. And, the devil has been a character in our humans' history for a long time. A version of the devil, pure evil, and possessing you. And the little girl has disfigured and hard. She's turned into a monster.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty tough stuff. And it was tough stuff in that movie. I was very impressed with it.
It is a great movie.
Yeah. So I'm thinking that may be the scariest. But Halloween is designed to make you jump and scream.
Well, see, here's why it was scary to me, because we were latchkey kids. So we were home alone. We were home alone a lot.
Oh. Well,
so the idea of terror
I say
coming in from the outside in a way that you cannot navigate the terror. And in my particular circumstance, I was home alone with 2 younger children overnight, oftentimes with no adult in the house.
Ooh. Well, now,
so
how much younger than you?
What's that?
How much younger?
When I would have been about 10, and I would have been with a 8-year-old and a baby. So the idea...
Well, dude, I can't help you there. I can't.
Well, I think that's why it resonated so deeply with me. This idea that if this awful thing walks through the door, there's nothing you can do.
But I didn't design my movie with you in mind, because I would have cautioned you, this is all make-believe. It's not real. It won't happen to you.
I saw a quote where you were talking, they were asking you about, did you know you were making a classic? And you said, all I saw was the rubber knife.
Yeah. Oh, God, that thing. People ask me, well, you didn't show anything because we couldn't. It was rubber.
Can you just talk a little bit? You've talked about it before, but I thought it was fascinating when you talk about the character of Michael Myers, this idea of the blank face and the audience projecting onto that. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
He is a character who has really no past. He is nothing. He's neither human nor supernatural. He's both.
Okay.
And we don't know. And that's the thing that is disturbing. We just don't know what it is that drives him. So he's blank. And he's kind of unkillable, kind of. But maybe he's not. So it's that balance between those things that made him really spooky. So the less you know about Michael Myers, the scarier he is to you.
The scene that blew my mind as a kid was, I think it's Jamie Lee Curtis is sort of panting in foreground and he's in the back.
Yeah, it's up.
It's the Undertaker spot.
Yeah.
Which Undertaker, I think, stole from Michael Myers.
Of course he did. I want my residuals for that.
It's the ultimate compliment.
It is, yeah. But that's the idea. The less you know, the scarier he is, and he is relentless. You can't stop him.
It still scares me thinking about it.
Well, why? Come on.
No, it's scary. I'm serious.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Yes. I wanted to talk to you because, like a lot of people in my generation, which is Gen X, we grew up on Saturday morning. They would show like Robbie the Robot, Tobor, and
oh, they did?
Yeah. So I grew up on all those types of movies.
Wow. Yeah. Robbie was in one of my favorite, the movie that got me destined to direct, Forbidden Planet.
Right.
You know that movie?
Of course, yeah. Great movie.
Oh, yeah. I saw it 8 years old. It blew my mind.
Just the colors of that movie alone.
The story of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Tobor, I remember
and
Tobor.
By the way, an early pioneering synthesizer soundtrack.
You know it. But they did it with like all sorts of strange ways. It wasn't a synth.
It was probably using oscillators.
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, they probably just had the old...
You know.
Yeah, this sir.
Oh, the Barons, B.B. and Louis Baron, they were fabulous. I have that soundtrack. I listen to it occasionally.
It's cool.
Just to see what they were doing.
Yeah. So what I'm after is, it's when I see it associated with you, it seems to diminish your work, because when people call some of your work exploitation or exploitation films, you know what I'm saying? It's a particular word that's thrown around with a lot of 70s movies.
I hear you. Well, there was look, we showed PJ Soul's breasts because it was an exploitation film at the time. And that's fine I love exploitation films. What's wrong with them? Because they are designed to appeal to a certain audience. That's fine. Horror movies came from there. That's fine. What's wrong with all that?
But the connective tissue, if you see it between, like, let's call it the 50s kind of sci-fi, post-nuclear, 50-foot woman, right?
That's 50s, yeah. Oh, boy.
I'm saying there's a resonant vibe there with your work. But I always see it as a sort of a form of joy. Let's have, here's the premise.
Let's have fun.
Let's have fun.
That's right.
And even Halloween, though it scared the bejesus out of me, there's an element of fun and mirth in the whole thing.
Well, good. I'm glad. Yeah. But I never thought, critics think that horror is like pornography down there. And people who do that are ugly people, you see.
I see.
But highbrow movies are what you should aspire to. And, I had all my teachers, some of my teachers in high school and college back in Bowling Green saw Halloween and said, oh, gosh, why doesn't he do something?
Oh, I see. So Vern Gagne, in the 50s when wrestling was on television, mostly coming out of Chicago.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay. The national product in the 50s was coming out of Chicago.
Chi-town, huh?
So people started figuring out that wrestling wasn't real, right? Right? And they
It's
started,
real as to these people. They're damaged for life.
well,
Their
you're talking
bodies.
to a lifer over here.
They're
Anyway,
putting
so
their bodies out for this
so
art form.
you understand, but here's the thing. So the fans start getting restless because they're not sure they're watching an authentic product. So the NWA starts recruiting NCAA wrestlers with pedigrees who are real shooters.
So like who?
Vern Gagne.
Him.
So they bring Vern into Chicago. Okay. It's his first day in Chicago. And they said, we have a gimmick for you. You're going to come down from the ceiling in a spaceship.
Oh, dear.
And be a space alien.
Uh-huh.
And Vern said, that's not going to happen.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm going to go down to the wrestling ring. You send as many people as you want, and I will beat them legitimately in the ring.
There you go. What's a shooter? Or a hooker, or whatever you will.
Because see, in the business, and I think you'd respect this, we know who the real shooters are.
Yeah.
There might be guys and girls who are great at their job, but we know who the real badasses are.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that people are really
Yeah, and you don't want to fool with them because they'll just take you right out. So
in front of the world.
I love this conversation. Let me get my business out of the way here.
Sure.
I had a dream, really strange dream, a few years ago, and I have a band and with my son and godson, so I talked to them about it, and I said, let's do an album based on this dream. So I wrote the dream out, and then we recorded music to the dream. And then my wife owns a comic book company, so she's doing a graphic novel of my dream. So we will release day in day an album and a graphic novel of my dream. Come on now. Come on. I'm 78 years old and I get this to happen. This is fabulous.
What's the name of the
Cathedral?
Cathedral.
Okay. Cathedral.
Okay.
And I'm very proud of it and working on others. So that's cool. I have to get that out. You're a musician, you know,
love it.
Running around pimping your next album.
I have bought some of your Lost Themes.
Good for you.
Yes.
Good for you.
I bought them on vinyl.
I will take pre-orders for Cathedral if you want to put out some cash here. No? Okay. Well. Anyway, let's get back to wrestling. I've done my job.
Okay.
Hey, John. My question's about Halloween, my personal favorite of your films. When you were doing Halloween, did you ever think or expect it to blow up and become such a big franchise as it did?
No, we had no clue. We're just a bunch of kids making a movie. You know, we had been making an exploitation horror film. Back in those days, indies were not art house films. They were really exploitation films, action or horror or science fiction. There were little movies that a company could bicycle around the country from one city to another. And that guy actually makes some money on it. And no, we had no idea. Nobody did. Nobody did. We're just having a good time making movies. We're young, had hair. It was great.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
It was a $320,000 budget.
Something like that.
45 million domestic box office. Not a bad profit margin there.
Hey there. I was wondering, what is it about horror that interests you above all other genres? And also, what films and filmmakers inspired you as a youth?
Well, you have to understand that horror found me. I didn't find it. I got typecast into this. I got into this business to make Westerns. Westerns died because Westerns went away.
I'd like to go back to Halloween.
Okay.
Halloween, I'm going to forget about Psycho for a minute. I'm going to forget Hitchcock made Psycho because Hitchcock made Psycho a long time ago. Halloween spawned a veritable genre of much lesser films than Halloween. I think Halloween is an excellent horror film. I think Halloween 2 is an excellent horror film. They both go together. It's only a true sequel. But it also spawned Friday the 13th and an entire genre of movies that were sensation for sensation's sake, one might say.
Slice and dice.
Slice and dice, 15-year-olds go and, ooh, there's another 15-year-old. Bites the dust. Does it bother you sometimes that a work that you did that I think is a legitimate good piece of horror work spawned the imitators, the copiers?
Well, if you look back at horror films or any kind of, let's look at horror films. The Exorcist came along. Look at the number of devil films that followed. Some of them successful, some of them not successful. The Omen being one. Night of the Living Dead. I recall all through the 70s and continuously now. There are zombie movies.
Right.
There are Living Dead movies. They come back to life. So Halloween was certainly not an original story because we've seen that before in, say, for instance, Psycho. We saw it before in a picture called Black Christmas, directed by Bob Clark, which was about a sorority house that was terrorized by some. It's kind of an old, like you say, Psycho. It came from there. But I think that what Halloween did was it presented an unkillable evil, an evil that always is going to be there. It's almost a supernatural kind of undying spirit, and it also introduced teenagers into the equation and dealt with them as real people. Basically, they were the focus, and they carried the narrative. It wasn't the adults so much anymore. And frankly, the movie was made for $300,000, and it grossed an enormous amount of money. And the reason the sequels came along was because people felt, listen, look what we can do for this little money. We can have a big hit. Let's call it Friday the 13th, Saturday the 14th, whatever the horror is, whatever you want to go for.
Sorority House
Basically,
Massacre.
exactly. Basically, let's take a formula. We can add a little Carrie. We can add a little bit of Exorcist, a little bit of Halloween and Psycho, and here we are. And I think it was primarily financial. Also, it was one way for independent directors to get noticed. You have a low-budget horror picture, and you do it stylishly enough, and maybe somebody will notice you, and maybe your career will take off.
It's Toby Hooper and
absolutely
Wes Cravens or
absolutely
David Cronenberg.
A hoagie or a cheesesteak?
Neither.
Neither. You might get beat up in Philly. I'm sorry. That's fine. Would you rather be able to speak and understand all languages or be able to speak and understand animals?
Wow. Both.
Both. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. And that's the game of this or that. Thank you for playing. Thank you so much for playing. So, John, why the storytelling of horror and sci-fi? What made you want that to be the storytelling that you wanted to do?
Well, it wasn't my choice. When you're trying to be a director in Hollywood, you take what you can get when you're young and trying to make a career. And this little low-budget movie called Halloween came along, so I took it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So you just were like, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
So before that, horror, you were not a fan of horror?
No, I love horror.
Oh, okay.
I love it. Are you kidding? No.
I was going to say, I was like, that's an odd choice then.
Yeah.
So growing up then, what sort of horror stuff were you really into?
I wanted to get in the movies to do Westerns.
Ooh.
But Westerns died years ago.
Were you a huge Jimmy Stewart fan then?
A what fan?
Were you a huge Jimmy Stewart fan?
I loved him, yeah.
He's one of my favorites.
Directing has been the love of my life, okay, since I was a little kid. Something I've wanted to do. I have an enormous passion for it. Music is secondary, but much more fun because it's the pressure to do music is not, there's none. It just comes out. So I would say directing. Directing is my thing.
Is there an actor that you would love to work with again, or an actor you would absolutely never work with again?
Well, I'd love to work with Kurt Russell. I loved working with him. He's one of my favorites.
Was there something about Kurt, because there were so many films that you did choose to go back with him, was there something that made, like, was it the collaboration that you had together, or?
Well, he's a friend, but he can play anything. He could play you, me, anybody.
Yeah.
He's an unbelievable talent.
Unbelievable, yeah.
Yeah, but he's underappreciated, I think, for me.
Very much, very much.
The original Thing is such a classic movie.
Yeah.
What were the creative choices you made when you made the changes in the newer version, which I think is unbelievable, one of my favorite movies of all.
Thank you. Well, we just brought it up today. You know, if you read the novella that the Thing is based on, the creature is much more like my version than the original. They had a tough time figuring out how to make that work in those days. That was 51, 52. So that's the big change.
Did you have a favorite out of the monsters that you got to make in your version? Did you have a favorite one, like a favorite reveal out of the human? Because I
love the head sequence.
Yeah.
The little head.
What's your favorite horror icon, obviously, besides Michael Myers?
Favorite horror icon?
Yes.
What do you mean by icon? What are you talking about?
Like Chucky, Freddy, Ghostface.
Oh, like any of the other. Do you consider them icons? That's even the question. Because I don't know if he does.
Boy, my favorite icon, Frankenstein. Okay, the original Frankenstein. I love him.
Thank you.
Boris Karloff. You know it.
What was the hardest part of directing, or I guess the process of making the thing? Was it like the practical effects, the story writing, or trying to act out the scenes? And what were the complications with them?
We don't have enough time for me to tell you that.
When you were making They Live, did you realize you were making a movie about right now?
Well, yeah. Yeah. But, it was about Reagan's era, Ronald Reagan's era. It just so happens that never ended. It's still going on right now, even worse now.
What was it like to come back to the Halloween franchise decades later for the Blumhouse trilogy, both as a producer and scoring music?
Well, I love scoring music for the Halloween, the 3 Halloweens that David Gordon Green did. He's a really terrific director. I got to work with my son and godson on the scores, and that's fun. But, the Halloween movies are all about money. People see money in them. I didn't think there was enough story after the first one. Boy, was I wrong, huh?
So, fun fact, I got to meet Nick Castle, the nicest dude. How did you find and cast the nicest dude to play the most not nice dude? How did that come about?
I didn't have to look very far. He was my friend. I went to film school with him, and he said, I want to watch you make this movie.
Oh.
I said, well, great. You can play the shape.
A few years ago, you had Toxic Commando get revealed.
What was it like to sort of rework that score with your son for the new trilogy?
It was fun. Just fun. We had something to go off of, but it was the new stuff that we did that was so much fun. And I just love music anyway, so it was great fun. Plus, they paid us for it, which is awesome.
A decade ago, when you were in Philly, my short film won Best Horror Student Film, and I told you that I used the Halloween score in it, and you asked me for money, but I was broke, so I can pay you back now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have it in cash or?
I have $20.
$20.
Oh, you keep it, man.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
okay.
yeah. That's fair enough.
Your leg now?
Yeah.
Okay,
So this is amazing. I asked John backstage. I have a Michael Myers tattoo on my leg, and I asked John backstage if he would sign it, and he said, "Yeah." So this is amazing. Don't worry, I'm wearing shorts too. I did this on purpose. So anywhere, I think here, dude. Yeah, that'd be amazing. This is the coolest moment of my life, just so you guys know. I have a tattoo appointment. Yes! You do whatever you want.
Here we go. Percent. And action.
So The Fog from 1980. What can you tell us about that? What inspired you to write The Fog, and when did that fall into line after Halloween?
The Fog came about out of a couple things. One was an experience in England at Stonehenge with fog coming in. It was, oh, that looks great. But that really goes back to my childhood, that The Fog has a bunch of references to old movies that I saw and loved. X the Unknown, the business with the tires spinning, especially The Crawling Eye. Now that had a cloud that moved with evil in it. Ours was just a fog with evil in it. I mean, it was, again, an exploitation movie, late 70s. We shot in Point Reyes, California. It's paradise. Point Reyes Lighthouse.
It's a beautiful lighthouse.
Have you ever?
Long walk. I went down there.
Oh,
of
yeah.
course,
Oh,
people
yeah.
make the pilgrimage to see your location. I
Yeah,
took my young
that
son down
walk.
there.
You tried a couple, 3 times in a day. That's rough.
The equipment and everything.
Yeah. That was a troubled film. We had to recut it and reshoot, and it didn't work the first time we finished it. I said, this is not scary. Ghost stories are hard because they have to be light.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be light of foot, and I wasn't. I was heavy-handed. I was heavy-handed in the music. I went back and redid it. I put in this scene where Tom Atkins tells this ghost story. It just gives it, get a buoyancy that it didn't have. Just little things. Just little things to get you, because I kept thinking, that's a ghost story, John. It's light. Make it small things. We can afford small things too.
And it was fantastic. I mean, not seeing any actors and seeing like the gas pump hit the ground and the gas and the credits still rolling. You're like, oh my God, what are we in for? I mean, it really was effective. All the stuff you did to it, I just really admired as a filmmaker, just going, look how he went and truly fixed it up and really saw how, like a sniper, you could just go in and take out things that didn't work.
In the old days, they used to give you insert days.
Mm-hmm.
So they give you one day after it's all over. They pay for it, and you can come in and shoot stuff to fix what you've done. And value that time, value that, because that can change a lot of things. I've always kept that in my back pocket. Let's just go back, even if it's just inserts. You can make a scene that's slow, pop a little if you have something going on right in the middle. Just take the attention away from it. I valued that.
I remember when we started out, Quentin and I both were not trained in film school. The first time we encountered a time where we both had to go do some reshooting, didn't like it at all. We thought we had messed up.
Absolutely, you think you failed. Are you kidding?
Quentin said he'd gotten back to the set, just didn't even want to look at it. When I first saw the movie, it just blew me away. It was so much at once. John Carpenter's Escape from New York, maximum prison, that's New York City. I was like, you can do that? You can just say New York's a prison and you create your own rules?
Yep, that's it.
Opened up so many ideas.
Yeah.
And my very first film was after I saw Escape from New York. I had a Super 8, and it didn't have stop motion, so I would have to tap.
Sure, try to get it, yeah.
I had the vinyl record of Escape from New York as the backdrop and a claymation in front of that, just so I'd have a good background. I used the Statue of Liberty I had as the background, and I did my first claymation.
That's great.
That was my first film, was actually right at, that's how inspired I was by Escape from New York. Was
But you burst the camera.
Just see if it worked. That was the one that made me want to be a filmmaker.
Escape from New York was born of 2 things. One was me seeing Death Wish with Charles Bronson. And the second thing was a novel by Harry Harrison, a science fiction writer, where there's this planet that exists that it's incredibly dangerous. So who are you going to send in there? You send in the baddest guy in the universe. Kurt Russell got to play this badass, which is hilarious. And we got to play around with New York jokes, because I'm not a big fan of New York. I just thought it sucked there. Really sucked.
That you made a movie like Escape from New York independently seemed just unfathomable. It was a $7 million budget?
5.
5? Oh, 5, okay. And 7 weeks shoot?
I think so.
Read somewhere that was 7, which is a hellacious schedule for nights, because everything has to be lit. Must have been a tough shoot.
St. Louis had a big fire in the 70s. It burned out the middle of the city. So they let us take down signs and power lines. They'd let us do anything we wanted. It was fabulous.
It's paced relentlessly. And you kill like 4 major characters in the last 10 minutes. And so it just feels like all bets are off. It's really well done. And it's not enough to just say there's a bomb under the table. You really have him clocking his watch the whole time. You always know something's at stake. How did you orchestrate that?
But you have the secret. You look at it holistic, the whole movie. The whole movie has to flow to that one moment. There's one thing I wish I had done. I wish I had superimposed a ticking clock over the last part of the movie, his life clock, ticking down, tick, tick. That would have even jacked it up a little bit further.
I think what was nice that you didn't know. You
That's
were
true.
like, you were
That's
like,
true.
holy crap, he must be out of time by now. You can't keep track of it. That's also really weird, but it worked.
But you have to look at the whole. It's the whole adventure, from the start to the finish, and you take each piece of it, but it's all directed to that moment where he's somehow saved.
There's so many homages to Escape from New York in my film. Some of them are intentional, some of them are not. I went back and looked, I was like, oh my God, in all of them, I showed you a picture from El Mariachi we were so excited the gun that we borrowed from the cops was Snake Plissken's gun. Planet Terror, even Spy Kids. From Machete, there's direct, exact copy of the shots. What do you think of imitation, and is imitation flattery? I'm hoping you say yes.
Of course it is. Of course it's wonderful. But you know what? We all imitate. Every artist imitates something. Music, paintings, movies, books, and stories. All of us, we take a little bit with us. That's what's so great about art. It's the human existence. There you have it, right up in front of you. We're putting it up there. Artists put it up there. And you can take a little from it. Don't take too much. Just take a little here and there. Just a bit.
So I just have to ask, what did ever happen to Fresno Bob?
Well, I can't tell you here, but it was bad. It was very bad.
This would be the place to say it, because our audience is wondering.
Fresno Bob.
What did they do to him?
Fresno Bob was gang raped and then set on fire.
I never would have thought.
I don't know what happened to it. It was purposely mysterious, like Kurt's character.
That's wonderful. So you know that you don't have the answers to a lot of those questions.
No.
You would put in knowing that the audience doesn't need to know. It plants a seed and then it...
And it plants a jumping off point. Oh, wow. There's a life there. The Thing.
How grueling was it in British Columbia? Just tell us about They Live.
Start questioning reality that you see.
Here we go. We're set. Here we go. We're set. And action.
This was your first major studio film.
The Thing.
In doing so, I recall we had a release date. It was about a month away. So what you're talking about doing is more principal photography with the actors, more editing, more sound recording, more music recording, a dub, and then it goes into the theaters in 1 month. And I cannot tell you the kind of terror that I felt. And I will never forget that time. I thought, this is it, this is the end. I can't do this anymore. I'm not any good as a filmmaker. This is terrible. And we slapped this thing together and it came out and actually made some money. I mean, it's unbelievable. And it was a total save job. It was a job that, all I can say is we patched it together and made it work. What would I do different? I would sit down and rewrite it, not write that script. It didn't work. It did not work.
You then moved on to Escape from New York, which was shown on TV here again recently, and you worked again with Kurt Russell. I think you'd already made the Elvis TV movie by that time. Kurt Russell is obviously a favourite actor of yours. What is the quality that you find in him and that you thought that he had that made him, in a sense, the Carpenter hero you needed for that picture?
You're doing a movie called Elvis. Okay, let me go back to that. It's a 3-hour TV movie. No director in town would do this movie because they were so frightened of it. Elvis had just died like the year before. And they were frightened of what it was going to be. It was going to be campy or stupid. And I said, Elvis? God, I want to make a movie about Elvis. I love Elvis. I've always loved him. Kurt Russell walks in the office, and I've never met him before. And I've seen, The Computer Wore Tennis Shoes or some Disney movie, and I didn't remember it. And here's the guy who's going to play Elvis, and in walks Kurt. He doesn't look like Elvis. And they hired me, and I've just done a horror movie, and I don't know Elvis. And he says, hey, how you doing, man? Let's go. And it was his absolute courage. And he got out there, and he was Elvis. And I thought, this guy can play anything. So I said, how would you like to play the baddest guy in the world, who's put his eye out himself and doesn't care about anybody? And he's caught between a police state and a prison, and in the end, He doesn't save the world. He throws away the world's salvation and walks off. He said, "Great, I'm aboard." He has no fear. Has no fear. He's a great actor. He's a great instinctual actor. He was trained in the old days. He was trained by Disney. He's my kind of actor. There are several actors and actresses that I've worked with that I would work with again and again and again. Sam Neill is one. The only thing about Sam Neill that is maybe slightly puts him above Kurt is that Sam Neill is one of the top 5 Beach Boys fans in the world. And I'm number 3, and maybe he's number 2. But Jeff Bridges is the same way. I mean, these guys bring something amazing to the set. It makes my job easy, and they can carry a movie. And Kurt is definitely one of those. We're talking about perhaps venturing into sequel land. Since Los Angeles has been hit with so many disasters recently, it looks ripe for the pickings.
One of the distinctive qualities of that film, apart from the kind of the whole dystopian vision within the prison island itself, was the fairly extensive use of computer graphics on screen. How interested are you? I mean, a lot of your films actually involve special effects and involve computer effects, but how interested are you personally in that side of it? Do you see it as something to get the job done, or do you like someone like James Cameron, who I think worked second unit on Escape from New York? Do you immerse yourself in that?
Cameron was a matte painter on it. He painted New York out in the San Fernando Valley. It was really hysterical on a piece of glass. It was great. Special effects are entirely functional to the story. It's always the story first. I don't care what anybody says. You're a storyteller. Director's a storyteller. Special effects come second. If you're going to tell a story about a horrible monster from outer space, and you want the audience to believe there's a horrible monster from outer space, special effects have got to be great. If you're going to tell a story about a Terminator who comes back and has this giant fight in a truck, well, that serves the story. But it's not for its own sake. It shouldn't be. Then you're just off in gratuitous land.
Do you think that that's an accusation that could be leveled at the thing, where the effects are so extraordinary that they almost become a kind of self-contained spectacle?
Absolutely not.
You took on a challenge with Christine, which not many people, I think, would have done without some trepidation. The idea of a killer car. It was a Stephen King novel, and I know that you had wanted to do Firestarter at one time, but you did Christine. And the killer car thing was something of a problem. How did you approach that? In the sense, did you then shift more emphasis towards the transformation of the teenage hero in an attempt to defeat him?
Well, I tell you what, you learn a lot of things in a career from a perspective of a person who used to have hair and it was dark to somebody who's losing it and it gets white. And you learn things in between. One of the things I learned was that you have to deeply connect with the material before you embark on a movie, or you're going to find yourself stranded on a strange island. And due to circumstances in my life at the time, I took on the project, and I realized, looking back on it, and this sounds really irresponsible of me as a director, but I didn't connect with the killer car at all. I connected with the characters. I connected with this kid, and who's picked on by everybody, and then whose personality begins to change through the car. And I always sort of assumed, well, the car scenes are something else. We'll worry about those later. But I didn't do my job. It's my fault. I didn't make it scary enough. The movie wasn't scary. I look back on it, and I look back on it as a big lesson. You know, I won't do it again. And I'm happy with some of the performances, and I'm happy with certain parts of the film. But I think that's one of the films I regret. I regret making it.
In moving up to that level of budget and having Jeff Bridges in the leading role, what were the advantages and the trade-offs that you found in moving into the heart of the Hollywood system, which up to that point really you'd skirted mostly in favor of independence and creative control?
That was the biggest budget I'd handled. That was a epic. That was a cross-country epic. The man who was running the studio at the time was Guy McElwain, who has since left the management business, is now back in the agent business, and he had a lot of belief in me. And he said, look, I think you can direct this story, and he handed it to me. And for the first time in my career, somebody was offering me a romantic, sentimental love story. And I couldn't believe it, you know. It was like oh, thank you, thank you. And he was offering me a decent budget. And that was a great experience making that film. It was basically very simple. It's a story about two people on the road. And we watched it happen one night. We watched a bunch of movies together, Karen Allen and Jeff Bridges and myself. And then Jeff came with this very strange alien that he wanted to do. And he would videotape himself, have his kids videotaping himself playing this part. And he had a script. And the cover of the script was a bird with his eye that stared at you. And he said, "That's Starman. It's just this bird." So you see his head moving around like he's doing this bird. And he was tremendous. And I recall the first day of shooting, he started to do this, and the crew went, "Oh, boy. We are in trouble." But when you cut the movie all together, he was great. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful experience. I wish the movie had been a bigger hit. It did okay, got some nice reviews, and it was nice. They said, "Now John Carpenter's redeemed himself after that awful Thing movie, you know. We can trust him now. He can do romantic comedies and stuff."
On the other hand, in a curious kind of way, there's a kind of reverse to that, which is that the people who had loved your early low-budget genre movies, somehow, when this happens, people turn to you and they say, "Oh, he's sold out. You know, he's now going to make this Hollywood pap and stuff." And so people rejoiced when in fact it was announced that you were going to go back to making low-budget movies and having creative control. And you signed, I think, what at the time was supposed to be a 4-picture deal and made 2 movies, which I very much liked, Prince of Darkness and They Live. And did you see it in those terms? I mean, did you see it yourself as a return to basics? Wars of an Invisible Man is a film which seems to me fascinating in the sense that it seems to contain within it all of the contradictions involved in its making. It's a huge budget movie, $40 million. It's got Chevy Chase, who's a well-known actor with a high profile. You've got Daryl Hannah as the female lead. But what seems to be happening in the movie is that on the one hand there's this kind of light, fairly frivolous special effects comedy, and then on the other hand there are scenes where the Chevy Chase character is saying incredibly dark, almost like existential things, where he's saying, "But you don't understand, if you can't see me, I don't exist." Can you talk us through that film? Because in a way that seems to exemplify the sort of contradictions that you're talking about here.
That's precisely, you've hit exactly what happened. The studio wanted National Lampoon Vacation, Invisible Vacation. Chevy wanted to move someplace else, you know, and he did a couple of really good scenes and he really pulled them off. He's a guy who's come from television, he's a comedian, and he needed a lot of support, and he needed a lot of boosting and saying, "You can do it." And I believed in it, and I believed that he could do a movie in which he balances, we can have some humor in it, but let's go ahead and play the dark side because it's a darker film. And I'm afraid when it came out, now again, you're a prisoner. When you make a movie, you're a prisoner of whatever's around you at the moment you're released, whatever is happening in the society, whatever is happening in the world, and what other movies are released. Wayne's World comes out a week before us, and now we're coming out in Memoirs of an Invisible Man, Chevy Chase. The audience says, "Okay, comedy," because it wasn't. It wasn't Invisible Vacation. It was a more serious film, and that was the mistake. It didn't know what it was. That was why I wanted to do it, because it was a little of both. And I wanted to make an edgier movie. But the studio was understanding. And they said, "That's very nice, you did a good job, but it's not, you know, it's not going to make it. It's not one thing or another. The audience wants to know what they're going to see." Frank Price, what did he say? "Here's movie making. Tell them what they're going to see. Tell them what they're seeing. Tell them what they've seen." That's the way they think.
Let's come right up to date with In the Mouth of Madness, which we saw, the audience saw the world premiere of this evening, public premiere. You've had elements of H.P. Lovecraft in some of your earlier films. It seems to me that a lot of the atmosphere and the kind of stuff with the zombie seamen or whatever they are in The Fog has elements of that. But this was the most overtly Lovecraftian, as it were. A lot of people regard H.P. Lovecraft as a bit of a hack writer who had a lot of wild ideas, but I think your estimation of him is a bit higher than that. And was that one of the things that attracted you to the script when you were offered it?
I've been trying to figure out how to do Lovecraft for many years, and I've realized it's impossible. You can't do him. And a great example of Lovecraft is a story he wrote called The Outsider, which is the classic kind of Lovecraftian story. And it's generic, but for the time, it was written in the 20s. This lonely man is living in an underground world. It's a very strange underground world. And he's all alone. He doesn't understand why he's there. And he wants to get out because his heart hurts. And he's lonely. And he finds this staircase. And he goes up. And he opens the door. And he's in this huge mansion. It's extremely quiet. There's nothing going on. And he wonders, where am I? And who am I? And what is this world that I exist in? And this is all written with incredible poetry. And you're in this guy's head. Suddenly he turns a corner, and there standing in front of him is this hideous, rotted corpse of a monster. And our hero goes, oh no, and he puts his hand out and touches the surface of a polished mirror. End of story. You can't shoot it. It's right here. It's right here in your head. He leads you right up to the last line and then delivers it. And he's a master at what he does. Okay, he wrote back in the 20s, and he wrote for pulp magazines, and all his writing is pulp writing. And he also kind of imitated some English writers, and he tried to get his language going, and he tried to up his craft, so to speak. But his ideas will stay with you for years. And so I was sitting around and saying, well, I can't do that. And along came In the Mouth of Madness, and here, literally, here is H.P. Lovecraft's mythos, the monsters from beyond that come through reality and come chasing after you. And I thought, this is it. I've got to try it. I've got to try it one time to see if I can pull it off.
One of the other elements in the film, which I'm assuming for the sake of argument you regarded as a plot device, is the idea that the novels written by the missing writer would have this effect upon the more vulnerable readers, the more unstable readers. Did you see that to some extent as a sideswipe at the sort of moral guardian claim that films like The Thing and books like those written by Stephen King, who obviously gets a bit of a nod here, have that effect upon the readers in question?
Clearly. I mean, I think you're going through some big censorship things here now over video movies and murders. We're going through a lot of that in the United States now, too. And I'm a member of the Writers Guild, and they have this magazine. And I remember opening to an article that said, we now have scientific proof that watching violent programs on television will turn viewers into homicidal killers. I'm serious. And I went, what? Say what? You're kidding me. You can't be serious. And it's this wild hysteria. I've been reading a lot about it. I think it has to do whenever certain folks think that the middle class mores are getting out of hand and they want to beat them down, they moralize a little bit, okay? And, you know, kids have always killed, people have always killed. You can't censor a person's intention to kill, you can censor a movie. You can't censor a psychopath or a sociopath, you can censor a movie or a book. And so I was having fun with it, yeah. And I think Jürgen Prock now has a line, is when you lose the ability to tell the difference between fantasy and reality.
I've always been a fan of Chinese movies, Japanese movies. I'm a former film student, so I've seen a lot of movies. Especially love Japanese movies. What does that have to do with anything?
But I think you're right.
Ask a question, John.
I think you're right. I think it's a terrible thing. I remember one of the executives saying to me, I won't tell you who, but he said, but there are all these Chinese faces in this movie.
Oh, Jesus.
After the film was done.
Uh-huh. Oh, my.
It's like, well, guys, what can I
What
say?
can we do? Yeah, I wrote a script once about China, and my agent kept saying, yeah, but you can't have this Chinese girl be the lead. There was an American lead in it, but mainly it was all Chinese. And they said, well, you can't sell a film like that. And I said, but it's about the Sino-Japanese War.
It's terrible, isn't it?
And they said, what's that? You know, so I said, well, I changed it to World War II. I still haven't sold the script, but I will someday.
To get back to Prince of Darkness for a second, The writing credit on Prince of Darkness reads Martin Quatermass. I read from the production notes in the press kit on Prince of Darkness. Martin Quatermass, born in London, England, is a former physicist and brother of Bernard Quatermass, the rocket scientist who headed the British rocket group during the 1950s. Quatermass graduated from Neil University with a degree in theoretical physics. Prince of Darkness is his first screenplay, and he assures that all the physical principles used in the story, including the ability of subatomic particles to travel backward in time, are true. Author of 2 novels, Schrodinger's Revenge and Schwarzschild Radius, he lives in Frazier Park, California with his wife, Janet. Now, Martin Quatermass.
And
is he in this room? Or did he... Now, this is obviously a pseudonym. Now, the question is, was the writer so pissed off at the director that he had to take his name off?
I will tell you that the writer is, the name is a pseudonym, but the question is whether it's me or not. And I can't tell you who it is because I've made a promise.
Oh. Really?
Now, I will tell you that I wrote the biography.
Uh-huh.
But I will not tell you who Martin Quatermass is.
Why?
Because I made a promise that I would not.
There you go.
That's fair. That's fair.
You also do music in your films a lot. Odd, very few directors do their own music. How did you get into doing the music for your films?
My dad was a music teacher in Kentucky. I grew up around it. He played pretty much every instrument. I don't think he played the percussion as much, nor the wind instruments as much. He played piano, violin, etc. I think my next movie is going to involve that a little bit more, the point of view.
Which brings up the question. By the way, we'll be taking phone calls at about a quarter after. The phone number here is 818-985-5735, 818-985-KPFK. What do you see your next film as being?
I don't want to tell you anything about it. It's going to be a thriller.
All right.
And we'll start it next year.
One of your 4 films?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Basically, because the script is not done, I have to go put my finger in the socket again.
Now, there was some talk in a couple of articles about you maybe doing a sequel to Escape from New York.
Well, there's one being written, and it's a great idea. It's called Escape from Los Angeles. Kurt wants to do it. Dino De Laurentiis purchased Embassy, and he owns that studio now. And as any deal in Hollywood, when you're on the set, in your first day, and the camera rolls, you're making the movie. So if that day arrives, we'll make it.
You have become a very good businessman.
But you can't see yourself going to the same businessman, producer mold as, say, a Spielberg or a Lucas. That seems to be something that you shy away from.
Well, I just don't enjoy that part of it. I'm not a very good producer. I can direct my own films.
Movies or other directors served as your inspiration?
Oh, wow. Well, I love the classic Hollywood directors, Hitchcock, Hawks, Ford, those guys. For a favorite, I don't know. Like I say, I grew up on Westerns. I think Rio Bravo is probably my favorite movie.
Is there a horror movie that you have seen recently that you wish that you had made?
Oh, man. No. What did you think of The Substance?
I loved it.
You did? Okay.
Loved it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't.
What didn't you like about it?
What did I like about The Substance?
What did you not?
Zero.
What did you not like about it?
Everything.
Do you have a movie that got away, one that you put work into but never got to make that you wish you did?
A bunch, but there was one that I really wanted to make based on a science fiction novel called The Star Is My Destination. It's not a lot of people know it. I would love to have made that.
Are you going to make a sequel to The Thing? Has that been asked before?
We're working on it now. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Do you prefer, going back to the old Western movies, Clint Eastwood or John Wayne?
Well, the Duke
the Duke.
Ooh.
John Wayne.
I love your Elvis movie, and I was wondering if you ever thought about doing another like biopic based off a real person.
No.
What made you choose Elvis, though?
It chose me.
It chose you.
Nobody wanted to do that.
Yeah.
They were all afraid of it. They were all afraid of that movie. So I was a young kid, and I needed to do it.
If you were in The Thing with the cast, besides McGrady, who would you trust the most to get you through it?
Nobody. That's the whole point. Nobody.
If there was one real person that you would suspect of being an alien from They Live, who do you think it would be?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
If there was a real person in the world that you suspect is a real alien, who do you think would be?
Well, who do you think?
Maybe Elon Musk.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
From my understanding, you used to be in a little band called the Coupe de Villes with Nick Castle and Tommy Lee Wallace, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. How would you compare working as a solo composer, at least more separate composer, to working in a band? Because that's something I also have a personal interest in.
Wow, that's a good question. I don't know what to say about that because I work as a composer for money, and I sang in a band for fun. So it was a whole different ballgame.
Okay, another question from our audience. We're nearly through them all. This is from Zara Fuller, just sticking with the music. The Thing was a rare occurrence in the fact that the film was composed by the legendary spaghetti western film composer Ennio Morricone. What was it like working with him, and why did you choose Morricone rather than to score the film yourself?
Well, I didn't score the film myself because this was my first studio film, and nobody asked me. So I think they wanted somebody like Morricone. So he was available. It was wonderful working with him. He couldn't speak English. I couldn't speak Italian. So through an interpreter, I said, less notes. Simpler. So he wrote one of the great end-of-the-world sounding pieces. It was just fabulous. I loved it. It was great.
Talking about that.
Do they have drug dealers in Leeds? They have drugs over there? Yeah. They do? Okay. They have pornography over?
Yeah.
They do? Okay.
Is this to kind of improve the chances of getting you over?
Just curious, just wondering.
Yeah, I'm sure we can sort it out.
Well, you sorted it out for me. What will you do for me?
You're saying there about creating kind of great themes. One of the things you have talked about in the past is kind of the styles of creating a music score, and specifically about something called Mickey Mousing. Could you just kind of elaborate a little bit on what that is?
Well, it's ubiquitous today. Well, maybe not exactly, but think back to the original movie King Kong, and think about that helicopter that's going over. So we think about that helicopter disappearing and it getting nice and quiet again. An example of Mickey Mousing is the original King Kong, the animated King Kong, back from the 30s. Max Steiner scored the movie, and he would score King Kong's footsteps. Fantasia is another example. A lot of Disney films, they would score exactly what you're looking at on the screen. Mickey Mousing comes from, I think, The Sorcerer's Apprentice from Fantasia. Okay. He's carrying the pails. So that just tells you everything that as you're watching the film, that tells you how to feel and what's going on. So, for instance, in sad movies, they play dead baby music to get you upset. Oh dear, and it's obvious. It's real obvious. Then there's another kind which is more abstract or simpler, and it's right in the middle. Not quite sure how I'd feel about it. And there's atonal music, and then the kind of stuff I do is just mood, mood stuff. A lot of mood stuff.
Because I think one thing you're getting out there is very much about the type of film that basically tells people what to feel and what to think and kind of spoon feeds them. Whereas one of the things I've always liked with your films is the fact that in a lot of cases you are left to your own devices. How should I feel? What's happening? And The End of the Thing is a perfect example of that, where it's not kind of answered who is the creature.
I took a lot of shit for that in those days from everybody. Well, the audiences hate it. The audience hates ambiguity and uncertainty. They hate it. Now, I'm talking about the wide audience because you have to make movies for it. Hate it. They will punish you for it.
Did you ever shoot an alternative ending just in case?
I shot a shot. I shot a shot. I shot a shot. I photographed a single shot of Kurt sitting someplace, just thinking, man, maybe I'll pull this. No, there's no way.
Good.
It wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have been any good.
Yeah, I'm glad, very glad. Question from Sarah Parkin. This is a particularly special one because it's her father Richard's 50th birthday, and she bought tickets for the screening especially.
Is Richard in the audience?
He is.
Wow. He's a child because he's 50. Pal, wait till you get to be 67, then we'll talk.
So the question Sarah wanted to ask for her dad was, do you think any of the films you've scored would work if someone else had scored them? And if you couldn't have scored your own films, who would you hire?
Thing was a hard movie to make. It was a grim movie in many ways. The whole theme of it, loss of identity and the end of the human race. And I just dove right into that. You know, let's do that. And that didn't make the audience feel too happy at the time. They wanted something that was an up cry. And they got that with E.T., not with my film. I thought this was my best movie. Part of me thinks it is.
I just looked at it and wondered how you got all those actors and shot all those actors together. It's like doing a dinner scene every scene you have and trying to cover that.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's tough.
Draw a circle and be inside the circle. That's how you do it. It's really, you can point the camera anywhere.
Right.
If you stand outside the circle, you're... Yeah.
The Thing was the first real time people saw like the creature. They saw it.
In the light.
And they didn't know.
Click, here it is.
If that was right or wrong or what, it was just new and it was different and it was challenging. And
oh yeah, oh yeah.
Completely, you were doing something that people hadn't done before.
There
weren't supposed to do.
Big argument on the set between Rob Bottin and Dean Cundy. Rob wanted to take all the light off his stuff.
It's all behind it.
Everything's backlit, everything's dark. It has to be a radio show, he says. Dean Cundy said, rightly, we're bringing this out under these lab lights, man. We're bringing it out for you to take a look at. And a lot of really upset people at the time, really upset people.
Well, it was just ahead of its time. And you shot on location a whole different second act.
We had really some powerfully written scenes that just made the movie just drop like a rock. The only chance we had to shoot any of that stuff was out there on the glacier in British Columbia. That's where we shot it. And there's one scene where Kurt explains what's going to happen and everybody's surrounding him. And we shot it in a snowstorm. And it's just, you can feel it. And it's a real simple scene, but it was really worth it.
Your first studio film was also the first time you didn't write a script of your own. And it's the first time you didn't write a score of your own. Was some of this because of the studio system?
Yeah. Yeah. But, look, I got to work with Ennio Morricone.
I'd heard a story that you had the music done and then you said, the theme's too complicated, and then you showed like how to make it simpler, and it's the theme that comes up, the dum, 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 dum. Was that your contribution?
No. I went to visit Ennio Morricone in Rome. He had come up with some ideas, and they were very florid piano stuff. And he couldn't speak English, and I couldn't speak Italian, so to a translator I said, less notes, simple. So he came up with the theme that we all think of. That was all him.
I've heard an interview where you said, I don't want to go into how grueling it was in British Columbia, but how grueling was it in British Columbia? Just so our audience can get that story. What was that in British Columbia?
It's grueling weather, cold, it's miserable. Cameras are freezing, so you have to leave them outside. It's at the top of this mountain is a mine, and every day these trucks loaded come roaring down the mountain. The actors had to drive in a bus to the location, and they almost went over the edge of the Stewart Highway. because the driver kind of panicked. So they all got out, pushed the bus. Oh, I mean, every day was like this. But we survived it.
They Live.
They Live was a primal scream against Reaganomics. Just this worship of greed and money. And luckily, I found Roddy Piper was a wrestler, but he looked like a working man. He didn't look like a pretty boy.
Yeah.
One thing about They Live to realize is all the aliens, all of them, are played by the same person. Jeff Amata, our stunt coordinator, he played the women, he played the men, he played everybody. He could fit in the mask, and he was absolutely perfect.
The famous fight scene that goes on forever. When they first showed it to you, was it?
That was the shortest answer on record. Let's move on then to the question of horror and humour. We spoke about this briefly a couple of days ago, but one of the things that's always fascinated me about The Thing is that I personally think that The Thing is one of the grimmest and most frightening of your movies. But in the interviews about it, you constantly refer to it as a black comedy. Not a bleak comedy, but a black comedy. And you express some surprise that the audience didn't find the monsters and the kind of the gruey scenes of the thing emerging from the dogs or emerging from the people hysterically funny. You've always said that what you think films do is get the audience to sort of project their own fantasies onto the screen, but in this case they seem to have projected the wrong ones.
Well, there's a scene in The Thing. Rob Bottin, who did the special effects, who's a really tremendous artist, came to me and said, you know, this is an opportunity. This is a creature that imitates life forms and has probably been around the universe and has imitated everything. So we can make it anything and everything. It can do anything. So this guy's head pulls off, turns upside down, grows legs and 2 eyes, and crawls across the floor. And I started laughing. I said, "You're kidding, aren't you? You're kidding. You know, you expect the audience to be scared by that?" He said, "Sure." I said, "Okay, well, let's try it." And boy, were they scared by it. And it was a shock to me because, well, I knew what was coming because they just released E.T. 2 weeks before. Oh, mama. And everybody was going in tears and, bye. We're dead, we're dead. It's just the opposite. It's the absolute reverse, you know? It says you will not be saved. You're stuck out there. You can't trust anyone. You don't know if the person next to you is going to suddenly reach out and rip your head off. And I guess the audiences didn't really want to see that then. We had a few previews, and the first one we had, it's unbelievable. The audience is packed, and all the Universal executives are sitting there, and it's one of these terrible times. Sid Sheinberg is there, and Ned Tannen is sitting there. And during the dog scene, okay, and you're in the kennel, and all these dogs are acting up, and all of a sudden this dog splits open, and this lady, and she heads to the bathroom. And Sid Sheinberg's wife, the lady in Jaws, was in the bathroom at the time. And I guess this lady just threw right up, right there on the floor. And we had a serious problem. A serious problem. It was too intense, literally too intense. Not for me, but for the general audience. They took it real seriously. And I suppose that there is a part of the movie that is very serious. It's a drama. It's a very serious, scary drama. But I find, you know, parts of it to be extremely funny. In retrospect, I now see that I was wrong.
They're coming in just like wrestlers, and they've got their own thing. Don't tell me what to do. Some of them are really tough. Anyway, go ahead.
When you looked at the whatever was the system in place in the 1970s in America, because you had a particular vision, did you think I need to figure out how to work with these people, or I'm just going to figure out how to wrestle enough control so I could get my way?
Well, that's a good question. Well, I never see. In my case, I started with independent filmmaking, with that nobody else was in charge but me. So that was perfect for my first 2 films. And my 3rd film, I told whoever I was working for, here's what I want for my payment. I want complete creative control and my name above the title. You don't have to pay me, because I was wanting to work my name and get a name. I wanted to work my way in. But after that, when you're working for a studio, I'm in a movie called The Thing. and it had this ambiguous ending. And the people hate ambiguity.
Yeah.
Audiences and studios especially. Yeah. So they came, and it was like a revolving door of executives coming in and trying to talk me out of that ending. And I just wouldn't budge.
So you won.
Well, I won, but, they fired me from a job, and I was in the wilderness, but I won.
Yeah.
And so that was the price of my art, if you want to use that word.
Well, if it's any small satisfaction, one of the members of my band believes The Thing is the greatest movie ever.
That's very nice. He's a wonderful human being.
I will let him know
wonderful human.
You said that. And it was one of those things where we were talking about movies one day, sitting around the band campfire.
Oh, that's great.
And he said thinks The Thing is the movie.
And I thought it was pretty good. I did.
I thought it was
pretty good. Anyway,
when you were working your way up through that system doing independent, did you ever believe that you get a true big budget? Because you made your way by sort of figuring out how to make things work for small budgets.
Yeah.
Did you ever did you guesstimate that you'd reach a point where you would get an actual house?
I never thought about it. I thought, let's get this thing done. Maybe somebody will see it and appreciate who's behind the camera. Well, let's get this done. I wasn't thinking about, I had no long-term planning except that I want to be a director. It's kind of this childish thing, I guess.
Yeah. Because Halloween was $300,000. Does that sound right?
200,000. 220. I tell we had to pay extra for Donald Pleasance.
And how many shoot days generally?
20.
Or the weekend warriors get up and they hope to be the next Hulk Hogan or Roddy Piper, right?
Sure.
And some actually do make it. They make it, like almost like a band playing in the clubs.
Who, for instance?
One of the biggest stars in the world right now is CM Punk from Chicago, who literally started on the independent scene and worked his way up, and now he's one of the biggest stars in the history of wrestling.
Huh? I didn't know that. I don't know him. I'm not familiar with him.
But I'm saying he would be comparable a Rick Rude or even above that level as far as a main event talent. Very unusual, kind of a one-of-a-kind professional wrestler. Very skilled, great talker, great professional wrestler.
Wow.
But if you looked at him, you wouldn't necessarily assume he doesn't sort of fit the classic role of professional wrestling. But he made his name on the independents.
What's his finishing move?
Go to sleep. You kind of got a guy on your shoulders. GTS, I think they call it. And then when you pull the guy off, you hit him with your knee when he's coming down, and he takes the bump like that.
I see.
Yeah. So I worked on the independent, kind of learned my ropes like an independent.
Did you wrestle ever?
No, sir. I got involved.
I just wanted to ask.
No, you can ask me whatever you want. I did get concussed once. That's an interesting story.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah. I took a guitar shot in the...
Headshots are bad news.
You remember the old brick cell phones? They were like that big. I took one of those in the back of the head.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Did you see stars floating around?
Oh, no, I saw the flash and the bang. And
yeah. Man.
Yeah. And then an hour later, I was passing out my soup like this.
Yeah.
So I did that, and then I ended up working for the second biggest company in America at the time, which was called TNA.
I know TNA. I know who they are.
Worked in the front office, was part of the booking committee, started producing segments in the corner with the talent at 10 a.m. when they were grumpy and they didn't want to talk.
Sure.
So I learned how to produce television, caught the bug, had a little bit of success, and was kind of held down by some of the people above me.
Jealous, were they?
It's like all the arts. It's always enmity is rife.
Yeah, it is.
And
yes, it is.
At some point, I ended up running the company, however, briefly. And so when I got it, I thought, great, I'm done with professional wrestling. To hell with all you people. And about a month later, somebody called me and said, the NWA is for sale. Do you want it?
Wow. See, that's a storied franchise. Lou Thez, that comes to mind. He used to call it a hooker. Somebody who could break your leg.
But you know why
instantly.
But you know why they had the hookers?
Why?
Okay, so if you were a traveling champ,
yeah.
John Carpenter's the traveling champ. You're the NWA champion of the world. You're going into Abilene, Texas, okay, and you're going to wrestle one of the Funks. Okay,
I don't know if
how do you know one of the Funks isn't going to go into business for themselves and decide to pin you legit in the ring.
Yeah.
And now you're no longer
You
the
don't know
NWA
this.
champ.
Oh, you never know this.
So you have to be able to protect yourself.
Well, that's true.
So in the 50s, 60s versions, the guys who were shooters, like Fez, like Vern Gagne,
I know that.
they could protect themselves.
Protect.
I have a fantastic story for you if you want to hear it about Vern Gagne.
Really? Yes.
On behalf of the New York Film Academy, we would like to thank you for spending a little bit of your time with
Absolutely,
us.
absolutely. Glad to be here.
Wonderful. The very first question that I have for you is in regards to the score and music in your films. It almost seems to take on a character of its own. Is this intentional? Is the use of score intentional? And did you mean it to be its own character, or is it just sort of play with the film?
God, I hope so, man. I really hope so. Music, the nature of music, what it does for films, is enhance the scenes. Okay, and for The Thing, the music was done by Ennio Morricone. He's a rather famous composer. I don't know if you guys know him. The spaghetti westerns with Clint Eastwood and Once Upon a Time in the West were scored by him. He's an incredible artist and composer. And I had a chance to work with him on this. And he was just brilliant. And his job is to narrate and characterize and provide a sensuality to the film through music. That's his whole job. And anytime I do music myself, all I do is accentuate the scenes and make them work. Try to cover up the fuck ups that I do as a director through music.
And second question as well. When The Thing was released in 1982, it wasn't received well by the critics.
Tanked.
Here's my question. 30 years later, nearly 30 years later, do you feel somewhat vindicated, or did you feel the need for vindication was ever even there?
Oh, man, I don't know how to answer that. If The Thing was not a commercial nor critical success when it was released the summer of '82 when this same studio released E.T., and everybody wanted an up cry. They didn't want a downbeat, end of the world type deal. And I think the horror science fiction fans turned on the film pretty severely because they thought I raped a classic, the original Thing from Another World, Christian Nyby, Howard Hawks picture. Anyway, I didn't recover from the disaster of that movie for quite a while.
And Starman was a result of that, correct?
Kinda, yeah.
And what was your experience working on a film that was just so opposite of what your genre had been?
It's always the same. It's interior or exterior. It's day or night, depending on how many actors you have, how difficult are they, when's lunch, and when do we wrap. All movies are basically the same.
Right. Now, also your use of cast. Reuben Cannon was instrumental in both of our careers very early. He actually cast me in my first job in '74, and you also worked with him early as well. How important is the casting process in your films?
Well, casting is when you get the right actor to play in a movie, in your movie, that an actor who has talent and fits the roles that you've got it made.
Hey, how's it going, Mr. Carpenter?
It's going okay.
Good. Just let me first say, you probably get this all the time, but your movies are a huge part of my youth. Big Trouble in China, first time I saw it, I was 8 years old, just blew me away.
You were 8? Wow.
Yeah. My parents are actually the exact opposite of his. They let me see whatever when I was younger. So
very good.
I know, right?
Very good.
I have a lot of questions, but I guess pertaining to this, it would be about creature effects. How does so when you go in, do you have a preconception of like what you want to see when you talk to your makeup artist or whoever it is that you're going to be talking to that's going to be doing this stuff for you? Or is it more kind of like jazz? Like, do you kind of like riff off each other and that type of thing? And also, just one more question. I don't know if you can say anything about it or not, but the Thing prequel, is that going to be a prequel to your universe?
Yes,
or
it is. It's already shot. It's about the Norwegian camp.
Okay, cool.
It's their story. It has a chick in it, too. In terms of special makeup effects, it depends on the project that you're doing, and it depends on the story. In the case of The Thing, the creature was very ill-defined in its screenplay and in everybody's thinking. Nobody knew what to do with it. And there's
There's an old-fashioned idea, I guess it goes back to Val Lewton, that if you're going to make a movie about a monster, you never want to really see it. You want to keep it in the dark because it's more effective that way. At least that's the thinking in kind of rich, liberal, middle-brow Hollywood. Don't show me anything that's terrible here, because that you can't do that. And I made the mistake of trying something different, which is to bring this thing out into the light and show it. And show it going through its gyrations in front of you because of the story. See, the story is about this creature, this alien who can imitate anything and has throughout his travels or her travels in the universe. So when it starts imitating to survive, it's going to start looking like the other creatures that it's imitated. And also it has no respect for the human form or body, so it's going to rip apart. Which I thought was, in the 1980s, there was a big, huge body culture going on, in America at least, maybe the world. There's a lot of the Jane Fonda workout. Everybody got concerned about how they looked, their bodies, and how thin they were. And it was huge. And I thought, well, this is a great time to just kind of take that and go, fuck you. let me disturb you on a basic level here about the way you look and about your body, because really nobody gives a shit about it. But the thought was, that was the thought. The Rob Bottin was my special effects coordinator and creator, and he said it can look like anything. So let's make stuff that looks amazing. So I had a whole raft of designers just designing art. And it went from everything. There's one scene that looks like a flower, and another scene is, of course, this guy's head comes off, which is my favorite scene in the film.
Oh, yeah.
We did it, and the audiences went and hated it, and years later, everybody's going ooh and ah, but that's the way it goes. What was your other question? I forget now.
Oh, it was just about the Thing prequel.
The prequel. I don't know. I have no idea. They didn't ask me anything. They didn't pay me anything, so I don't care.
Whenever I think of actors being part of a larger orchestra, I can't help but think of the line from, I think it was All About Eve, when the actress is giving the playwright a hard time letting a line change, and he says, I think the violin is mistaking itself for the concerto.
Right.
Yeah. You're in hour 25. Go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to tell you how much I really enjoyed Big Trouble in Little China. I didn't really expect to because I hid under the seats during the thing, but I was very pleasantly surprised by the mixture of humor and fantasy and adventure and imagination. I thought it was a super movie. I really want to compliment you for putting a project like that through, because it must have been very difficult because it's so different from anything else that I've ever seen, except maybe Buckaroo Banzai, which I liked also.
You must be a Rick Richter fan.
I guess maybe so, but I liked the special effects and the kung fu nonsense, and I thought Dennis Dunn was really super, and I hope to see him in more movies, too.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you for calling. Where was I reading that you came across an actor recently who you admired when you were younger, and you're using the film now? Something in Starlog that tipped you off to it? Or am I thinking of someone else, Ken?
No, you're thinking of Jeff Morrow. Who,
yes.
I've always loved, yeah.
You're in hour 25 with John Carpenter. Go ahead.
First of all, I also like Big Trouble in Little China. The title right, too. But more than that, I mean, I really love the thing. I mean, you beat people over the head with the tank at the beginning, and then just destroyed them with all the special effects. And I just sort of wonder, I mean, that is like, in my mind, the world's most underrated movie, both for special effects and just overall production and direction. And could you talk a little bit about why you think that is?
Well, that is one of the turning points in my career. Was when I made The Thing. I was extremely proud of the movie. It was probably my favorite movie that I've done of my own, for a number of reasons. It was a very difficult film to make. I felt that it was much more honest in terms of the short story that we based the movie on than the original thing. I think that the problem with the movie is that it came out 2 weeks after E.T. was released. And E.T., the thing is the flip side of E.T. It is absolutely, if there's a benevolent alien, this is a bad guy. He's not coming to... he's not coming to make you feel good. And it was a ferocious movie.
Oh, yeah.
And it did what you said. It wrenched you around. And one of the things I think was there were no women in the movie. It was an all men cast. People trapped in the Arctic. It was a movie about paranoia, about losing your identity, and that wasn't what America wanted to see in the summer of 1982.
Well, I did, and I sort of missed whatever phenomenon there was with The Exorcist, but I was really glad I went and saw it the first day it opened.
All right, thank you for calling. Bye-bye. Was there trepidation on your part in trying to follow up on the Howard Hawks film?
No, because I love Howard Hawks' version of the thing, and I watched it many times, and I noticed something, that it is very much a product of its time. In the late 40s and 50s, they're very proud of, there's a scene where they're flying around the base camp, and one of the characters says, boy, if the taxpayers could see this, it's like, wow, aren't we great? Yeah. We're defending the free world, and it was very much of its time. What I wanted to do was take the same idea and make it of its time now. Well, I saw people not trusting each other, nations not trusting each other. I don't see that kind of cohesion in America anymore. So my vision was to turn Hawks' world upside down. Unfortunately, it wasn't but I don't care whether it was what America wants to see or not. It really doesn't matter. I wouldn't make a different movie now if I had to make it again.
You made your film.
Yeah.
What you have to do. You're an hour 25. Go ahead.
Oh, that's a hard question. You know, there's hardly anything I can say about it, because my experience was so unusual. I think what you have to do is write a screenplay that they want to make. Now, when I say they, I mean there is a whole world out there, a network of agents and readers and studio people, and it's they don't want to read your scripts. There are too many of them. Everybody's writing a script. They want to find reasons to say no. And what you have to do in your material, whatever you choose, you have to write something that is so compelling that they must pass it up to someone else. You have to write something that eventually somebody who can put money down on a movie says, we want to make this. And that is the only thing I can tell you. How you get there is a matter of combination of talent and luck and perseverance.
But now, when you write that screenplay, do you sit down to write something that is commercial, you think that is commercial, or you write sort of from the heart with a story that burns in you to tell?
Somebody told me once, because I asked the same question, they said to me, it doesn't matter what it's about, just make it great. And seriously, that's it. It doesn't matter what it's about. Make it great. If it's going to be commercial, make it great. If it's not going to be commercial, it's something that is in your experience. I tell you, what we decided to do with the picture was we were going to make a creature that could imitate anything, and we were going to show you things that you had never seen before in a movie.
I'll agree with that.
We committed to it. We wanted to make a picture that went all the way, because I remember reading Stephen King's book, Dance Macabre, and he talks about monster movies, and most monster movies end up being a man in a rubber suit.
Yeah.
And even as effective as it was, Alien ended up being a man in a rubber suit. A great rubber suit, I must tell you. But when he stood up, when the alien stood up, I thought, oh, they didn't quite ever get away from that, and they had almost all the way through. In The Thing, we wanted to get away from the rubber suit and try to hit a home run. Try to make a monster that you'd never forget, and not one thing does he do that's like the other thing that he does. It's constantly changing. And if you could really see what those effects look like without the lighting, I mean, there would be a big pile of rubber on the floor with a lot of goop on it. It really was, the thing was a radio show. It was what you thought you saw as much as what you really saw. And I had people tell me the wildest things they saw on the screen, and they didn't see anywhere near what was in their imaginations.
Oh,
well, I remember when I first saw it, it was one of those...
Thank you for calling. The effect of the spider effect. has just stayed with me for a long time. That one, yeah.
I ripped that one off, I think.
You did?
I put it in the script one time.
Well, you now can sue him. It's on the air. We're recording this at home. You can take it to
No, I
court.
didn't.
More power to you.
Didn't put it in the script.
Oh, you're changing your story
no,
now.
I'm changing my story. I put it in a game scenario.
Oh, game. That makes it different and better somehow.
Now, I have to give credit to Rob Bottin, whose invention changed my mind in the direction that the picture should go, and it was his imagination that created the effects in the thing, and along with myself and the cinematographer, we pulled them off. And I think that he's the guy who had the legs coming out of the head and then crawling across the floor.
So. It's frightening. It's a
great effect, though. Yeah.
Did you ever consider doing a Lovecraft picture? Because when I saw the thing, I said, very Lovecraftian. Especially the last thing.
I would love to. Lovecraft is one of my favorite writers. I would
and
love
never
to
done
do
a good
one.
Lovecraft picture.
Never have done a good one, have they? There are a couple that
Reanimator's okay.
Shuttered Room was sort of, okay.
There's one I have in mind maybe to do as one of these four.
Yeah.
That I'm going to do. Perhaps I don't know. Lovecraft is tough because
very stylistic.
He writes glop monsters and he writes them with.
What has been your favorite movie to genuinely direct? What was like your favorite time doing that?
To direct, you're talking about?
Direct, yes.
Well, the easiest one was Halloween. The hardest one was The Thing, and I love them both. So.
Have you ever been afraid of one of the characters you've worked with or had any nightmares about them?
No. It's all fake.
Yeah.
These are people. They're all play acting, okay? I'm scared of real life.
Okay.
The real life terrifies me. Try going to the Middle East right now. Try going over to Israel. But movie horror, nah, it's fun.
With the stuff you've scored, the synthwave genre that's been going around in the 2010s and 2020s, my question is, have you listened to any of it? And it seems to be a lot inspired by your works. And what do you think of it? Is there anything that you've listened to in the past? Anything like that?
Well, I've heard a lot of music, but I listen to old music, and I listen to the Beatles and the Stones and those guys. See, that's my generation.
Nice.
But you're talking about movie music.
A little bit, yeah. And
well, there's one great composer nowadays. His name is Hans Zimmer. Have you heard of him? He's
yes.
Brilliant. So I listen to him.
I was just wondering if you've played any good video games as of late, if you have the time to, do so.
I play video games all the time. I'm addicted. The greatest video games, I have to say, well, Borderlands 2, and I'm playing one that's not very popular, but I've played it for years, called Fallout 76. Yes.
It's more popular than you thought.
Wow. Yeah, that game is brilliant.
Do you enjoy scoring a movie or directing more?
Oh, scoring or directing?
Well, you use the word enjoy. That's the wrong word. That movie was blistering hard, man. We went up to the snow. We went up on glaciers. It was grim. It was hard. It was rough. I hated every minute of making it. But I'm happy about the results.
Are you glad that now, even though it was so hard to make and you say you hated it, but it is iconic now? Are you like, thank God?
Well, I was in my 30s back then, and my career would have been totally different if that had been a success, but it was not.
Yeah.
I lost a job because of it. I was kind of blacklisted for a while. So that was a tough gig to go through, especially when you're young.
Yeah.
You're young and stupid. You don't know any better. Now I do.
If you got those critics in a room right now, would you kick their ass?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
That's all I want.
5 minutes.
At the end of the thing, did McCready give Childs gasoline to drink? To reveal whether or not he was the thing.
I'm not going to tell you who's the thing at the end.
Okay.
All right? I'm not
Listen.
going to do it.
Why would you want to know?
Everyone wants to know.
No, we don't.
No.
I don't know if you've seen, there's a new term that's being kind of bandied around about kind of the new wave of horror movies, which is called Death Wave.
Oh, no. What does it mean?
It's basically a bit of a backlash against the kind of dumb teen horror movies where there's no character development, you know, people are just set up to be killed. And it's kind of going back to that idea of kind of script-led, character-led, that a horror movie can actually have great cinematography, kind of great ideas.
Sounds good.
And I just wonder if you're kind of surprised that people have maybe kind of looked at what's been happening and going, actually, we should look backwards, we should kind of see what we've lost.
Well, I don't quite know what spurred it. It's kind of the reverse of punk rock. Punk rock came about because of all the pretension in rock and roll. It sounds like you're talking about this death wave has come about because of all the bullshit and horror. See, a lot of this stuff is just programmed, and it's done really cheaply. And it's done without not a lot of love. It's done with people just want to make money, and it's a shame. The horror genre is better than that, I think. The horror genre can express all sorts of truths about us, about all sorts of thematic material is in there. It's rich. But no one seems to want to reinvent it, which is what we all need to do, constantly do. They just want to repeat things. So anything like this, I'm for 100%.
I think the repeating probably goes back to what you were saying earlier about it always being money. If something works, then we'll copy it, and we'll copy it until it doesn't work anymore, and then look for the next thing. I mean,
that's kind of like a hooker.
I mean, one of the things you look at kind of the top 10 box office, kind of what's successful, and you know, you look down the list and it's kind of remakes, reboots, sequels, adaptation. Do you think it's a shame that we've lost that risk-taking element to actually try new things, you know, to try and reinvent?
Sure it is. But movie business is not run by people who want to do that. It's run by big corporations who just simply want to make money. Even more so than the old days. And there's no one person at a studio who takes responsibility for greenlighting a movie. It's all a committee. Everything is based on demographics. It's based on the 4 quadrants. Have you heard of the 4 quadrants?
I haven't.
Let's see what male, female, above 12 to 29. Male, female, I can't remember the other one. But it's all designed to hit the movie-going public at their most, where the money is. They don't care about us old geezers, and they don't care about real young kids. Some of the real young kids do with the animated films. But,
Yeah, I mean, with the advent of technology, there are kind of young independent filmmakers who are going down the, I guess, micro-budget route, so that they can keep that.
There's some
control.
good stuff being done. There really is.
But I know you've said that that you don't want to go kind of down the micro-budget route.
Not that long, and then you decided to make it longer, or was it just long and you said keep going, or at what point did you say, you know what, let's keep going, let's make it longer?
I always wanted it to be long. It was written specifically, page after page just said the fight continued. The fight continued.
Okay.
So they knew they had this showcase. We have a professional wrestler here. He can do this. He knows how to do it. And it was great to shoot. It was fun. And liberating. I mean, nobody does a fight for that long, so.
And it just keeps going, and it keeps going.
And it's over nothing. Put these sunglasses on. No, I don't want to. Put them on. No, it's a battle of wills.
I wanted so badly a pair of sunglasses just like this when I walked down, because you wanted to go around and do that.
And check it all out.
Really effective. I showed my kids that, and it blew their minds. They had never thought of messaging like that, and they kept looking at each other. And when it said, "This is your God, the dollar," you changed them.
But the idea was that you start questioning reality that you see.
Inspired Shepard Fairey and his obeying imagery.
Yeah. Anyway, I've had my primal scream. I'm going to shut up now.
It's a great scream.
Thanks.
Big Trouble in Little China.
This was a Hollywood kung fu movie. It was irresistible.
The three guys go and kidnap the girl at the beginning when they first spot her, and it's the low John Carpenter angle, and the music's like, they start moving, and the camera starts dialing. And you're just like, oh my God, we're in John's world. What?
This was a Hollywood kung fu movie with a ghost story and an action film. It was irresistible.
So this came across your desk. You never get scripts that are good anymore.
That's it. It was,
like,
wow, look at this thing. And I watched a lot of Chinese kung fu movies to kind of see, well, what's going on? There was an innocence to these movies that just was breathtaking. In the performances, in the way they staged it, they haven't been cursed with the sophistication of the West. They are full out.
Yeah.
There's something freeing about that. I think that was the thing about Big Trouble, is you can be free with this kind of abandon. I mean, you had all the studio behind this. They wanted to make it. They wanted Indiana Jones. That's what they thought they were going to get. They got a wholly different film.
They got an independent film from an independent mind.
They got Kurt Russell thinking he's a hero and not realizing he's the sidekick in the movie. A complete incompetent blowhard. Kurt was delivering a sort of John Wayne, but a terrible John Wayne. Just an awful, dumb John Wayne.
You people sit tight, hold the fort, and keep the home fires burning. And if we're not back by dawn, call the president.
And we just went with it. And it was also fun just to give so many props to the martial artists. We had a bunch of masters on that movie who really knew their stuff.
Did you bring in real guys who knew how to do wire work like that? Or?
No. We had a guy who could fly you. But we did it the old-fashioned way. We basically used trampolines and takeoffs, mid-air landings. We couldn't do Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon because that was the ultimate. I mean, they're flying across vast distances.
Yeah.
I would have killed for that, but it was a big-time movie. I had a blast doing that movie. It was really fun.
It looks like it. It looks like you and Kurt were just having a great time.
A great time.
And it was different from you, having done Napoleon and Snake.
Here's this guy that goes over here, yeah.
And was it written like that a lot in the script? You all play with that a little bit?
We played with it a lot.
Different? You wanted to do something different with the lead hero?
It wasn't written seriously, but it was quirky.
Yeah.
And I've got to say, Kim Cattrall just was a great comedian. I mean, she's not given enough credit. She was great in that movie. The way she would deliver lines really unexpectedly, like, really? Wow. Well, that's out of nowhere. But she was really a talented actress. I really loved working with her.
What's your favorite part of the process? The budget's allowed. And that is so hard to teach people that. People didn't believe my first movie was for $7,000. Say, well, had you read the script, you wouldn't have budgeted it that way. I was reaching to do something beyond my budget. I'll just keep the budget lower so we can just have creative freedom.
Smart.
That's
smart.
Let the ideas be big, but don't make the movie big. And I learned that.
Yeah, but you see, you're discounting what happens to people when their ego gets involved in movie making. And the idea is that if their budget is big, I must be big.
Or the movie will be better.
Or the movie will be better, or if I have this deal, then I am hot. Whatever. But you see, that has nothing to do with it. And nobody cares about that.
Yeah.
They care about what's on the screen.
I had to look up which one of your movies were studio films because you felt, even though you were doing a studio film, it still felt independent-minded. And I know the studios are different now, but at that time...
They made decisions and took risks on movies. Nowadays, there are no risks taken. It's all producers have to take the risk. So it's much different. But they actually gambled on things, especially in the good old days. They gambled. Riverboat gamblers.
When an instinct didn't pay off with the box office, did that give you a hit that made you question your instinct some after that point?
You do. But by that point in my life and in my career, I was...
By this time, the budgets for the movies that you were making had begun to increase, and with Starman, which you made in 1984, you had what was then the largest of the budgets that you'd had. Having worked on a small scale and had the kind of economy that you had developed then, it's just water, I think. Did you return to the sort of low budget, and did you embrace it in that sense?
I did. This was after I made a picture called Big Trouble in Little China, which I had a great time making. But I worked at a studio with a rather infamous studio head, who I butted right up against. It's a terrible thing. I have a terrible time with authority. That's really awful. If somebody tries to tell me what to do, it's terrible. I'm awful. I'm really hard to get along with. If they're nice to me, they say, "Now, John, you know, I have a problem with this section," and so forth. I love it. But when they start playing games, I get real nasty and mean, and I'm not very cooperative. And then that was the situation. I'd had it with the studios after that one. And they didn't get behind it, I felt, from my point of view. And I felt it was a real unique, great film. And so I wanted to go back and try movies in which I had complete control again. And the way to do that is to do low-budget films. Because once your budget is above a certain level, it has to make money because the studio is saying, we've invested all this in you. We've invested, what, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. It has to make money. So you have all these people saying, well, let's do this, and let's change this, and the pressure on you is tremendous. And it can kill a director. We lost a great director years ago. I mean, George Miller was the director of the Mad Max series. He did a studio film, and he's quit directing afterwards. And he said they mistake collaboration for weakness. It's true, but the guy shouldn't have quit. But they kicked his heart, you know. So my heart was pretty kicked after that. So I went back to low budget. It's something I knew. What did Hitchcock say? He ran for cover. Whenever he'd make something that he tried an experiment with I think it was Under Capricorn, and it really bombed. He went right back and did a suspense film again. Run for cover. Go back to what you know. So I went right back and did this straight-out horror film.
Your films have generally been fairly apolitical, and in interview you've always denied that they carry any particular message. But in the case of They Live, it's hard not to see it as a commentary on Reaganism and the late 80s. Did you approach that idea with some trepidation, the idea of having a message in a movie? I mean, it still plays as a movie, but did it concern you that going in with that kind of anger might displace something in the film and be a problem?
Well, I gave the interview in which I said I don't do political movies before Reagan was president. And then during his presidency, it just got so unbelievable. I said, no, somebody has to speak out here. And I mean, these people are from outer space. And bang, there they are.
Go back in your head to that, what do you need here in this scene?
Yeah.
You know?
So is the satisfaction for you that you've been able to build your own world? World's too large a word, but you know what I'm saying, is the satisfaction when you sit back and it's done, you think, okay, that's why I did it. Because I don't know what that feels like. I know what it feels like for an album.
What does it feel like?
It's as close to playing God as I've ever
See,
felt.
there you go. It is. Same thing. Same exact thing. It's done. Oh, great. The thing that I love the most about movies is when they're finished and they're done. I don't have to think about them anymore. I don't have to look at them. I can see my mistakes.
Yeah.
I look, occasionally a movie of mine will be on and I'll watch it and I'll think, what was I thinking? What is that? That's too slow. And I'll start,
Yes.
and it's horrible. So
It occurred to me just in the moment. I saw a line once where Frank Capra was talking. He said, in order to film reality, it has to be faster on the screen. Did you find that as well?
yeah, well, yeah, he's right about that. He's a strange character. I'm not sure we should trust everything he says, but he kind of whacks it.
Well, he was one of those ones who kind of rewrote his his history in reverse.
Huge, yeah. You have to play everything a little faster.
Right?
Yeah, you do. You have to speed it up. And actors don't like you telling them that.
Huh, this one.
Stockhausen had a piece of music he wrote, which was designed for 4 or 5 cellos being held by helicopters.
Yes.
Now, come on. It's such horse. Come on.
But we're still talking about Stockhausen.
I know. It's true. It's true.
Did you ever hear the one where it's just people singing in weird rotations?
No, I haven't.
That one will set your hair on fire.
Yeah, I bet.
When you had success, and now, like you said, you're making people money, and you're now a darling or a genius or
for 10 seconds.
For 10 seconds, sure.
And then you're a bum, and then you work your way back into.
But just to freeze the frame for a second.
All right.
When you're in that golden moment when the phone is ringing and they're throwing scripts at you and
I see. Yeah.
I mean, I can relate in theory.
Yeah.
What did you think, great, now I can really do what I want to do?
No. It was worrisome. Up here, not down there. So, and a lot of critics believe that. They believe that. I remember when Stephen King got some award. They thought, well, no, he can't be, because he's a horror writer.
I see.
You see, they type you.
Yes,
and that's the way it is.
But do you, just last thing on the exploitation, kind of the post-nuclear thing, is there a particular thread there with your generation because of the times that you guys grew up in?
Huge. I came kind of up in the 50s.
Yeah.
I was born in 48, so it was right after I was always lived with the atomic war as a potential over my head. I thought about it a lot too.
Yeah.
Like that's the end of everything.
I think where I resonate personally with your work is you're almost the exact age as my parents. No, but what I mean by that is I grew up in a household.
Yes. Okay. I accept that. I accept the role.
Thank you. Yeah.
And you must not go to see Halloween at 11.
Well, they let me. But it's the idea that there's a particular, every generation has its obsessions. And
Sure.
It's kind of, Picasso painted the Madonna image 42 times.
I know.
So,
badly, 42 times.
Not a Picasso fan?
Thank you for the question, dude.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi,
John.
How you doing, man?
Good. Big fan. I wanted to ask your opinion on this constant, remaking phase that's going on right now, and what is your opinion of, the lack of original screenplays and stories in the film industry right now?
Well, there are still a lot of original ideas that come up and screenplays that come up. But once again, we're back to it's called show business. It's not called show art.
Right.
And show business, the way to get people in the theater is to, unless you're very lucky or very successful, like Jim Cameron can write his own movies and have Final Cut and get them in the theaters. If you're like the rest of us peons, you have to compete with other films that are out there. And one way of driving through to the audiences that are watching on television and wherever they're watching, that your movie is going to be playing, is to do a remake, because the title's familiar. The title has awareness. When a movie's about to open, the biggest number a studio tracks is the awareness. Is the audience out there that you're trying to get in to see your film aware your movie's even opening? Do they know it? Do they know the title? And then you'd start dealing with whether they want to see it or not. But the big thing is to make them aware of it. And there's so many movies opening. I mean, look at the number of movies that open every weekend. And people, it's all a blur to them. Oh, maybe I want to see the Adam Sandler movie, but I don't care about this other one. So you're trying to penetrate this advertising fog, and that's one way of doing it. But there are still really fine, really creative movies being made now. There's no even remakes. They'll just do a new take on something completely different. So anyway, that's the reason.
Got you. Thank you. And can I ask, I don't know if you're allowed to talk about it, anything about the remake for Escape from New York?
Well, I'm not allowed to give out certain details because they keep me in the dark.
That's no good.
But what is good is that my favorite part of this business, my absolute favorite part of this business, is that when somebody wants to remake one of my films, what I do is, if I've written it or originated the idea, I extend my hand like this, and they put a check right in my hand.
Can't beat that.
And I don't have to do anything. In my entire life, I've been trying to figure out how to make money at doing nothing. So as far as I'm concerned, Escape from New York is an absolute success. I heard they had a screenplay and a director they liked, and this was
6 months ago, and I said, can I read it? And they said, well, give us a couple of weeks to tweak it, and I haven't heard anything since. No. But they paid the bills, so that's fine.
That's good. Thanks.
You got it, man.
I'd just like to say you really shook the pillars of heaven, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. That's very nice.
I read that you had some problems with the studio when you were making Big Trouble in Little China, and I was wondering if you had any anecdotes for us, particularly about the character Jack Burton and how the studio felt about your take.
Well, what the studio wanted was Raiders of the Lost Ark. And my idea was that here you have this idiot white guy who drives a truck, and he's a blowhard. He's spouting off this silly shit. And all the Asians who are dealing with Chinatown and the mysticism, Chinese mysticism, and martial arts are competent, way above him. And he's way behind everybody else. And he doesn't know it. He thinks he's really cool. And, you know, I don't know whether we didn't communicate, but they didn't like that. And they wanted Raiders of the Lost Ark. And I didn't deliver it. My movie was really strange and weird and quirky. At one point, they wanted me to cut all the humor out of it. So I actually sat down and made some trims on some of the scenes. And then they had a preview and came back and said, well, can you put it back in? And at the time, the studio, the biggest thing I had with them wasn't just our differences in creative approach, was the fact that they made a decision not to spend more than, at the time, was $3 million advertising a movie for a weekend. Well, that's not enough. Even back in '86, it wasn't enough. They spent a lot more. Back then, it was $15 million. So it was way under. They just didn't advertise it. That was my big flaw. And then they treated me like shit, so I don't like that. You know, they were disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
Disrespectful. That's not good.
No. Well, how do you feel about the, I guess, the new popularity of the film as it, translated into video? And I guess now there's so many new mediums coming out where the new film can be shown, like you were saying before. Now we can watch movies on the iPhone.
That's right.
And so now the film, I think, now has a larger cult following, and I'm wondering how you feel about the new generation of avenues for film.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
It's great. I mean, movies can last. They can last beyond their initial box office release. You guys may not be aware of how many classic American films came out with bombs. Nobody liked them, and then they grew. Citizen Kane wasn't a great hit. Vertigo was condemned and was a failure upon its release. It's a Wonderful Life, that movie they show on Christmas, and it tanked. Nobody wanted to see it. It was only later that it was shown on television and in home video that it became popular again. So it's really odd what happens.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, man.
Hey, Mr. Carpenter, how you
Hey,
doing?
how are you?
Pretty good. You've been talking a lot about like the business side of Hollywood and stuff, and I just want to know.
You want to talk about the girls?
Well, maybe later,
The drugs?
over a few beers or something.
Okay.
But I just want to know, where do you find a line between doing what you want to do creatively and doing what the people who write the checks want you to do?
Well, it's very tricky. It's all in your contract that you make when you make a film. You sign it. You have to negotiate the terms. What are you going to get paid as a director, and what are your creative rights above and beyond the minimum creative rights that directors have? And then your ad billing, your name, how it sizes your name. It's all this crap that you have to figure out, and what percentage of the profits, if any, do you get? So it's all in there that your power comes if you can negotiate a contract with the most power for the director, because the issue is, it's your movie if you call all the shots and nobody changes it. It's all your film. Now that's unrealistic a little bit in Hollywood because you've got a lot of people, not just studio heads, but actors are very powerful. They're going to want their cut. They're going to tell you what to do. Everybody wants to tell you what to do. Everybody knows better than you do. So you have to try to fight and find a place where you can have control, creative control on your films. And I was lucky because of Halloween. I was able to start demanding, you leave me alone, and I'm going to do this. And that was the way I developed the career I developed, was to be able to do the movies I wanted to do. And don't talk to me about them. You know, don't tell me what to do. I was lucky.
And I wanted to see what was the leading edge of science these days, what's going on out there, because a lot of science fiction stories have kind of gotten old and repetitive, and some of the same themes have been used over and over and over again. And I wanted to see if there was something new, and it isn't really new. It's been around for 60 or 70 years, but I suddenly discovered it last summer and incorporated some of the essence of it in Prince of Darkness. Not really a story about quantum physics. That I would love to do sometime and will do. But the idea of the collapse of logic on the subatomic level. I don't think many people understand what it's all about when you get down in there, and it fascinates me what it's all about. So I incorporated it into this kind of straightforward horror picture.
Did you find, now when you pitched it, of course, to the producers, there was a mention of this element of it. How did you originally, well, let's go back even further. Now, you recently walked away, as I understand it, from the large studio mold, as it were. What prompted you to take that, and what was the steps that led up to Prince of Darkness?
Well, I made Big Trouble in Little China, and I had a rather bad experience at the studio I was working for. And it was a bad experience on a personal level and a professional level.
Interference or just personalities?
Well, it's difficult to characterize. It wasn't so much interference, but there was an attempt at it. But that really wasn't the real reason. The real reason is the director's authority has essentially eroded a great deal in Hollywood these days. And what tends to happen, George Miller is a director that did Witches of Eastwick. He says that when you collaborate, that's mistaken for weakness. And now with directors in a kind of a weak spot, it becomes an untenable situation. My problem is that I have a terrible time with authority. I can't stand somebody trying to tell me what to do. I've always had it since I was a kid, so I'm in a bad spot. And I sort of thought to myself after Big Trouble, why do I want to do this anymore? This is not fun anymore. This is becoming so combative and discounting. And the work is starting to suffer. The work is going to really start suffering, and my attitude is suffering, and I'm not enjoying this anymore. So I decided to avail myself of a situation in which I would make films for a price, 4 films, to be distributed through Universal, produced by Alive Films, and I would have complete creative freedom. Basically conceptual freedom. They ordered up 4 John Carpenter movies, whatever they are. They don't want me to do Antigone or the Trojan Women necessarily. I have to kind of run it by them in terms of concept, but it's a one-sentence explanation. And then I have the freedom to make the films, and that's the way I'd like to do it. So that came first, and then my kind of exploration into quantum physics began.
So you've always been pretty much on the outside. This is sort of a reinforcement of that.
I feel like I've been on the outside all my life. But I, at one point, wanted to be a Hollywood director. You know, I fantasized about the old days, the golden age of movie making, 30s and 40s, where you have studios who have directors and actors under their contract, and you go out and make movies. And great films came out of that era, like Casablanca, for instance. Also terrible films, but I always would love to have thought of myself as being in that area, but it doesn't work that way anymore. It's a whole different world.
So you walked in sort of naively, not knowing, or did you sort of know what was going to be ahead of you and grit your teeth and say, well, we can work around it somehow?
My early experience was with independents, and I was lucky somehow. I never really got into a bad situation up until, I would say, when I was on The Thing. And that was my first big studio experience. I was very nervous about it. And there are a lot of things about the experience that I don't like. and I won't go into it in great detail. There have been assaults.
Oh, go ahead. No one's listening.
On there have been assaults on certain aspects of all the studio films that I've done, and most of them I've been able to fend off. And most of them have been, the people I've worked with have been very professional, very caring, very straightforward. For instance, I worked with Frank Price at Columbia, and I can't say enough about how great he was. I worked with Guy McElwain at Columbia, and again, very straightforward basis. Would be able to sit down and say, here's what we want, here's where we are. My experience on Big Trouble, however, was not that way, and I could just see the writing on the wall. It just wasn't for me anymore.
You mentioned the creating the Hollywood stable of actors and directors and so on. You seem to have your own stable of actors you tend to use frequently. The actor, of course, in Little China is also in Prince of Darkness, and you use Kurt Russell a few times. Do you tend to find a group that you like to work with and keep with those, or you cast differently every time?
Well, it depends. There are people that I use new every time in a film, but there are people that I think of that I've worked with before. For instance, Victor Wong did a role in Big Trouble in Little China, and I also used him in Prince of Darkness because Victor did on Prince of Darkness. Now, I'm happy to say that Universal, the distributing company in the United States, is going to make a profit on their investment. So it just works in my favor.
How much of a businessman, in a sense, has caused you to be as a director? I found the right question.
Theory. Well, I have a theory.
Think about how why it didn't work, why the audience didn't respond to it.
Well, I don't think they understood it. They don't think they understood it at all. I think it was sold as a straight action picture, and people didn't understand it was funny. They didn't get it was a satire. I know pretty much that the reviewers never got it. So I figured the audience didn't either, because
That's hard to believe, having seen the film a couple of times because I enjoyed it so much, but it's obviously a satire.
But satire, well, it's funny, that the script was a satire, and everybody who read it, except for the writer and myself, took it dead straight, I found out later. Absolutely dead straight. They thought it was a realistic film. Well, there's no way that can be a realistic movie. It's an outrageously silly fantasy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it satirizes our ideas about heroes, our ideas about the big Caucasian male who's going to step in there and take care of the situation. Well, he doesn't.
Yes.
He doesn't at all. And I think a lot of people said, "Huh? What's that about? Huh? I don't get it. What's going on here?"
I don't think they liked all the Chinese stuff in it. American audiences they're tough when you don't have the Caucasian, when you don't have Rambo shooting gooks. I think they get a little weird. They say, "Oh, this it's not about us. It doesn't have any.
It's about them.
It's about them." Yeah.
I'm not sure this is what I want to do this way. Not this way. Please just be cool. Let me come up with the idea here.
Oh, I see.
Let me work it through. I'll bring it to you.
The Fog was the sort of the next project after the success of Halloween.
It was. I had to come up with something, so my partner and we came up with The Fog, and I was a golden boy for a bit of the time there, but and then it began to creak, because if you don't produce genius material all the time, you're an idiot.
What do you think, or what do you remember that they wanted you to do?
Make money for them.
But I mean, did they see you like, okay, now you're going to be the new Spielberg, or you know what I'm saying? The way that
It was
people
it was always on my own. I was always the new John Carpenter.
Okay.
A scary guy.
But were they trying to push in any particular direction?
Scary makes money. And all of a sudden, at this juncture of 78, 79, a lot of scary movies began to be made. So they thought, oh, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, because Jaws was sort of around that time.
Yeah, it was a little earlier than that, but that's the idea. Yeah.
It's a blurry memory in my childhood.
And it's okay, and I scared you, and I probably affected that memory.
Well, you're probably to blame for something.
I am. You can blame me right now.
We'll go back to wrestling. It's safe.
That's a terrible thing to say. It's a terrible thing to say, but I don't care what my career is what it is. The movies that I made are what they are. Make of them what you will.
I think that's an interesting point, because at the end of the day, every experience affects kind of you going forward. So whether it's good experience, bad experience, it still helps you become who you are and how you, you know, your future. So I think it's good that you don't look back with regret. And
it doesn't do any good. It does no good whatsoever.
So you said you don't watch your films. We won't go back and watch. Do you still watch other people's films? Do you still watch new films? Are there any new directors that kind of interest you?
I like David Fincher a lot. I think he's really good. I think he's got a great eye.
Kind of feel maybe intentionally or unintentionally that actually happened. I know in one or two cases, things like They Live, you've said that was very much as a reaction to the Reagan era.
Well, there's some thematic elements, I think, in every movie ever made. You can make something out of them. My movies have themes to them. Some of them are societal in nature. Most of them are about people and humanity and human nature. But yeah, They Live being the most obvious.
One of the films that we're showing in the festival is They Live, as a tribute to Roddy Piper, who we also sadly lost this year. So we touched on it before about it being a reaction to the Reagan era. Are you surprised that it's still as relevant today, nearly 30 years on?
The 80s never ended. The Reagan Revolution never ended. Although there is now a pull towards the left. I admit that. The right is, in this country, the right is confused and lost. But they may win. They may win, and what they want to do is beyond Reagan. You know, they've moved so far to the right. And it's really unrestrained capitalism that I'm criticizing. I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. I love making money. But unrestrained capitalism leads to depressions. It leads to the recession that we had. So the 80s never ended. They're still here. They're still on Earth exploiting us.
We just need the glasses.
No, we do. We do. More than ever.
Just sticking with They Live, the fight scene in it is well known, mainly for its length, nearly 7 minutes long.
Is it? Okay.
Did you always intend for it to be that long? Was that partly because of Roddy's background that he wanted to use those skills?
It's obvious. Oh, hey, look, we got a wrestler. We got a guy who can fight. Let's stage a big scene.
Because I know you were a big wrestling fan in your younger days.
When I was young, yeah.
But you felt that you kind of lost, or it lost magic for you. Was that?
No, I didn't. You know, it was. I moved on to other things, and I loved watching wrestling in the 80s, and I try to watch it now. But see, wrestling used to have this code. It was called kayfabe. It comes from the carnival days. And what it is a lifestyle. What you don't do in the kayfabe rules is give away what it is. You don't do that. You never do that. Because what you want the spectator to have is that just that tiny percent of belief. That's all you need. If they can believe in a person or just a little bit, and this is real, it's all controlled by promoters. They decide who wins and loses, and they gave that away. They admitted it. They meaning the main guy there, Vince McMahon. And I thought, oh no, you know, that's too bad. The magic's gone now. So I watch it now and I see, you know, the planning and the moves and these guys busting butt to please, but they're trained for damage. That's all they get now is they damage themselves really bad. Roddy was really bad last few years of his life from brain damage. He got so many concussions. Oh my God! I said, "How are you doing?" He said, "I'll wake up, like I'll go to a show or something. I'll wake up and I'll be running against the wall. I won't know where I am."
Wow.
It's just terrible.
That's a real shame. I mean, we're obviously very happy to have the film in there. We've also got the short film, which was the last thing that he starred in.
Yeah.
So really pleased to be able to kind of show that, and it just seemed.
He was very proud of that. He was very.
Good to hear it. Just with Roddy, obviously we can't talk about They Live and not talk about The Line, which is obviously I'm sure people know is I came here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
You saying it in that accent is just fabulous. I gotta tell you right now, it's fabulous.
Was it improvised? Was it in the script?
When I hired Roddy and was rewriting the script for him specifically, he gave me a notebook.
I love Escape from New York, and we don't have to go into all the same stories, but it does strike me that the movie is oddly prescient because we are kind of living in Escape from New York now in
We're
many
living
major
in
cities.
They Live. They Live was the movie I made about the aliens.
Well, that too, right?
That's happened. It's a documentary.
Yeah.
And it's just my political background sneaking into a movie. I hate that. I don't like political movies. I made one, and I'm ashamed now.
Sure, but let's call it just common dystopia.
Okay.
I mean, you must chuckle sometimes when we look at the daily obsession of the American public.
What do you think about current reality in America?
What do I think?
Yeah.
I think it's a horror show.
Yeah, exactly. It is the dystopia that we should all fear.
I mean,
it's unreal.
Kurt Russell's trying to get away.
Exactly.
For a reason.
Well, he doesn't give a shit about all that, but they use him, and they're nefarious. Well, now, and what I can't believe, what I can't understand is why some Americans are for this. What? But I'm just an old man crying in the darkness. No one listens.
Well, we seem to have entered...
Old man crying in the darkness. No, never mind.
No, but we seem to have entered... I'll give you like a quick thing.
Kind of moving a little bit away from the films then and maybe concentrating on music.
Yes.
Which is obviously still very current with what you're doing. Maybe just starting a little bit with the film scores. You've said that most of your film scores were improvised.
Mm-hmm.
So rather than starting with a planned idea, you'd it evolves. So what was the process for that? Did you watch the film and then decide this would work, or you start with a particular theme or particular keyboard?
There are two phases to my musical career doing soundtracks. One was the primitive stage, which was, okay, how much money does the budget pay for in terms of recording time?
Mm-hmm.
On Assault on Precinct 13, I had 1 day. So I could go into this studio, which was filled with old tube synthesizers that you had to tune up before you used them, and a piano. And for 1 day, I banged out several themes that I could use over and over again in the movie. That was the primitive stage. Halloween was 3 days. The Fog was, I can't remember how many. Then there was a modern era that began with Escape from New York, where the technology had evolved to, we could play the movie, I could watch it on TV and play to it and record the music right as I'm watching, which was much better. That was better. That made it easier. I could see the image. I knew exactly where to go with the music.
Okay. Interesting, that's almost a counterpoint to the album that you've just released, which is music for film soundtracks that actually don't exist. There are no...
Oh, they do, but they do exist in your mind.
Okay. So...
You're going to have to use your mind.
Okay, but that's putting the music first and then bringing the film to the soundtrack rather than the other way around.
Finally, yes.
So it was made with yourself, your son Cody, and your godson,
Daniel. Yep.
So how did that come about? Was that a planned thing?
No, that was an improvisational deal. My son would come over and he and I would play a video game. I think it was Borderlands we were playing at the time, and then we'd go downstairs to my computer setup and we'd improvise music for an hour or so, and we'd come back and play video games. And this went on and on for quite a while. He was in between trips working in Japan, so he was back. We had about an hour's worth of music. And what it really was a soundtrack sampler. We just little snippets of soundtracks, but to movies that didn't exist. It was music that evoked feelings and thoughts and images. So he went back to Japan, started teaching English again. And I got a new music attorney who asked me, do you have anything new? So well, here. And a couple months later, I had a record deal. Man, I didn't know this was so easy. Gee, I'm just teasing. Yeah, that's essentially how it worked. They want to call it Lost Themes. Oh, okay.
So when you were talking about the, improvising and coming up with that, did you start with an idea? Did you start with an emotion or a theme? Did you actually talk about it?
Chord, we just started playing.
Yeah. And then just see what evolved. So you're saying you were doing that and intercutting that between playing video games. Did what you were playing at the time ever influence the music that came out?
No. It's all just fun.
It's fun.
And this was a pure time. It wasn't like a movie. The movies are such planning and God. This was just easy and free. And so once we got the record, the company asked for more music. So I got my godson involved. My son was then in Japan, so he would send over these sketches from Japan, and then my godson and I would play to them and expand them. That was so much fun. Oh, God.
So having enjoyed that so much, is it something you want to do more of?
You know it.
Excellent.
We're going to go on tour next year and play.
I was going to ask you about that.
We're in Iceland and play, and we're thinking about other places too. May even come to Leeds.
That would be wonderful.
We may not too. I don't know.
We would be more than welcome to have you there.
Nice.
And that would be playing live.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So how does that differ against the kind of the improvisation? Now it's set and you have.
Oh yeah. Well, we have a band that we put together, and we've learned the music from my scores. We do the scores, and we do music from the first album, and we have a second album coming out next year, Lost Themes 2. Brilliant. So we do music from that. And
I'll have to get my tickets to Iceland.
You better come. I'm going to be looking for you.
It'll be a shorter flight for me anyway.
I would love to have worked with James Bernard. Are you familiar with him? You ever see the Hammer movies of the 60s?
Yes.
He scored those movies. They're just incredible composer. I would love to have worked with James Bernard. Yeah, they would have worked, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Probably worked better than what I did.
I was always surprised. You've said before that no one ever asked you to score anyone else.
That's not so true now. I was asked to score a couple really bad movies. I didn't do it.
So it does surprise me because your music is so identifiable.
I don't know. I would have thought somebody, some studio or director would say, well, let's get John Carpenter to do it. Oh, I do know that, what the hell's his name? Quentin Tarantino and he did a movie together. It was called Grindhouse. I did an interview with him on what's his name? Damn it. Rodriguez. Thank you so much. Robert Rodriguez was going to hire me to score his part of Death of Grindhouse. What kind of music should go with Assault? And well, I worked with Dan Wyman, who is the electronic music teacher down at USC, and he had his own equipment, all tube and a knob-tuned electronic equipment. So I had one day to do the music on that thing. One day. Wow. Did it all one day. But this was before I would score to the image. That was later.
Oh, so you weren't even watching the film?
No, was not watching the movie.
Watching it in your head.
That's correct.
Pieces that you would edit.
That's right.
And place.
4 or 5 pieces I knew I could shove in here and there for the various moods. No, it was, hell, man, we barely made it.
Extremely effective. That's kind of a great way to write.
It was in its simplicity that made it effective.
I asked you to score one of my movies once. I wanted you as a composer. It was for Planet Terror.
I don't know if the message got back to you.
I did.
I would have done it, but I was shooting something. But it was only 2 weeks. I said, I'd love to.
And then as it happened, I'm sure this happened on your own movies. You don't always intend to write your own scores, but when you go over in production, the first place they steal money from is the music budget.
Of course.
So by the time we got done with production,
Yeah, but you're accomplished, dude. You accomplished it, and I've
I
watched
really
you.
wanted to hear your
I watched behind the scenes of you actually making music, and this big board and machines. And
Well, I tell you, I had to emulate a John Carpenter score because we had $2 left in the budget.
Yeah, I
so
bet.
I guess I'm writing the score again. There goes my dream. I had the Crazies tempt in.
Uh-huh.
The Crazies come out.
Oh, yeah.
And when I try to recreate something like that, so that thing is so layered and so complex that that's why it's effective. There's a lot of musicality in that beyond anything I could ever do. So I just licensed it. So your music is in the movie, but I licensed it for this 1 60-second section that is fantastic. My appreciation for your music took another leap when I had to try and make actually John Carpenter's score, which people would think, oh, it must be simple if he's doing it himself, and it's not simple. You write for something that you know is one layer in performance, sound effects, editing, and the music fits in there. It fits in, it doesn't dominate, yet it's so memorable because it fits so well with the other parts. Is that why you like doing those jobs, just to orchestrate all those pieces?
Sure.
Because it's so important to the balance of it.
The music, you described it accurately. It's like laying a carpet down for a scene. Sometimes it's the simplest thing. I had this long dialogue scene in Christine with Keith Gordon and John Stockwell, and they were in a car, endlessly talking. And I needed something to put under there. And I came up with this really simple descending business. And the mixer said, I can put this under anything, and it'll just make you watch it.
Can we take the first question, please? This there.
Mr. Carpenter, you've spoken a little about films. The only major director that I can think of that actually scores your own, or some of your own pictures. Occasionally use someone like Morricone for the theme, but this seems to me to be interesting because is it because you feel you know the subject matter so well you're happy to score it, or don't you have the confidence in the composer to give you what you want? Or can you talk about that? Because that interests me.
Well, my dad, as I said, my dad was a music teacher, and I wanted to, I was going to have a music career for a while. So I decided on movies, and this is one way to continue the music part of it. In the beginning, it was because I was cheap and fast. I'm the fastest and the cheapest guy I could find, and then it became something of a matter of love. And I love doing the scores. And it's sometimes I get to work with someone like Ennio Morricone. Well, please, I'll step aside. I'll step aside in a second. But I have a good time scoring horror movies. It's a lot of fun to score them. They're neat to score.
Halloween is designed to make you jump and scream.
That movie scared me off the scary movies for the rest of my life.
The less you know about Michael Myers, the scarier he is to you.
Having been on a few sets in my life, I don't know how you do it.
The thing that I love the most about movies is when they're finished and they're done.
John Carpenter, thank you very much for being here today.
My pleasure.
You got a lot of cred with the music community because of your scores.
Really?
Yeah, I think your stature in the music community has grown over time as people really appreciate.
Really?
They see you as a pioneering synth guy.
Yeah, I thought when I first heard synths, I thought, hey, you can sound like something big with keyboards.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can play violin and whatever. So but
you had a natural knack for it.
I played bass in a rock and roll band when I was in.
Yes. So you at least had some musical theory behind what you were doing.
My dad was a music teacher. Yeah. And I knew music.
Bowling Green?
That's right.
Do you ever hear the Everly Brothers song? Bowling
I have, and it's not true. It's just not true. I wish it was.
Did you ever meet the Everly Brothers?
I did not. No. But I can't remember what we were talking about.
We're all over the place today.
That's okay.
Well, we're talking about synths. Because I love vintage synths, so that's
you do, huh?
Oh yeah,
everybody does. What is it? You like the Prophet? Like that?
I have a Prophet 10.
I bet you do.
Which you know is the
I know
the double.
I know.
I even have a Synthy a 100, if you know what that is.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah, I'm one of those. Yeah.
Well, see, I worked with the synthesizer teacher at USC.
Mm-hmm.
He was a really great guy. He owned like a little studio, and they're all tube synths, so he had to tune them up.
Oh yeah, and tune probably every 5 minutes. Yeah.
And
this would have been modular stuff.
Yeah,
wasn't it? Yeah.
that's exactly.
Was it Moog or
some were, and so I would say to him, look, I need a bass sounding thing. I need a string sounding thing. He had a piano there that I would play. So that was what it was. It was simple. I have medium chops. I don't have that good. My son has great chops. I don't. So I have to hide with sounds.
Have you ever heard the stuff where Bob Moog is sort of explaining his philosophy on why people are attracted to synthesizers?
No.
Have you ever heard that?
What did he say?
He believed, in essence, in the spiritual component of synthesizers, that something in the electricity moving through the wires has a spiritual component. Is that too woo woo for you? Or?
Yeah, it is. That's ridiculous.
Well, as someone,
okay,
but I guess what my argument is, it's not an argument, but there's something about synthesizer technology. Stockhausen, who is the pioneering,
I know Stockhausen had some great ideas.
But his Stockhausen's point about synthesizers was, you cannot have sound in natural environments without the environment affecting the sound. Morricone to me is such an incredible. I know you worked with him, and I can't, from what I saw, I can't tell if you enjoyed the experience or not.
Oh, you're talking about his composer, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, you worked with him on
Ennio Morricone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, a wonderful man.
Cool. I mean,
but couldn't speak English.
Yeah, and you can speak Italian.
Exactly. So we
did you enjoy the experience of working with him?
I loved it.
Can you?
He was ahead of me. Morricone knew the theme of my movie before I knew it. I hadn't gotten to the heart of darkness yet, but he got there immediately. He knew this movie was about the end of everything. It's all over. He knew it, and he put it in his music. And I remember listening when he was conducting the orchestra, and I thought, oh, he's right. He's right. There's no way out of this. If you are an imitation of an aggressive creature, I won't be able to tell. And you can take me over. It's over. Humanity's done, and I'm serious.
I see.
And so I had to embrace that as a director. He paves the way.
Yeah. Yeah, he strikes me as such an intuitive composer for film.
He was experimental. That's where he came from.
He forced me into learning a little bit, and somehow through the years I picked it up. And I always loved movie music. I always loved what the soundtrack could do, and always could see what a bad soundtrack can do for you, how it can destroy a film. A prime example would be the film that John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd made called Neighbors.
Mm-hmm. Oh, very
had this
film.
bizarre soundtrack, which was almost it was trying to tell you that it was funny, and it was wah 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 wah, and this black comedy. It was absolutely inappropriate, and it was what drove me out of the theater. And I realized, well, these guys didn't really make a bad film. They lost faith in it, you see.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have anybody there. Somebody made the decision not to push what they had, but to push something else on top of it. So I sort of thought to myself that one of the things that makes thrillers work is the musical score.
Mm-hmm.
If you go back to the movie like Z, do you guys remember that movie?
Oh, yeah, Costa Garbus.
Remember the musical score, the sound of it?
I have it. I have it at home.
There you go. Mm-hmm. And that was something exciting about it that fit the action. Mm-hmm. It had you going right away.
Yeah.
So I thought since then, well, music has a lot to do with it. So maybe if I can control it, I'm really not the best composer there is. I'm cheap and I'm fast. I won't do something inappropriate for the movie, most importantly.
Speaking of doing something inappropriate, this is KPFK in Los Angeles, 90.7 FM, Mike Waddell's Hour 25. My name is J. Michael Straczynski. My co-host is Larry DiTilio. And our guest tonight is John Carpenter, director of Prince of Darkness and most horror films in existence.
Thomas is asking, from your many classic films throughout the years, what are some of your fondest memories from some of the superb talent that you've worked with? specifically kind of Kurt Russell and Roddy.
Oh, my memories. Oh.
Are there any specific anecdotes that kind of come to mind?
Well, they were friends, you know, so we developed friendships. My friendship with Kurt lasted a long time.
Do you still see Kurt?
Yeah, sure. Every once in a while. And that's great. That's the greatest thing. As for anecdotes, there's hundreds of them, but I don't want to tell this magnificent audience about them.
Keep them personal.
Absolutely.
I love the crew. I love the cast. I'm inspired by the cast because they bring it. When you have really good actors, there's nothing better.
What is your process working with your actors?
Well, we rehearse first. What are you coming in with? What are your ideas? How much do I have to teach here? Do I have to teach how to hit marks, which I have? Can this person walk and talk? You suss out the entire situation and see where people are coming from. And what could I do to make you the best you can be, first of all, but fit into my movie? Some people you really want to work with over and over again. We'll get this down. Because I know you can be brilliant here. It's usually simple things.
Yeah.
Walking, looking, slowing it down or speeding it up.
A lot of that's just based on instinct. You're picking somebody off your
Oh,
instinct.
it is. Well, we keep coming back to that. Ideas and instinct. That's what it's all
There's
about.
no way you'll know what you're going to get.
Well, sometimes I didn't. And one actress, I had to replace her because she couldn't do it. Could not do the part. And you just do the best you can with it. That's all you can ever do is the best you can.
You are endlessly inspiring. You were the only guy doing it. I mean, for me, I loved a lot of directors' work, but you were the guy who was doing it independently for so long, doing the multiple jobs and keeping your productions tight. What I loved about your approach to independent filmmaking is you didn't look at your budget and go, let me make a movie accordingly. You made big ideas. Your ideas were much bigger.
A friend of mine was a professional photographer in Chicago. He was actually in the room during the famous Kennedy-Nixon debate that emanated out of Chicago.
Yeah. Do you think Nixon won?
Well, what he said was he had no perception in the moment of how it was going to play over television. His perception in the moment was completely different than the telegenic.
Amazing,
and it's
yeah.
oftentimes cited as this kind of watershed moment where U.S. politics turns into the telegenic era. So I don't know what era this is going to ultimately be called. It's certainly not going to be called the Gilded Age, but the point I'm trying to make is we're into like a level of farce and idiocracy that's almost shocking, but somehow we're in it.
Did you see that movie, Idiocracy?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
yeah.
it's fabulous.
Yeah.
It's absolutely
Was it Mike
true.
Judge? Mike Judge from
fabulous.
Yeah.
No one talks about that. And I love that.
That
movie.
might be the ultimate.
It's true. It's all true.
More so than Escape from New York.
I think so.
I had to ask you because I'm a huge Lee Van Cleef fan.
Oh yeah, Lee.
That must have been
Lee.
This is where I envy your chair because
he's an unusual person. He was an unusual guy. He had. He invite me over to his place to have dinner. His wife couldn't cook a lick, and it was just awful. But he had all these loaded guns on the wall. But he said, now they are loaded. I want to just warn you. But he let me pick them up and manipulate them. And Lee, his horse fell on his leg, and he never got it attended to by doctors. So walking was tough for him.
Okay.
And there was a scene where we were in St. Louis and he had to walk down the street with his men, and his wife is next to me saying, I'm watching to see if Lee can make it because he can't walk. But he projects absolute strength. I mean, he knows how to act. He knows how to steal a scene. I liked Lee a lot. He was a cool guy.
What a cool.
I know.
Maybe the coolest.
But his wife couldn't cook, dude. I mean, going over there.
She must have been beautiful. He must have had a beautiful wife.
She was wonderful. But, you know.
Do you ever see that Sabata, that movie Sabata?
Yes.
That he's
in?
Yeah. Like he carries the movie literally on charisma.
What he shows up in a movie and he steals the scene. Because,
unbelievable.
Yeah. Because of how he looks and how he acts. And he's got it.
What is the famous, you brought up the director, the Italian director, the famous
Sergio
scene with,
Leone.
You got Eastwood, Lee Van Cleef, and who was the other actor? I can't think of his name.
Eli Wallach. That was a great movie. However, Once Upon a Time in the West is maybe the greatest Western. It's an opera.
But did Leone do that movie?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Carpenter. Sorry, this is really high.
Hi, young lady. How you doing?
My question is more towards the acting part because I'm an actress.
Uh-huh.
I just want to ask you. I really admire your work. I've seen Halloween countless of times. I wanted to ask, how did you finally cast Jamie Lee Curtis? I mean, her parents are big deals. How did you finally pick her for the role in that?
Well, she was not my initial choice in that role, but Deborah Hill, my producer and co-writer, had an idea. Jamie was a contract player here at Universal doing TV series, and so we brought her in and read her, and that sold it.
Yeah.
She was fabulous.
Okay.
She had the right combination of smarts and vulnerability, and she was pretty, and she was really nice and easy to work with.
Yeah.
And that's how we did that one.
Okay.
But reading is real important.
Yeah.
Some actors won't read. They refuse to read. Some actors can't read. I've worked with an actor who was illiterate and had to memorize. As a matter of fact, he was in the thing. Had to memorize the lines, having the script supervisor read it to him. I know a producer, a very famous producer, who's illiterate and has the screenwriters come to his house, and he sits down in an easy chair and they read their screenplay to him. And if he likes what they do, he may make the film. It's a fun business.
So do you interview? Do you ever interview your actors?
Yes.
Okay.
Every single one of them. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see several things at once. I want to see, first and foremost, what do they look like? In person. Is there a bad angle? Is visually, how am I going to, and I'm trying to do it without doing this. And secondly, the personality. Are they open? Are they guarded about being directed, or authority figures? What do they think of the screenplay and the material? How much do they want to change? You're trying to assess all these different things real quickly. Directors are all different in how they deal with casting. Clint Eastwood, for instance, casts off of tapes that are submitted to him. He doesn't read anybody. He just he gets a bunch of actors, put their performances on tape, on video, and he pops it in the machine. That one, not that one, that one. That's how he casts. So it's different for everyone. Depends on what you're comfortable with. I want to sit down with somebody and see if we can have a connection, because that's what acting and directing is all about. My job as a director is to be there to help you give the performance. Whatever you need as an actor is what my job is to provide. If you need a bad father, I can be mean all the time. If you need a good father, I can be that. A psychiatrist, I can confessor. It depends. It all depends on the person.
Okay.
What about you now, as an actress? What do you need from a director?
I like the interview process because I like to get to feel more comfortable with
That's
them
right.
as well.
That's the whole secret of all of it, is to everybody get comfortable.
Yeah.
Get comfortable with the guy who's directing you as an actor, and you and the director getting comfortable that you have the ability to do it.
Yeah, because people work under different kinds of environment. Like some people like working with, like you said, like a bad dad, or more calm with them.
Hello.
Hey man, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right.
Oh, that's good. Well, you are clearly a legend within this industry. Now, I do some writing, or at least I attempt to. And I certainly look up to you. It's astonishing that you can create something that has been expressed to us within this school and within the whole concept of the industry, that you want to serialize something that for profit. You want to create something and establish a character that can live for years and years. For instance, with Halloween or Escape from any of them, would you say that there's any particular things that you go by, rules or regulations that you like to follow to create something that can be serialized?
Oh, I see. No, I have no idea. I didn't start any of the projects out to be serialized.
I guess nowadays a lot of them are. It depends on the story, man. It's all about the story. And then it's about the characters in the story. But if I got hired to write Batman, then there's an existing story and an existing character. What can I bring to it? But you can write Escape from New York. It's really, or Escape from, just pick a city. And plug it in.
Fair enough.
And use a bunch of cliches of heroes, and then off you go.
Stick with archetypes and just.
Hey, why not? And make a bunch of money.
Well, that's the goal. Maybe one day, have a job like that producer, just sitting back and have people read.
That's great, isn't it?
I mean, that's a dream.
Oh, it's awesome. You can have people bring your food.
Oh, fantastic.
Then you can listen to the guy who wrote the script, read the script, and somebody can bring you a drink and turn on the television. It's unbelievable.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, man. And there's some that are troubled. It all depends, man. But in generally speaking, you just don't know with kids and animals. You get the right ones, and you're all set.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hi, John.
How you doing, man?
Doing good.
Good.
And I know you're doing good too.
Okay.
The first movie of yours I saw was Escape from LA. And I saw it about 4 or 5 times in theaters. And then I went and looked for all the other Kurt Russell, John Carpenter movies and saw those and loved them. And Kurt Russell and you are kind of like Scorsese and De Niro. And I'm just wondering.
We are? Why don't we get the same respect then?
To me, it's the same.
Yes.
But do you ever have any plans with working with him again, or? Because you just bring out the best in each other.
Well, yeah, well, he's great. He's a great performer, a great actor. He thinks he's old now. He doesn't want to do any more action movies. He believes some strange things sometimes. I don't know if you know about Kurt Russell, but he is to the right of Attila the Hun. I mean, he is extreme right. And I'm extreme left. But it's love of cinema and love of the craft of movies that keeps us together. So that just shows you what the important things are in life. If you love something, the movie-making process, in our case, then you can get along. You never know. That's one thing you say in this business. Never say never about anything. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Do you guys get in a lot of arguments?
Not really, no. No, we haven't. If we stay away from politics, I've seen others make the mistake with him, with Kurt. Start blabbing. And I shut up and go away because he goes crazy.
That's interesting to know.
When Kate Hudson was growing up, he'd read them, the whole thing at Thanksgiving about the blood of tyrants. The soil has to be replenished with the blood of patriots. We have to take down our government. It's like, what? What? But now he's been a friend for many years. Many years. Kurt's a great guy.
Well, thank you.
And he can imitate. And I like the thing. He can do an imitation of anybody, of any actor. He does an imitation of me. It's unbelievable. He's a born mimic. That's one of the reasons he's such a great actor, is he mimics people. It's really astonishing.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Hi, John.
Hello, young lady. How are you today?
I'm doing very well.
Excellent. That's excellent.
As a director, what do you feel the pros and cons are of working with a screenwriter on set from your personal experience?
Wong is a Chinese actor, and he can make the most outrageous ideas believable, the most outrageous speeches, the most outrageous dialogue believable to the audience. In Big Trouble in Little China, he was talking about Chinese mysticism.
Right.
And he made it evocative and crisp and understandable for you, and you believed him. In Prince of Darkness, he discusses some of the mysteries of quantum physics. Again, it's that kind of, he makes you believe what he's saying. So I went to him, initially I went to Donald Pleasance because he is a Shakespearean trained actor who can deliver, again, a certain performance level that I know I can count on. So I do enjoy working with the same people over and over. Not always, but it's fun, the process. Directing actors, directing technicians, directing 150, 200 people every day on a movie was a major shock the first time I did it, because what it requires is a sense of leadership. You have to be like a captain of a ship or a leader. You have to tell people what to do even if you don't know what to do. Someone says, well, should this be green or brown? Well, you have to make a decision even if you don't know what it should be. Well, it should be brown. And then later, oh no, should it have been brown? Maybe it should have been red. So I enjoy the leadership part. And, excuse me, there's a part of my personality that thrives on it. I enjoy it. I enjoy the responsibility and the challenge. And I enjoy working with people. I think that's the bottom of it. If you like working with folks, there are a lot of strange folks on movie crews as well as a lot of good folks. But I enjoy the challenge of it. It feels like home when I'm making a film. This feels right. I know Dan, and I know his personality, and I think Dan would be less at home on a set than perhaps behind a typewriter or maybe behind a desk someplace. Because you have to give out so much to people all the time. You have to be aggressive. And I know when I finish directing, I have to go rest because I only have so much of that to give, and then I want to be a private person.
You had Charles Bronson, Henry Fonda, Claudia Cardinelli. Oh, my God. Claudia's left us now, unfortunately.
God bless her.
Yeah, I know.
What a beauty.
I know.
Was Fellini saw that too, right?
Oh, yeah, early.
God bless.
You know how Fellini directed?
I do not know.
He had actors, and he would kneel down beside them, and he would squeeze their legs and say ABC, and they say it in Italian, BC, and he'd squeeze their legs when he wanted them to recite the alphabet. And then he would dub in later whatever he wanted. I'm not kidding. I am not kidding you. Terrence Stamp did a movie with him, and his direction was, you're bisexual and you've just taken a load of LSD. And go. And that was his direction. And that's what he did. That's what he played. ABC, DEF.
Wow.
Isn't that incredible?
Incredible. Do you have a favorite Fellini movie? Are you a Fellini fan? Too arty?
Sorta. Yeah, well, some of them were arty. I liked, Roma for the Pope fashion show.
Okay.
I love the Pope fashion, the priest fashion show.
Yeah.
I love that.
Chronicle, this movie called Chronicle. He knows that you're a big video game fan, so he thinks you must realize how much you've influenced things like Mortal Kombat and the Metal Gear Solids. What do you think about the similarities of these, and you play these games, and what do you think about the video game as a storytelling medium anyway?
It's fabulous, and it's in infancy. And storytelling through video games, Roger Ebert said it will never be art. I think he's wrong. He was wrong. It's just beginning.
Eli Roth, horror director now, he's a great guy. He'd love to know, back when you were one of the founding fathers of modern horror, when you made your early films, did you have any idea horror would evolve into where it is today?
Horror has always been the same. It will always be with us. It was around at the beginning, the birth of cinema. Edison did a Frankenstein. One genre that translates around the world. Big monster comes through the door, everybody in every country jumps up and screams. It's a universal language. You don't want to make horror movies to make money. You don't want to make horror movies to be popular. You want to do it because you have a story to tell. You have an idea. You can take something and turn it and make the audience go with you. It always has and it always will. Horror lives forever. Yes.
Your movies stand the test of time because they are unique. This is John Carpenter. We're privileged to have him here on El Rey and here with us on the director's chair.
Glad to be here.
Thank you, senor.
The old ones can come back. And that's kind of, there's some folks out there who are never going to see the difference between fantasy and reality. We had a mass killer in the United States, Jeffrey Dahmer, and he's the kind of a famous cannibal type guy. And he was haunted by Return of the Jedi for I'm serious. That's the movie that haunted him. Well, Okay, guys.
Back to wrestling with the film business.
The last guy I saw was Brett the Hitman Hart.
Yeah.
And what a nice human being
Yeah,
he is.
very smart guy.
And he was, he looked up to Roddy Piper a great deal. And Roddy had brain damage at the end. Bad. He couldn't barely show up.
Mm.
And poor guy.
Well, that's the CTE from all the head trauma.
Well, you know it. And they
don't forget, Roddy used to do the thing where he would legit bust beer bottles against his head.
I do know this.
Yeah.
And in the 50s and 60s, they didn't play nice. They didn't do like they do today.
No, it was certainly a more rough and tumble business.
Wow. Man, some of that stuff was bad.
Yeah.
So you seem to just accept that. I have a tough time accepting.
No, we try to run as safe a product as we can.
Yeah. When you say that, you sound like a businessman.
No. I don't mean it that way. There's no getting around the danger.
I know.
There's no getting around the danger. I mean, you worked with professional stunt people. There's just a point where it's like what they do is incredibly dangerous. But
the difference is in the movie business, they're in charge. I say, look, the scene involves you need to fall from up there down here. And they rig it and they do it. And they might come and say, you know what, this is dangerous this way. Let me do it this way. In wrestling, the promoter is the person, is the man. You get out there and
but we don't
take
work
a
that way.
shot. You don't work
no,
that
sir. No, I don't want anyone doing anything they don't feel comfortable doing. Not at all.
Chair shots?
Don't do them to the head.
Yeah. Boy.
We don't do unprotected chair shots.
You don't do that,
So all chair shots need to be cleared by me. And if they are they going anywhere near the head, they need to be protected.
Hey, what happens if that all goes, awry as things do in wrestling matches?
Well, then you have a problem. Yeah.
And what do you do about that? Do you find somebody? And here's the poor guy has a concussion, and you know what that's like.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I'm sorry, am I jumping on you too much?
No, not at all. No, I guess what you have to understand is, even though I'm the boss, and even though I write the shows and produce the shows out of my own pocket,
yeah,
the real relationship is between the wrestlers themselves.
Yeah, I know. It has to be.
And so they're a self-correcting body. So what you learn as a promoter is you have to let them sort those issues out themselves.
Yeah, that's pretty smart.
That's the only thing you can do.
Pretty smart.
Because there has to be a level of professional courtesy and relatability between the talent, because what they're doing is so dangerous. That's why when people come up to you on the street and say, "Oh, wrestling's fake," it's like, try it.
You know it.
Try it.
Exactly.
First of all, remakes in general are popular now because of the amount of money a company has to spend advertising to get people in the theaters. And one way to cut through the clutter of advertising that's out there is to come with a title in recent memory that they've heard of. So, for instance, all the horror remakes. Maybe the thinking is maybe you saw it with your brother when you were young on home video, or you've seen it on television, and we're going to update it. So it has a built-in awareness, which is the number that they're trying to reach to get the audience, the customer out there aware that your movie is in the theaters. And it tends to be why they remake horror. I'll say a word about horror. Horror has been with cinema since the very beginning. It grew up part and parcel with the image, with cinema. And it will always be with us. It's one of the most popular genres of all time. And it's an all-purpose genre because it keeps changing. Every culture, every few years, it morphs, it changes into something else. It brings the sensibilities of the age in which it's made, that's what's so fabulous. If you look at Frankenstein or Dracula or The Bride of Frankenstein, the Karloff films that were made at this studio, they're very much of the 30s and the Depression. They're Depression-era movies. They're speaking to those audiences. But if you look at modern horror films, they're speaking to you guys. And they bring the sensibility that you've become used to seeing and you demand seeing in film.
Well, thank you.
Okay, where are you from?
Sweden.
Excellent work. Excellent.
Once you have that opportunity, would you write a script for someone else to direct, or would you rather hold on to that control yourself?
anymore, writing is very difficult to do. It's something that I don't. When I write something nowadays, I write it to direct it. I think any good script is written. When you write a script, this is what I want to see on the screen. Even if they change it or if you're wrong, that's what you have to commit to.
Right.
And now once I've done this, I don't want to sell it to anybody else anymore. I want to do it myself. So I stopped being a writer for hire, basically.
You've done a lot of pictures in the horror science fiction genre. Your name has, in a sense, become synonymous with horror, like Wes Craven's has or David Cronenberg's has.
Almost a brand name in a sense.
And yet, yeah,
Thinking
yeah, it's almost John Carpenter. It's a horror film, and yet Big Trouble in Little China is not a horror film; it's a fantasy film. You've done the Elvis film. I'm not familiar with Someone's Watching Me. Someone's Watching Me. Is that a horror film?
That was a thriller, a Hitchcock-type thriller with Lauren Hutton. It was not a horror picture.
And you did what I always wanted to do, which was write a picture for John Wayne. I always wanted to do that. Why have you made so many horror films? Is it because your name has become bankable on horror films, or do you have a genuine love for that genre, which I believe you do from looking at the films?
Well, I do. I love it. It wasn't something that I had planned. I don't think that, at least for me, what happened in my career happened. There's no way I could sit down and say, now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to direct this movie, and then I'm going to do this movie, and then down the road here I'm going to do that. It just happened. In Europe, I'm best known for a picture called Assault on Precinct 13. And everything was judged by that. The Europeans didn't think Halloween was such a good deal, see. Where was the guy who made Assault? In this country, no one cared about Assault, but they liked Halloween. So Americans love to type people immediately.
Yeah.
If we see somebody in a comedy, that's what they do. If we see somebody who's a horror director, that's what he does. And it just happened. And when you need a job, and someone says, "Would you direct this movie?" It's called The Thing. Well, I love the script, but I might have rather done something else, something different than The Thing. But that's what I was offered. So that was basically my career. I have chosen now to come back to horror because I find it fulfills me probably the most of all. The audience response on horror films is that you just can't beat it. I suppose a comedy would be the second best, but if you can get people to laugh and scream at the same time, I mean, it's really wonderful. In the basement, and I understood what he meant, that there might be a missile attack, you see, and radiation and so forth and so on. So I contemplated the end of life as we know it on this planet. That seems to be pretty clearly evil, clearly. So then I began to think, well, you know, we created this thing ourselves, but on the other hand, it sort of exists out there. They're in a silo someplace, and they require a button to push, but off they go, and they destroy us. So I think that probably out of all that, I started developing the ideas of pure evil existing. Yeah.
Do you believe in the supernatural?
Do I believe in the supernatural? Well, I tell you what. After studying quantum physics, I must tell you that there's something very strange afoot. I don't quite know what it is. I don't think anybody does. But if you get into the mechanics of it, and what it's really saying is pretty eerie, and that's about the closest thing I can think of to something supernatural. Some of Einstein's ideas get a little funny too. The idea of time and gravity and a situation under which time could stop. It's a little strange, and they're not supernatural ideas, they're scientific ideas. They are the closest thing I can come to say there's something strange there.
It verges on the religious in many ways.
Well, certainly quantum physics does, because it asks you, what is this all about? Now, if we create our own reality, what's going on here? And not in the sense of Shirley MacLaine, you create your, and not in that sense, but in a literal matters and sense of matter. If matter is all particles and the waves are probability waves, and they collapse when you look at them, what does that say about reality? Why is it that the conscious mind, observing a piece of matter, collapses it into one spot or another? What? Say what? Huh? That's pretty strange. I don't just because I haven't had the experience, I don't believe or disbelieve in UFOs. I've never seen one. I've looked. They're not there. They've never landed.
They never write. They never call.
Nothing. I've never seen a ghost. So I suppose one day I could be walking along the road and see a UFO, and I'd go out of my mind and I believe. But at this point, I have no personal belief in it. So, but there's other stuff. Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Did you look into it on your own, so your own reading, or did you? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I went into it. I was trying to develop a story, either a movie or a novel. I'm afraid it's a novel because I don't think you can communicate to an audience in a movie.
I assume you intended the film to have that tone, and that people would ask themselves questions about Prince of Darkness.
I wanted people to come away. The film premises something and says perhaps there is a God, but perhaps he's not benevolent. Why do we assume that he is? Perhaps that he brings darkness instead of light. And I wanted to do that in different ways. On an intellectual level, and the part that you didn't like on a emotional level. And hopefully the audience would come away having screamed and laughed and so forth, but then think about it later. That's kind of weird. Which was my intention.
Talk about kind of composing for other people. There has been some interest in you doing the music for games. I mean, you've talked about being a big video game
I will do it. You know, I've had people say they're interested, and then they just sort of fade off, fade away. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, maybe after your live set at ATP.
You think that'll do it?
Could well be.
Wow. I did record something with Jean-Michel Jarre on his new album.
2.3 ratio, your scores, your choice of fonts, the enigmatic ending. He loved it, and it made him want to take ownership of his movies. How important was it from the start to develop this style? Were you influenced by the other film directors to do this, or other artists of a different medium?
It was important to show there is a person behind these movies. There is a person doing this. I would control the font, put my name above it, the look, and some of the thematic concerns carry over from movie to movie. It was important to do all these things for me because of parts of what I learned in film school. The directing teachers beat into your head of how quickly you can lose control, how quickly that can happen if you give over certain elements of the movie that you care about. So you got to decide, what do I care about in this? What's the most important thing to me? A final cut, obviously, is the most important thing any director can have. Isn't given, you try to seize it. If you can't get it in writing, you seize control from the set. But that's also just part of what I think cinematic storytelling is all about. You just got to do it. You got to do it. I have to do it. Other people are more successful working with others, not me.
Josh Trank is a young filmmaker.
I've seen guys blow their knees out on the most simple move in the world.
Yeah.
Nothing. You wouldn't even think twice watching it on television.
Some of those holes, I don't know, the legit holes are, boy, they could cripple you if they are put on right.
But that's why that's why you have the shooters. Can't get anything over on them.
Anyway, okay.
Back to you.
Oh dear.
I saw something where you talked about how you fell in love with the movie business.
Yeah.
Was that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I fell in love with directing.
Yeah.
I fell in love with movies. That's my muse is movies. Is cinema.
Having been on a few sets in my life, I don't know how you do it because it's the pace of shooting a major motion picture is so slow.
As opposed to
opposed to a lot of other things. I mean,
like what?
In order to, I don't know, you tell me, but in order to realize your vision, which is holistic as an auteur, that's a lot of patience. That's a lot of time.
That's correct. It is. And you have to, it goes from a script to pre-production to production to editing in the end to the music on the film.
And in your case, doing the music.
All of that. You have to have patience and you have to remember that vision. Hey, that's the thing. Don't lose track of it.
Yeah.
Here we are on a set. You know, we've got people who are putting up lights and it's taking a little time. don't forget what we're doing.
And I was wondering what your work on that video game is. Is it just like the concept, or is it something more kind of deeper than that?
I hate to tell you what my work is, but I extend my hand and a check arrives in the...
I was wondering if you had to adapt a video game that you enjoy into a movie and you were going to direct it, what would that be? What video game would you adapt?
I don't really know, because most of the movies made of video games have been shit, you know? They really are not good. It's a different art form. And it requires your participation and your talents and your thinking. So movies are passive. You know, you go in and watch. So I don't know if I'd want to, you know.
What do you think about physical effects being brought back after the era of CGI and horror?
I think it's great, you know, but look, computer effects can do great things. It's a tool. It's a filmmaker's tool. That's all it is. So we didn't have computers in 1981. We didn't have that. So we had to go practical effects. There's something more real about practical effects. You feel like you feel like they're in space. They're taking up weight.
Just move to the first question from one of our audience.
Let's go.
This is from Jamie Illingworth, and he's asked, is there a movie throughout your career that you regret turning down directing duties?
I regret?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Because I know it has been kind of documented, you were offered Fatal Attraction.
Yeah, it was sort of. I sort of turned that down because it was play Misty for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, I don't want to do that. I mean, it turned out okay. The movie turned out okay. And actually, they shot, the ending that I read was that the Glenn Close character wins.
Mm-hmm.
She wins. And the audience hated it. So they had to go back and shoot Glenn Close getting killed by the wife. See, if that had been me, I'd have gone crazy. I said, what are you talking about? The whole point of it was that this evil character wins. And I don't regret. I have no regrets. No, none.
I mean, on the flip side of that, is there a film that you wish you had been offered or seen and thought,
I don't care. I don't care. I really don't.
Does it ever kind of make you think kind of why you're considered differently in different countries? Is it just...
You want to intellectualize everything. I don't look at things that way.
Okay.
I don't. That's just me.
This morning, last night, had a couple of hours spare this morning, and...
You flew in? How long was your flight?
11 hours.
Oh, for fuck's sake. 11 hours?
Mm-hmm.
From Leeds?
No, from London. So
London?
It was about 14 hours in total.
I have to go to, next year, we're going to go do a show in Iceland.
I know.
That's 11 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
It's a long way.
All right, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's worth it. I'm very happy to be here.
No, well, that's good. I'm happy you're here.
I say it's my first time in LA. I had some time spare this morning, so I thought I'd have a look on the Hollywood
Walk of Fame. Did you go down there and look around? Good for you.
Did.
Good for you.
Found Jamie Lee Curtis's
Did
stuff.
you now?
I did.
You now?
Couldn't find yours.
Well, you have to pay to get your name down there. You, me, I would have to pay. I'm not going to pay for that.
I didn't know that. I always assumed that they offered it to you.
Don't be naive, young man. Don't be naive.
So you've never felt the urge to be part of that? If you were going to make another film?
The micro what?
The micro budget.
Micro budget? Yeah. Oh. I don't care. I don't know. A movie should be budgeted as to what the script is. If the script is written and it budgets out to $50, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do that.
Okay, so we're just going to move on to another question from the audience.
Yes.
This comes from Zach Stones, who's asking, with all the experience you've gained over the years, if you could go back and tell your younger self one thing, what would it be?
One thing. Oh, man. One thing. Oh. Relax. That's what I'd say. Relax. I took the movies and getting into the movies and becoming a director very seriously when I was young. I was very driven to do that. And I would tell myself, just relax, man. Relax. Relax. You know, you don't live a lot of life doing that.
I can sell you my own films. Just come and bring your wallet right up here now, and I'll take care of you. You know. I don't really have in control on when they distribute films. I don't know. I never know. I know when they come out in Laserdisc, because I make movies in widescreen. When you see it, unless it's a widescreen videotape, you know, don't buy it. I mean, I can't guarantee anything. If you get a Laserdisc, it'll have your Dolby sound on it, and it'll be a beautiful, clear image. That means it's been massaged through this process. It's the best we can do now for your home television screen. And I recommend Laserdiscs to you. Don't fool around with video, unless you get rare things that you have to see, you know. Laserdiscs is the way to go, young man.
Do you get the most personal pleasure from them? Which do you think?
Always the next one. Seriously, the next one.
And which of the films that you've already made do you feel was probably your greatest critical success? Never mind what the critics say.
Man, I don't know. Every one of them in its own way has been put down so heavily, and then later has been praised. So I don't know. I can't make sense of it. You should ask him this question.
Somebody's setting up a multi-billion-dollar AI production studio. So basically, if you were making a new film and you needed a scene where your character was going to walk across a desert and you don't have the $150,000 to blow on the scene,
you go there, huh?
And you go there and they'll put your guy or girl walking across the desert, and Bob's your uncle, as they would say.
Great.
Well, we'll see. You know, jury's still out on that.
Yeah.
But it's certainly going to wreak havoc on this town in terms of
it'll change everything, and you know, the actors and the creative people are fighting against it.
Yeah,
because but we'll see. Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Do you see an auteur class in the current landscape?
Not many. Few here and there. Yeah, sure.
Do
Jordan Peele, I think, is pretty great.
Do some of them reach out to you for?
Nah, they don't give a shit. That old guy, we don't want to talk to him.
I'd love to talk to you. I mean, it's just like, to me, you stood in such a unique spot.
I did. I had my time in it, and I'm really happy about that. I got to live my dream. I really did.
Yeah,
it's astonishing. Who would have thought this idiot from Bowling Green could be a director?
For people who aren't knowledgeable about your work, what's the one film you would point them at to say, this was the best?
I know.
I'm not saying pick, because I hate when people ask me what's my favorite album. They're all my favorite album.
Yeah, of course.
And I hate them all and I love them all.
Exactly.
Because I understand, but I'm saying is, if you wanted to say, hey, if I want you to watch one film, watch this one film because I think this is the best kind of balance of what I was at.
Watch The Thing. Just check it out and see if it affects you emotionally anyway.
Yeah.
I would say that, or Halloween. I don't know.
No. But
I think that's it.
But no, it's helpful.
I'm proud of The Thing.
Yeah.
Very proud of it.
Yeah. Because certainly.
And I'm also proud of Cathedral, my new album, which I'm pimping here with you today.
Okay. We're not sure when this is coming out, but it's going to definitely come out soon in 2026. So
great.
Is the Cathedral thing out yet, or it's coming?
Yeah, it's coming.
Okay, so when's it actually coming out?
God, if I know. May sometime. I don't know.
See, this is why you had trouble in Hollywood.
You
gotta promote your stuff.
Well, I'm old now in my memory, but anyway.
Okay, last silly question.
Okay.
How do you think the Hawkses and the Hitchcocks and the Fords of the world would look at our current
time right now?
Yeah, not just the time we're in, but the way movies are being made.
Oh, they'd scratch their heads and say, what's happening? It was just so alien to them, the way they worked, the way they made their movies. Nobody would care that much. That's the thing.
See, that hurts, because when you say it, I feel that's true, and it hurts. It
just, they don't care. And I'm not sure a big segment of the audience cares anymore. I'm sorry, but they don't care.
There's this one thing that I'm thinking of. At the end of The Searchers.
Oh, yeah.
There's that scene where Wayne sort of walks out the door.
He holds his hand like Carrie.
Say, You knowing what I'm talking about gives me chills.
Yeah.
That sense of honor within the genre, and genre is too small a word. The nobility of the American film when it's spot on.
Yeah.
And Wayne's ability as an actor and as a human being to understand the symbolism of that moment.
That's correct.
Where's that gone?
It ain't here. That's a great scene because there's no place for this guy anymore. He needs to. Right on.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
You got it, man?
Love talking to you.
I can make my own movies and make all the decisions, but if I can't produce someone else's films, because basically what it comes down to is I say, well, it's a director's movie.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want me for? If in Halloween 2 and in Halloween 3 we had a director, what business do I have doing anything? It's his picture. And it's ingrained in me so much, and if it's not my movie, you can convince me of anything. You can walk in and say, listen, we should do it this way. Oh, you're probably right, you know. So I'm not very good at that. I don't have a passion for it, for the producing aspect of it. That's not how I would express myself. I couldn't take a young filmmaker and his script and nourish it and get it on the screen. I would, because I just feel that producers have a very important function, but one of them is not to tell the director how to make a movie. Unfortunately, I've had to fix a couple of one of the films that I produced. I had to fix it because it didn't work, and it was awful. I never want to do that again, ever.
Which of your films have come closest to what you wanted it to be? The vision you originally had for it.
Well, I think of the ones that are the furthest away. There are a couple of
we can start backwards.
There are a couple of them that are really
We're
far away.
flexible.
The two films that I can think of now that are Halloween and The Prince of Darkness are exactly what I had in mind. They're right from the screenplay, right under the screen. All of the others, and I don't want to say all of them, but all of the others have had surprises along the way. Varying degrees of surprises. Some pleasant and some not so pleasant. I made a film, which will remain nameless, which absolutely did not work. Completely dead. The worst movie I have ever seen in my life. And I reshot 50% of it in 2 months, and we got it released. And
holy smokes!
That one shook me up. That experience shook me up. The film did extremely well. It's well thought of. But oh, what a turkey that was! Wow.
We couldn't pry that information out of you with pepper
wild
cuts, could we?
horses and the devil himself.
Who's, by the way, waiting outside as we speak. Yeah.
But it was that I suppose was my baptism of fire. But I had to do something. You know, I remember reading about Spielberg being on the set of 1941, and he said, you know, I knew there was something funny going on in this film. Well, I know exactly what he felt like. There was something weird going on as we were shooting the first version of this movie.
If you were to go on a date with someone who was a vampire, or go on a date with someone who was a werewolf, who would you prefer?
Ooh.
Oh, boy. Well, it depends on the girl. And if she's really good looking, I'd go the vampire route.
What's your favorite city and why?
Favorite city?
Well, there's no question about that. It's L.A., dude. L.A. I love it. I love L.A. Have since I got there.
Not New York?
No, hell no.
If you had the ability to cast any classic actor from the golden age of Hollywood in a movie, who would it be?
Man, well, it might be one of the Jimmy Stewart or John Wayne or Grace Kelly. Now, there's an actress I'd love to have worked with.
I was wondering, have you ever been in a bar fight?
No, I haven't. Haven't been in a bar fight.
Do you want to be in a bar fight?
Yes, oh God, yes.
Yeah.
When I was about 6 or 7 and I saw the thing on TV, I was very confused.
You saw the thing when you were 6 or 7?
Only a little bit of it.
What is wrong with you? You can't. You're too young for that.
I know, because I was wondering where are the rest of the Fantastic Four. I was 6.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, for giving us your time and speaking to me on behalf of Leeds International Film Festival.
Absolutely.
It's an absolute honour and pleasure to get to speak to you. I've been a fan for a very long time. We have a number of questions. We've asked our audience to send in a selection and we've picked the best one. You've said before, obviously, your early loves were westerns, and you said you always wanted to direct a western, but the genre died out. But to some extent, Assault on Precinct 13 is an urban western. It has a lot of the same tropes as the traditional thing. But why at that time did you choose to make Assault on Precinct 13 rather than a traditional western?
Well, we didn't have the money to make a traditional western. Back in the 70s, and maybe a little bit into the 80s, there was still something called exploitation movies, which would play for a short period of time and it moved to the next city. Assault on Precinct 13 was meant to be an exploitation film. And it was a disguised western. It was an urban thriller disguised as a western.
I mean, just talking about the westerns, I mean, every so often there is a resurgence. Because we saw Unforgiven in the 90s, the remake of True Grit a few years ago, and now...
But when you say resurgence, 1 or 2 movies come along. Resurgence, no.
Okay.
There are no steady stream of westerns being made by all sorts of levels. We're talking about the occasional movie. Unforgiven was brilliant.
But we've got 2 coming out in the very near future.
Bone Tomahawk.
And...
that's a little dark. Yeah.
You've seen the film?
No, I've heard about it.
Yeah, we have it in the festival, and I think it's a great role for Kurt. I think he's fits the genre very, very well.
Oh yeah.
But interestingly, he's also now in Tarantino's Hateful Eight as well. So, do you think there may be a little bit more interest? If these films do well, given Hollywood's, usual way of kind of once something's successful, there'll be then lots of copies.
I have no clue. I have no clue what they'll do, but I doubt it. But you never know. You never know.
You still don't hold on to any hope of maybe doing a western yourself.
No, I don't care now. I'm too old to care.
Or early films may have been low budget by comparison, but they never looked cheap. They're obviously always shot on film. I know you always took a lot of time kind of set up planning to make them look as good as they could.
Well, those days we didn't have any choice but shooting film. There was no digital.
Yeah.
The only choice we had was to shoot on videotape, a kind of a crude videotape, but we didn't have any other choice.
Do you think if digital had been around then, you would have gone down that route?
I have no idea. I don't really know that much about digital. I haven't really shot in it. I've completed a movie in digital, and I've watched the difference in projection between 35 and digital. But I don't know. Maybe.
Because I think with the size of the cameras and their accessibility, it seems that you can maybe do some things with digital that you couldn't as easily with film.
That could be.
But equally, I know you said in the past that so it seems to be an excuse for a lot of handheld footage, kind of shaky cam. Do you think that maybe kind of cheapens the idea of film? Getting away from this idea of dollies, of setting up, and
Well, you can still do all that. You can still dolly and crane and boom with digital. Nothing that stops you. The handheld business you're talking about, shaky cam, is a style. So that comes from movies that I'm not sure who originated that. They used to call that Russian cam in the old days, but now it's I don't know. Paul Greengrass does it a lot. His director of photography basically directs the movie, and he gets some actors to walk around, and they just follow them with the camera, and it's very effective. But it's all repetitive. There's nothing different about it. Well, I'm not sure. I shouldn't criticize. I don't want to criticize.
But you feel
I think there's nothing that looks better than 35 millimeter anamorphic Panavision lenses. Nothing, as far as I'm concerned.
Recently said as well, because I know Halloween's just had a re-release in the theatres in the USA, and you've said go and see it in the theatre. Go
With
and see it
me
big
on the
screen.
front of it, which I don't understand. That's not gonna help anybody.
Oh, I don't know. But do you feel that it's important still in this age of digital, in this age of Netflix, smartphones, tablets, where you can watch film anywhere, that it's still important to get into the theatres and see the films on the big screen?
I never thought there would come a time when I'd have to explain why it's important to see a movie in the theater. It's beyond me.
Working for a film festival, I'm very aware of that same thing, and we try very, very hard to get people to have that shared experience on
Oh,
the
yeah.
big screen, definitely. Okay.
We have a deal here where we have, in the Hollywood Cemetery, we have screenings at night. All the people come. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I think with a lot of the kind of advent of new technology, there's a big surge, but then people start to realise that maybe it's not a replacement, it's an addition, but you shouldn't necessarily throw out the old technology, the old way of doing things.
I can't imagine, but the storytelling is generally communal except for books, when you're by yourself reading a book. But visual storytelling, I said, man, hey, it's okay. Everything's great. Everything's wonderful. Everything.
But have you ever sat in a theatre and watched other
Sure,
people's
sure,
reactions?
sure.
Is that an enjoyable experience?
No,
seeing them?
none of it's
No?
enjoyable. No, that's why I don't watch my movies. I see the mistakes. I start watching a movie and I say, "What was I doing? Why did I stage it like that? What the hell was I thinking?" In The Notebook, in wrestling, one of the most important things you have to do is interviews. So if you have a match set up, what you do is you go on television and you say, "I'm going to get that guy next week. I'm going to beat his brains in." So what you're trying to do is come up with great lines to say in interviews and great lines to say about your opponent. So he gave me this book and said, "Here's some of my lines." So in there was the line from They Live. I thought, this is great. I'm going to use this. It was from a match, I think, Playboy Buddy Rose and Roddy had a match somewhere. And then he said that.
Excellent. I'm going to go to another question. This is from Thomas Holt, who is celebrating his birthday on the night of the screening.
Happy birthday. So he called me. I was shooting the Masters of Horror. I said, he called up there and said, "Well, we want you to do this." I said, "Well, great. Let me finish shooting this and we'll talk about it." And I never heard from him again. Wow. Threw me over the side of the boat.
You've recently been interviewed by Rodriguez for El Rey as well. I hope you had mentioned that too.
I did. I talked about it. He said, "Oh, it's the budget. They cut the budget."
So just to touch on gaming, you're a big video game player, and you talked about gaming with your son in between recording. What would you say to people who think that gaming is for kids?
Well, it partially is. There are games for children. There are games for adults. There are games for all sorts of people. I got into video games through my son when he was really young. That's how I got addicted. Well, they are for kids, but they're for the kid in all of us that love to play those kind of games. And they've become really complex. I know you make a game. Destiny cost $500 million to make. That's a kid's game, man. Man, that's a lot. They've come a long way. I know that Roger Ebert said that they would never be an art form. I don't know if I agree with that. They're so young. I think they may be.
There does seem to be some convergence as well between film and gaming. A lot more narrative structure. We're seeing
the narrative starting to come. The Last of Us did that. Oh yeah.
And certainly we're seeing actors and actresses doing a lot more voice work with them.
Sure.
I know Adrienne Barbeau has done a lot of these games.
She's great. She's great at it.
Mark Hamill famously as the Joker in the Batman films. Would you do it? Have you been approached?
To do what?
Do voice for...
Sure. I did voice for a song. I did voice for a techno band, Gunship. Have you heard?
I have. Yes.
Have you seen their video?
I have.
Well, then there you go. Actually, I did. I just narrated what they gave me. I like their song. I like it. It's good.
Yeah. Hopefully our audience will now go home and look that up on YouTube.
Oh, why don't you show it here? Why don't you put? As a matter of fact, let's look at it right now.
Which one would it be?
Oh. Well, Halloween would be a good game. I think that they may be thinking about doing that. Escape from New York would be a good game. Even They Live, you could make a game out of. Several of them you could. Assault on Precinct 13, you could make a game out of it.
And
good question, Kate. Good question.
I was actually noticed. I was doing some research over the last couple of days, and Kickstarter campaign came up, which they're raising money for the Friday the 13th video game.
Good.
And I think at the moment it's up to about $595,000. They're aiming for 700,000, 10 days to go, so there's a good chance it might happen.
Good.
Just with that kind of whole crowdfunding thing with Kickstarter, would that be something you'd ever be interested in doing, trying to kind of raise money directly from the fans rather than through the studios?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it's all that smart when you're making a movie. You may be part of the budget, but you want hopefully a distributor to get involved in your movie and put some money down on it.
And we've got ATP coming up next year, which hopefully I will see you at in Iceland. Is there anything else on the cards for the future? Are there other things that you have planned that you're working on at the moment that we could hopefully see, hear, read in the near future?
Well, I'm always working on a couple of movies to see if I can get them made. Perhaps working on music, but generally at this time I'm watching a lot of basketball. Do you guys have basketball in England?
It's not so huge. I was going to ask you about that. It's like, what we missing?
You love football, right? Soccer?
Soccer, yeah. What are we missing with basketball?
Oh, I can't even tell you. It's probably the best sport on the earth. So, soccer is based on, well, this is Carl Sagan's idea, not mine. Soccer is based on football also. American football is based on these pagan games where they'd cut the head off of their enemy and kick it around the field. That's where it comes from. Basketball was invented so it's not based on anything that's pagan. It's based on sort of modern scientific ideas. Passing and cooperation, team, cooperation. Anyway, if you like it, if you don't like it, it's fine.
Okay. Finally,
yes.
You stated that you have 3 rules to live by.
Yes.
Don't go out unless you have to.
Don't leave home unless absolutely necessary.
Okay.
Don't eat fish. Don't go south of the border. South of the border meaning in this country.
Okay.
Three rules for a living.
Okay. Why?
You understand, right? Well, if you don't leave home, you don't miss anything on television when it's basketball season. Fish, the waters are contaminated with mercury. Contaminated with mercury and radiation from Fukushima. So don't eat the fish. And don't go south of the border. It's very corrupt and dangerous down there. Drug cartels and some of the governments will hold you up and take your money. It's not good. It's not good.
Sounds like very, very sound advice.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Leads.
And hopefully, if the music career takes off, we may see you playing live.
Do you have popcorn like in this auditorium?
Yes.
Do you? People can go buy popcorn and drinks? That's fabulous.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And so Horror Found Me with Halloween is a wonderful t-shirt that you're wearing, youngster.
Thank you.
It found me with that movie. And what happens in Hollywood, you get typecast. Oh, he made that. Well, let's offer him this. It's the same thing. They want you to do the same thing again and again and make money at it. And, but I've made a career out of it. I've got to become John Carpenter. What's wrong with that? I'm happy about it. My influences were science fiction and horror movies and westerns and musicals, everything, when I was growing up, back in the 50s. I loved movies. And then when I went to film school and I got to watch the work of American classic directors, Orson Welles, Howard Hawks, John Ford, and then world directors. And that's where I really deepened my love for cinema.
Cool. Thank you.
Do you guys get to watch old movies? Oh, yeah. What, do they real old movies or like last year's movies? And What kind of stuff do you get to listen to? Watch?
The classics.
The classics. So you've heard of Citizen Kane, have you guys? Okay, fine. Okay. Hello, young lady.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. First of all, big fan. Thank you for all your great films.
Thank you.
And my question is, how do you feel about the horror film remake trend in Hollywood that's going on right now?
All right, first off, I just want to thank you again for doing this and allowing this chance for all of us to pick your brain. So that's really awesome of you to do. I guess my question is, if you take the techniques and the technology that was around when you first started out and compare it to what's available today, along with like the streamlining processes and all that, do you feel that it helps your creativity or stifles it or both? And then how do you deal with that?
That's a good question. Let me ask you a question. What's the streamlining process?
Well, I just mean like, if you look at even sports, you know, they find better techniques through medical technology for recovery and whatnot. So, I mean, you know, the whole process can be streamlined and a little bit more efficient.
You know, that's one thing I wish had changed about the movie business. That has never changed. It is a grind. It's a grind to make a film. To make a big film, it's a real grind. In terms of the technology of movie making, that constantly changes. And it's a tool. You guys got to look at it like a tool. It's something that can further your vision of whatever you're doing, whether it's a matte shot, or whether you're imagining some creature that's impossible, or whether you're imagining some world that you want to explore. The technology at your disposal now is like unlike anything that's ever been before. It's great. You guys are lucky. You're also lucky that you can buy or rent or get a hold of inexpensive equipment, and you can do it on digital and make your own damn movie. So we didn't have that when I was young. And you guys can watch movies. And you can watch old films. You can watch them on DVD, or you can watch them on whatever. You can watch them on your telephone, your iPhone. So you guys are really lucky. And I am envious of where you are and the time you've come along. But to answer your question, they've never improved. They've never streamlined the motion picture technique. They still do it on a board. They still figure out the shooting days on a board, whether it's a virtual board or actually they make one with strips. And it's an eighth of a page and half a page. And you shoot 3.5 pages in a day. Can I get that done in the afternoon? They make you get up at, and show up at 7 in the morning. When no one's ready to do creative shit at 7 in the morning. I haven't even had coffee yet. And it's always the same. Then in television and some low budget films, they start the work week on Monday, 7 in the morning. And then during the week, they move the call time back. So on Friday, you're shooting nights. And they do that because they can cheat you because you don't have the time on the weekend to catch up on your rest to start again Monday. It's a grind. No one has fixed that. No one has made it better. And I don't understand why. The Directors Guild came up with years and years ago, tried to show the studios that if you work 3 or 4 days a week, you could get more done. Because the crew wouldn't be so tired. Because we've actually had deaths of people driving home after working 17, 18-hour days. They get into a car accident. And they didn't want to hear about it. Because they're geared to punish the filmmaker. No, they're not. But I'm saying that because it's awful. I don't know. Maybe you guys love to get up in the morning. I never did. I was always... So anyway, that would be if one of you could design a system of shooting a movie that wasn't this same old factory setup that we've had since the beginning of studios, and make it work and make it easier on people, you'd make millions of dollars, okay? And if you could figure out how to light a scene quicker, this was what I hoped when digital came in. I hoped that we wouldn't have to spend all the time we do on film lighting a scene. Why can't these cameramen come up with some simple techniques? Why do they have to have top light and backlight and side lights? What is all that shit? Why do you think good? Well, look better. That's the other thing that really hasn't changed. Some of the lighting schemes. There was a big change in the '70s when they did overhead lighting on the Godfather movies. They just used tarps and shoot through bed sheets and stuff like that. Make it all come from overhead with shadows and faces. And nowadays you can work the contrast or the color or the exposure on a computer. So it's a lot simpler that way. And you kind of get the effect of that. But the basics of cinematography haven't changed. So anyway, I'm rambling on. I'm sorry I didn't answer your question. I apologize.
That's all right. I guess I'll use an example, Star Wars. I love Star Wars, but it also hurts me a little bit. So
why does it hurt you?
Well, with modern technology, with all the crazy special effects that are available now, how do you personally try not to lose yourself with the special effects and stay focused on the story? Just use them as a tool, you know what I mean? Because a lot of your films pioneered special effects back in the day. So how do you, when you do something nowadays, not go all crazy with that and still stay focused on the story?
Well, it depends on the story and the budget. Because if you focus only on making the special effects better every time, you're not going to make good movies. Depends on what the story requires. The story requires very little, you do very little. Nowadays, they have 3D for you guys, so you spend more money and go to 3D movies. Up the budget and the grosses. Now, I don't know. Maybe you love 3D. I grew up in the first 3D craze in the early 50s, where the movies were competing with television. I'm sorry, I didn't see Avatar in 3D. Maybe I missed something. I hear I did. I hear it's pretty spectacular. Wasn't so spectacular in 2D, but that's just me. That's just me. So how do you approach this? Every director approaches it differently. I think one of the best directors nowadays is David Fincher. I love the way he approaches. I love the way he approaches the technology in telling his stories. Of Benjamin Button, he used certain techniques. And his last film, which is basically a character piece, he used cinematic techniques in that. They were just really interesting work. So he's an example of somebody who has mastery of the technological aspects of filmmaking and also has an artistry. It's trying to find that power, leverage to get there. And I don't know. The quickest way is to have a big hit, is to have a giant hit, and then they'll come give you what you want for a while.
Do you think they will give you more creative control if you say that you might allow yourself to get paid less, maybe?
You could try that, they'll go for it, but I don't think they'll give you that. unless you have something that they really need, and they've got to be scared of you.
Right.
They got to be scared of you a little bit. They got to be scared, well, if I fuck with him, he may go to another company and talk bad about my company. And it's really tricky. It's all about how much money you make them. Everything.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Mr. Carpenter. How are you?
How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm all right.
It's about the 13th time you've been asked that. I just want to know, this may seem like an oddly specific question, but there's an old industry maxim, never work with children or animals.
Uh-huh.
And obviously there's a brilliant performance, if I can call it that, from several animals early in this film in particular. I was just wondering, do you have any wisdom you would share about going against what the industry establishes as a bad idea?
It's all in the trainer and the animal that you get. We had the main dog in this was a wolf, and they're smarter, but they're a little dangerous. So on the set, he would come in, and we'd have minimal crew. We'd have the operator, focus puller, myself, and the dolly grip, and the actors. And for about 15 to 20 minutes, he would wander around us and get used to our smell. And then he said, don't pet him, don't touch him, don't necessarily look at him. Just sit here, don't talk loud, let him be with you a little bit. And then he did something in one shot I've never seen an animal do. His job, the animal as actor, was to come down a hallway, look in a room on the left, look in a room on the right, look back in a room on the left, stand there, and then go in. And we put a camera right in front of him. And we're tracking with him down the hallway. And his job also was not to look in the camera. And by God, this dog did it 7 or 8 times, just like that. It was jaw-dropping. Now, he's not with us anymore. Jeb is his name. He was not with us anymore. He was a great, great dog and a great actor. But we didn't use him in every shot. We used stand-in dogs. But the trainer brought a unique performing animal to the movie. And had I not had that dog, you know, the movie wouldn't be as good. He was unbelievable. So yeah, animals can be really tough. Horses don't stop where you want them to. They take a shit in the middle of the scene. You know, if you watch Westerns, you see all sorts of things go on that you took for granted when you were watching them, but you see actors kind of, they're out of control. I've watched a scene in the original True Grit nowadays where somebody's about to fire a shot and you see John Wayne reach up and grab the horse he's on before the shot's fired so he knows the horse is going to bolt. So he's just thinking ahead, is trying to control it for the shot. Kids, boy, there's some great kid actors. They just come and do it, so you don't have to really worry too much. From personal experience, the two experiences that I've had with screenwriters, one was on Big Trouble in Little China, and one was on this movie I made called Memoirs of an Invisible Man. It was made a Chevy Chase movie. And both times, my choice of leading lady, the writer and writers were not very happy with, and they wanted to rewrite the scenes. And in the case of Big Trouble in Little China, Kim Cattrall came to me and said, please get this guy away from me. He makes me feel like shit. He's tearing me down. He doesn't like me. He doesn't think I can play this part. Everybody thought of Kim Cattrall at that time as sort of the girl from Porky's who could do an orgasm. They didn't take her seriously. But she's just a terrific comedian, just terrific. So I had to throw him off the set, and he's a friend of mine. And then the same thing with Daryl Hannah. She comes to play this part, and the writers start writing her like some stupid girl. And she says, what are they doing? You know, I signed on to do this. So I just had to get rid of them. The writers want to be on the set. The Writers Guild wants the same contract that writers have in plays, where you can't change a word. And that's what they've always wanted. And they hate directors. Hate directors. And they hate people changing their words. And I don't blame them. I'm a writer. I didn't like it either, but that's the way it is. You know, actors will come in and say, oh, I'm going to change that. And then say whatever they want to. So it's a mixed thing, you know. A famous story, a cautionary tale about a movie called, God, I can't remember the name of it. Patty Chayefsky wrote it. A movie with William Hurt. Was about sort of a Jekyll and Hyde thing where this guy turns into Altered States, a movie I particularly like. Patty Chayefsky was the writer of that and was on the set, and he just gave him hell because it wasn't the way he wanted it, and ended up taking his name off and changing it. And you get that sometimes. It's not pleasant.
What about in the case of Deborah Hill, where she was also your producer and co-writer?
Well, if we started working, if you get the actors to say anything close to what you write, you're happy. So in our case, it was fine. We didn't have a problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You are welcome.
And we actually have something very nice planned for you. We actually are going to be giving you an honorary master's degree.
Wow, huh?
Hey-o.
Huh? I talk to you geniuses, I get a master's degree. Wow. This is not bad.
There you are.
All right. We have our one and only stunt. And during the making of this, Donald comes up and looks down, and he said, I can play this two ways. When I see that this body is not here, Donald says, I can play it, oh my God, he's gone, or I can play it, I knew this would happen. So I said, let's do it both ways.
And that's the whole point. Make you watch and listen to the dialogue.
Right.
There wasn't much to it. Didn't take much talent, but it was right for the movie.
It takes a lot of talent to be able to understate things and to be
simple an approach and efficient an approach.
But the biggest thing about Assault was the first time I ever shot in Panavision, an anamorphic widescreen, and I never looked back. It was eye-opening, literally. I love widescreen, unlike a lot of directors don't, but I loved widescreen. And Panavision was just the best. And so I said, no matter what, guys, we're gonna make this movie, but we're shooting it in Panavision.
It made your movies look huge.
Make it big.
They call it the budget button. Bump, hit the button on your computer now and put an anamorphic mask across your regular picture, and it's the budget button because it feels big.
Yes.
But you all shot the real deal.
We shot the real thing, which is tiny focus. So you got a close-up, you know, and you got to decide whether you want his eye or his lips.
I visited you on a set once.
I remember. I remember.
Pointed out a camera you had placed really low, like a 10mm lens or something with an anamorphic mask across it. And I could just sit there and just stare at that shot. It was a John Carpenter shot. It was an angle that you would pick, and it was a lens that you would use that's not typically used. Did you rely on the DP a lot for camera placement?
I need a director of photography for lighting, not for camera placement.
For camera placement, it
I
seems
know
like it's
it. I
yours.
know where to go, where
the
it goes.
lenses.
You make decisions ahead of time that dictate what it's going to be. In other words, Panavision lenses. Okay, I want the really ultra wide lens. Okay, I want it up to 75mm, and we can rent 180 or 100 if we have to for this particular scene. I made those decisions. Then I just call for the lens. Once you start doing that, if you have confidence, it just gets done.
That's one of the things I admire about your filmmaking is that you were always an instinctual filmmaker. It didn't feel like you were thinking about what do people want to see. You thought about what you wanted to see and the stories that you wanted to tell.
That's correct.
And you would live and die by your instincts.
That's all you got. And instinct is informed by everything that you've experienced, everything that you've felt from being young, learning about the equipment, learning about movies. It all goes into this big pot, and that's where it comes out. You don't intellectualize it. That's what I love about it, is, oh, we have to do this down here. You just know it.
Yeah.
You fuck up a lot and you make mistakes, but it all comes out of this instinct. That's what you've got to keep close to you.
You seem like someone that was eager to use like latest technologies, like use synthesizers, use Panaglide when it was still not being used very much. Did you jump on any new toy that came out?
The technical advances were all for a specific purpose. In other words, I didn't say, oh, I want to use that. The synthesizer was because you could sound big. The Panaglide, I saw a shot in, of all movies, The Exorcist 2, and it was a point of view shot of some birds coming down, and it was Garrett Brown, I think it was, running down a ramp with a Steadicam.
Wow.
And I thought, well, that's not a dolly. It's just a gliding, gyroscopic feel. Oh, it's awesome. So we overused it in Halloween, use it everywhere.
How did it feel on the set when you were doing things like that? I mean, you saw the dailies, or did you just go, wow, this is going to be, did you know it was going to work?
No, I kept, watching the dailies, I kept saying, rubber knife. Look at the rubber.
Look at the rubber knife.
We got this big old real knife, which, stood in, but we didn't know. Nobody knew. Nobody knew anything. We were just a bunch of kids making a movie.
And was that the first time you put your name above?
That was it, yeah.
It wasn't on Assault?
No, it wasn't.
It's very marketing savvy. It really made everyone know who you were.
Part of it was to establish myself as a director. And it's something I'd seen in movies when I was a kid. Alfred Hitchcock or Hawks's. The guys that I responded to put their names on it and taken possession of the movie. This is mine. So I thought, well, if I sneak it in here, I can do it early.
You were doing branding before people really knew what that was. I mean,
better or worse, it's mine, Take it or leave
You
it.
say, I'll take all the blame or I'll take all the credit. But that's the guy who made the movie. But for a young filmmaker, like why would a young Hispanic filmmaker from San Antonio, Texas ever believe he could be a filmmaker? It was because of your movies. I would see John Carpenter's The Fog, Halloween. I would be, who's this guy? Wow, look, why is his name above the title? Well, look, he's writing it, he's directing it, he's editing it, he's scoring it. And it said, this guy, I would think, this guy's having so much fun. He's doing it without a studio. He's doing it independently. He's doing it with a low budget. 2 hands, bootstraps, check. Got it, we can go. And it's better than the studio movies. What was it like at that time to see it with audience and see that it worked?
I never experienced it with an audience until later, after it had sort of gotten word of mouth. Went to New York for a screening, and I sat right outside the door and just heard the screaming. I thought, this is great. I love this. This is awesome.
So The Fog from 1980.
That was a troubled film. We had to recut it.
Escape from New York. That was the one that made me want to be a filmmaker. But he has to get like a shot that he missed. He just felt like a failure. But then, you see the value.
Have it in your back pocket, and everybody will look at you and say, loser. Why are we back here? Why do I have to put on this makeup again? Who cares?
Yeah.
It's not about them. It's not about how they treat you. You gotta see. You gotta be able to see what the movie is. That's the secret of it. How you don't learn anything in film school that can teach you how to do that. You have to be able to see the whole movie and see your footage and see what works and what doesn't. Oh boy, that read so well on the paper and it's just not working. Let's fix it.
Escape from New York.
Committed. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm not going to become a whore. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stay with it. I lost jobs. My career went a different trajectory. That's all, but that's all part of the game, But the one thing they cannot take away from you is this instinctual feel of this is my movie. Here it is. I'm making this movie for a horizon that maybe we don't see right now. I want this movie to last. And I'm here for a short period of time on this earth, and by God, I want to do it the way I want to do it. And it may not be what you like and what you want, but...
Greg Nicotero, a friend of yours, who's worked on your films and mine in the special effects department, has become a director in his own right on Walking Dead. Asked if you could address the fans or critics, what is the one thing you would say to enlighten them to something they maybe misunderstood in one of your films, just to set the record straight or tell them?
Look, man, what you see is what you see in my movies. I can't. If you misunderstand it, it's my fault.
Nicotero, he had to be sponsored for the DGA, and you were his sponsor. And when he asked you to be a sponsor, you asked him a question. You asked, why do you want to be a film director? It's a great question. I don't know what his answer was, but he would like to know what your answer would be to that.
My answer to why I wanted to be a film director, I had no choice. I fell in love. Fell in love with movies, with cinema. And things exist in cinema that don't exist in other places, in real life. I don't believe in the supernatural in real life, but it lives in cinema. It inhabits movie houses. And you can't not go where you love.
Edgar Wright, he gave you a Blu-ray for World's End. He wanted to preface his question by saying he's a huge fan, even though he directs mostly comedies. You've had a huge influence on the way he works.
I met this director. I met Edgar in a video store. I told him I loved his stuff. I don't think he believed me.
He said you're one of the first directors that he grew up with that could establish as having an authorial stamp.
I hate you.
I told you I could get you, and I got you.
Last week I mentioned Larry does the hour 25 dance, and he has sworn to me that he could disrupt the opening section. I swore that he couldn't do it.
And he was wrong, folks.
I was wrong. Yeah. When the pants went down, where can you go from there?
I didn't even have to go to the pants. I was ready to go to the pants, but I didn't have to.
All right, you proved your point.
Right.
You can, with this dance of yours...
2 cigarettes in my mouth, and
lollipops in your eyes.
Lollipops in my eyes, and you go.
And disrupt the entire program. So we've
Well, why don't you tell the folks who you are and what we're doing here?
All right. I was about to. Because this is an important show tonight, what we have here.
This is terrifically important.
This is Mike Waddell's Hour 25. My name is J. Michael Straczynski. My co-host is...
J. Larry DiTilio?
No, it's not.
It's Larry DiTilio.
And our guest tonight is John Carpenter, who is here to discuss, amongst many other things, his current film, Prince of Darkness, his background, his interest in quantum physics, and many more things. And we've been promoting this for a while now, so if you are John Carpenter fans, and there are many of you out there, stick around. We've got a great show coming for you.
Oh, thank goodness.
As opposed to our regular shows.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were having a Carpenter.
No.
I'm glad to hear we're having John Carpenter.
John Carpenter,
I didn't know what a Carpenter was going to talk about.
Well, he would come and maybe make shelves.
Yeah, or woody
stuff.
Woody stuff.
Yes. All right. So we'll get to John Carpenter in about maybe 10 minutes, give or take the calendar. We should give the calendar, I think. Yeah. Who we give it to?
No. If we
No?
give the calendar, you can't. You got to be a professional to give
All
the
right,
calendar.
I'll be-
Terry's a professional.
She is, yes, and we don't qualify.
Congratulations are in order for you. I don't know if anyone's congratulated you yet. You've become story editor of the Twilight Zone, the syndicated series.
Thank you.
Right.
We mentioned it once very
Don't call
briefly.
in with your stories because
No.
Joe is not going to buy them.
And we should mention that you are now the story editor of Captain Power.
And the Soldiers of the Wigwams, yes.
What other show, as you mentioned
And I
earlier,
don't want your stories either, so don't even call me.
what other radio show has two story editors as hosts?
Dual story editors.
Not
you
very
might
many,
say.
I dare say.
I would say none, almost.
Does Carson have this?
Carson who?
Bob Carson.
Oh, I thought you meant like Carson,
Kit
Nevada.
Carson. No, Kit Carson.
Carson, Nevada has some very great talk shows.
Or
Not
Johnny
like Hour
Carson.
25. Hour 25 is, this is the class act of Los Angeles, folks.
Nothing is like Hour 25.
Nothing is like that. We have the class audience, we have the class guests. We have you as host, but two
This
out of three
is
is not bad.
It's a quantum physics show, as in Schrodinger's cat.
Oh, good.
No, but you aren't sure if the show was dead or alive until you tune it in.
Oh.
As we discovered today in Prince of Darkness. We had discussions about Schrodinger's cat going on.
That's true.
We'll give a very brief preview of weeks to come.
Oh, goody.
And then get right into the calendar and John Carpenter.
Terrific.
We are back, and we have a very special guest with us tonight. We have John Carpenter, whose recent film, Prince of Darkness, has just been released, and has done, according to the ad in Variety a couple of days ago, $4.7 million in the very first weekend of release, which ain't bad. Ain't too dusty for a film that is of moderate budget. And he has a tremendous background. Those of you who know his work don't need to have a rundown. We'll run it down anyway.
Run it down.
Wrote The Eyes of Laura Mars, directed and wrote Assault on Precinct 13, directed Halloween, exec produced the second Halloween film, and also wrote it. Also directed The Fog, Escape from New York, The Thing, Christine, Starman, Big Trouble in Little China, television movie, Someone's Watching Me, or is someone watching over me?
Someone's Watching Me.
Okay. 3-Hour Elvis, and has done a heck of a lot of stuff. And he is with us. And the first thing that comes to mind, having seen Prince of Darkness today, we went down to the theater down in Hollywood and saw it to get ready for the interview tonight. It would seem strange to have a director interested in quantum physics. What got you into that?
Last year, I finished Big Trouble in Little China, and it took some time. I must mention, all those gentlemen had made films before Halloween. Toby made The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which did very well. Wes Craven's The Last House on the Left, way before. Cronenberg had made several films before Halloween. George Romero is the best example of somebody who made a $180,000 picture and became world famous. And all of a sudden, he was a force. And I think that's something that a lot of directors, because it's so hard to break in the movie business. It's so hard to get someone to pay attention to you. And the worst thing that can happen is they ignore you. So I think that was the main reason for its big following in terms of sequels.
And of course, now, in a way, you've come full circle from the small independent films made for a small amount of money, which were almost guaranteed to turn a profit, to again working on smaller films, not quite that small. But as we mentioned before we came on, Prince of Darkness in the first weekend has shown a profit.
That's right. Prince of Darkness showed a profit on the first day of shooting because of the whole deal situation. You know, what you have in movie business now is you have the domestic market, the foreign market, you have cable television, you have major television, you have cassettes. It goes on and on and on and on. And once you fix values for all that, if you can do a film inexpensively enough, you can make profit for your investors, which is what we do. The issues of quantum mechanics, not the way I'd like to. They're a little too strange. But I think there's something in the Schrodinger cat experiment that might be able to be done as either a movie or a novel, maybe. The idea that you lock a cat in a box, and in the box you put a radioactive particle that has a 50-50 chance of decaying in 1 minute. 50-50. It might, there's 50-50 chance. 50% says it will decay, 50% says it won't. If it does, there's a Geiger counter that detects it and breaks a little glass of cyanide gas, and the cat dies. If it doesn't, nothing happens. And quantum mechanics says that until you look in the box to see if it broke until you really observed the cat. He is in a state of being both alive and dead at the same time. And only when you look does he materialize into one reality or another. Now, this is not a metaphysical idea. This is an example of a real physical thing that happens. That's very strange. You know, what is that about?
So the cat has his own perceptions on the inside of the box. It's a different layering here.
But they seem to bring it down to some sort of human intelligence looking, observing this.
Perceiving time and your environment.
Bizarre idea. Fascinating.
Prince of Darkness is a very, dare I say, intellectual film, in that, it takes a lot of time explaining its theories of what's happening. A lot of time is spent saying, no, this is, well, I can't say it. I forgot we're on the radio, so I can't say it. It's a lot of horse droppings. There is no devil, and you know, what are we all doing here? That you don't usually see that in a film. You don't see that much intellectual theory about physics, about the equations, the old books and writing. The film doesn't totally work for me. I'll have to admit that. What doesn't work, I like the intellectual part of it. Don't much like the actual devil coming back. That doesn't work very well for me in the film. There's no question on this. I don't have a question on that. I did have a question.
Speculating, that's all right.
I was just speculating. Oh, good God.
I kind of went into a surrealistic part of it in the end. I thought about the mirror image and the barrier between worlds and a different kind of devil, a different kind of threat. And plus, it didn't cost me much. I had to do it on a low budget. What do you guys want?
There's always also sort of an Old Testament view in some of your movies about vengeance and someone paying for misdeeds in the past. And in the new film, there is a victory, but there is also a price so who paid for it. There is a line, in fact, so-and-so gave their life for us, which is straight New Testament in a sense.
Sure.
And this seems to be a recurring theme. You sort of dip into the Bible every so often in your work. Or an Old Testament sort of
Well, it's a
attitude.
powerful document. You know, it really sets forth a lot of what people believe in, and it organizes a lot of human thought about good and evil for 2,000 some odd years and more. So it carries a lot of emotional weight with people. That's why I think I enjoy getting into that.
Are you claustrophobic?
Claustrophobic.
The reason I ask is because in most of your films, they come in tighter and tighter and tighter.
Like
there are
Fog,
people, like in The Fog, The Thing, in Prince of Darkness, they're all in the church. Not in Big Trouble in Little China, which I enjoyed a lot, incidentally. Even if you didn't have a good time on it, I'm sorry, but when I saw it, I said, I love this film. Why didn't it do a lot of business? Because it was marvelous and funny, and it sent up a lot of genres. And it had Kurt again. I've learned to really like Kurt.
Am I claustrophobic was the question? Not really. I've always thought that the audience is, though, in the movies. And just like you say, when something is getting tighter and tighter in on you, the audience seems to sense it, and they get tense. I'm using it as a device more than an expression of my own feelings. My own feelings come from when I was young. I tended to be isolated from the rest of the world, and I think that's probably part of my own fear, is isolation. I enjoy it a lot, but I apply the dark side of being an isolated person to the movies. Because I don't think most people are. I think most people want to be outgoing and get out and do things. And rather than that, no?
Not writers, anyway.
But now you're still, though, by your own choice, again, still more on the outside. Still a bit of a loner in that sense.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You mentioned in another interview somewhere else that you have a theory about why Little China didn't work.
I wouldn't say that, Joe.
To go back for a moment to Mark the Quatermass without asking the question. The name was chosen. Was the name chosen because of resonances between this film and 5 Million Years to Earth?
It was chosen for two reasons. One is I have been an enormous fan of Nigel Neal's work for many years. I worked with him on a picture, and unfortunately it didn't work out that he got screen credit on it. But he's a tremendous talent, and I also loved the movies that were made from the Brian Donlevy pictures, Quatermass, Creeping Unknown, and Enemy from Space. I was somewhat disappointed in 5 Million Years to Earth. It's a little great idea, kind of mediocrely done, but it involved a subway in London that is excavated, and they discover a spaceship, and basically sent by the Martians, and which activates evil in man. And at one point in the creation of this script, it suddenly occurred to me, well, you know, there's a parallel here, because under an abandoned church in Los Angeles, we find the devil. Not exactly the same thing, but I thought, well, this would be a great way to do an homage to Nigel Neal. And what better way to do that than to name the screenwriter after his character. And the horror fans and science fiction fans, as you guys pick it up, but I had a lot of straight reviewers who talk about this Quatermass's script. You know, that's unbelievable. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
That's terrific.
Well, reviewers are a strange breed of people, anyway.
You mentioned earlier the idea of doing the quantum physics story as either a novel or as a screenplay. I am surprised that a person, and we have people coming in out the door a lot who are directors or writers or what have you, who is as thoughtful and intelligent and directed as you are, who has not done more in the way of doing novels.
Well, writing is torturous. It's like getting up and putting your finger under a faucet and then putting it into a light socket every day. You know, it's painful. Yes. It's writing novels, especially. One of my close friends is Dennis Etchinson, who you may know.
We had him on recently.
And has been a writer for many years, and I've talked to him about a quantum physics idea. He's writing a screenplay for me, a quantum physics screenplay. But I talked to him about the novel, and his description of writing a novel, he says it's worse than a screenplay. It's awful. You lose everything in your life, and it doesn't pay anything. I figure that I'm going to be 40 next year, and I have a few more years in the movie business. I don't know how many. And then I may quit and write. And by that point, maybe it won't be quite so painful, and I won't have to be under pressure. And maybe I'll try my hand at it. I've tried some things in the past, but it's kind of thankless. Unless you're Stephen King and extremely successful, it's hard to break in. So we'll see.
Didn't take me more than 13 years.
You mentioned some of the screenplays you've done earlier. How many more out there looking to spring out at us any day now?
There are a few, and they keep raising their ugly heads. There's one called Fangs. It was written. Actually, it's not a bad idea. I would say that because it was written after Jaws. You can imagine the excitement of calling something Fangs. Well, we have Jaws and now Fangs. It's about rattlesnakes. And it really isn't a bad idea, but I'm terrified that thing is going to come back again. I just know it's going to come around the corner.
And big letters by John Carpenter.
And the problem is, unfortunately, is that, like I say, if it's my screenplay and I don't, even if I own it and I sell it to somebody, as anybody who's written knows, well, off you goes. They may change your whole idea, your character, your intention. So you really just have to say, well, that's the way it goes.
Have you considered buying them back?
Actually, I haven't thought of that. I'm always hoping that one of them will be a good movie. You know, one of the ones that I'm the most disappointed in was the Philadelphia Experiment. That was that was an interesting idea, fascinating idea that I wrote. I was going to do it as my next film after The Fog, and there was no third act. There's no third act, and it suddenly occurred to me into the second act. I can't do this, guys. I can't do this. You know, because all you have is a time travel movie. You have nothing more than that. You have
a relationship story that was going on too, as I recall.
There was, and that all works great. It just, it's too bad it doesn't. Well, anyway, they took it and kind of made something else out of it, and unfortunately, I think the premise with a little work could have been very interesting, but it just didn't work. And maybe I should have bought it back. I don't know, but you know, I guess I wanted to sell it.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Because you always say I don't talk, so I'm going to talk tonight.
We gave him a hard time last time.
Style, directorial style. You hear about the Hitchcock style and the Euston, Ford. All the great directors have a style. I would say you have a style too, but I was wondering if you self-consciously have a John Carpenter style. If there's, when you approach a movie, do you approach it in a certain visual, visceral way that you would claim is your signature on the picture?
Sometimes I try to, and it doesn't really matter how much I plan. It always comes out. I always can see the footage and say, "Oh, I see. That's how it works." It's subconscious.
So it surprises even you.
It surprises me when I see it, and oh, that reminds me. I see. That's how you do that. It comes about, a lot of it comes about from Panavision and how you frame Panavision. Panavision is a rectangle. Now, most movies are shot in 185, which is basically a square, slight rectangle, but it's basically composed for a square. A rectangle spreads out your image. So let's imagine that you're a painter and you have a canvas to paint on. If you paint within a square or close to a square, you're going to have a certain kind of image. But just imagine a panorama, a longer band that you paint on, that you show pictures on. Now, if you have people, you have a person in close-up in Panavision, you have a great deal of the frame empty. Now, you can center the person, or you can put him off to the side. You have so many more choices, and it seems to me that all of that dictates a visual style. It dictates it to, at least it does to me. Every time I come on a set and look through the camera, the first thing, first shot, I think, oh, I see Panavision again, here we go. It kind of spurs me to the way I make movies. More than anything else. I will draw all sorts of storyboards I used to in the old days. And when you get on the set, there's just, sometimes I throw them away.
You mentioned the Panavision approach to things. I noticed in the course of the film tonight two very distinct uses of that. The first time when he's arriving at the church, you see the bagwoman by herself, sort of a distant shot, and all this space around her. You're centered right in on her because of the way it's framed. And later on, we have a very impressive shot at night, as it's getting very strange, of a long line of people right across that frame, going off into infinity almost. Yeah. And that, just one shot, no one's moving, but it's a very impressively framed piece of work.
Well, thank you.
It communicates what you want to get across very nicely. So that approach is very handy, very nice.
I think there's, when you talk about style also, you talk about an editing style, and you talk about a point of view. Point of view is a real important element in movies, but it's usually not used well. Hitchcock probably is the best technician for showing us what to do with point of view. It involves identifying with the character and seeing through their eyes and so forth. A lot of folks use point of view. You can overuse it. I think it's real important, and I think it's real important at certain times in the film.
Well, we're about ready to start taking phone calls now.
Rewind.
Yeah. Our phone number, again, is 818-985-5735. It's 818-985-KPFK. If you're calling from New York, the phone number is still 818-985-KPFK. And that's odd. It jumped just there. Oh, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Thinking about the film as you've been talking tonight, and I really felt that there was a point in Prince of Darkness where the film just became a totally different film for me, and I was a little disappointed that the physics and what was going on with the characters in the last half hour just sort of disappeared, and it just, and I'm a real fan of some of your films, and I loved Little Trouble and Big China, and I just, was real disappointed to see it didn't do better. But it's just a comment, and I look forward to seeing other films of yours.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
See, a lot of people love Little Trouble in Big China. I mean, we should re-release it for Christmas.
It's a Big Trouble in Little China.
All right.
Yeah, all right. We're in hour 25 with
Big
John
Trouble.
Carpenter. Go ahead.
Hi, I wanted to ask Mr. Carpenter about what he looks for when he's casting actors as far as a quality they have, a look they have, their ability to take direction, things like that.
I look for all of those things. I look for someone I think is a real professional, someone I can relate to. I judge an actor or an actress based on, first of all, how they look, because movies are a visual medium, and I look for a quality. I think that casting a movie and actors coming in and reading for a part is very difficult. It's you're both behind both when you're casting it and both when you're an actor coming in, because rejection is so much a part of it. Some people come in and they're just not right for the part. They don't look physically right, or they're too old, or they're too young, and sometimes that just happens, and it can be a painful.
They're a great apple, but you're looking for an orange.
And sometimes it's just maybe the take on the character, or maybe it's something I had a little different in mind. I guess I just feel it. It's some instinctual thing, and really all you can do on either side is just do the best you can.
Yeah. Can you define what it is what you feel like talent is? Like, what does that person have that tells you that they have talent as an actor?
Oh, that's a toughie. I don't know that I can really answer that question, because I don't think you can define talent. It's an ability. Actors are instruments in a big orchestra, and you have lots of colors that you're painting with, and lots of notes that you're using, and they need to fit into the director's scheme. And oftentimes it's by chance. Sometimes I can look at another movie that a performer has done and decide, well, that would be really good to use them. Sometimes someone will walk in and I've never met them before, and I'll say, wow, boy, is that's really something else. Look at that.
Right.
Look at that. Look at the way she played this, or look at the way he did that, or he has an interesting idea about this part of the scene. I really can't give you any kind of more of a description than that.
Okay. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Compelling enough so that they can't say no. And I don't know how to tell you to do that except do it.
All right. Good enough. Thank you.
Market, would there be, what do you think of today's market versus you started out?
Oh, boy. Well, in some ways it's very different. In some ways it's pretty much the same. It's the same old battle between art and commerce. You know, I mean, there are hundreds of books on what studios want Xerox copies of other movies because they think they're going to make money. So if a movie's a big hit, let's do another one like that. But ever so often, an unusual film will come along, a compelling film will come along. You never know what someone will see in a movie. You know, I wrote a little horror picture called Eyes, and I did not know that Barbra Streisand would read it and want to do it. Now, she ended up not doing it, but the point is you never know who might read it. So I would say go on your own instincts and go on your own talent and write about something you care about. Don't worry about being commercial. You should think about it. You shouldn't really do a film that's going to be like the Trojan Women necessarily, although that there have been movie versions of that. Mm-hmm. I would say write something from your heart, and hopefully someone will want to make it.
All right. Thank you for calling. We now have a point for our discussion we use.
Yeah, no kidding. I had a hell of a fight at UCLA because they wanted to teach courses in the commercial idea, and I said, what? I said, teach these people to write first.
How did they define the commercial idea? What would they say to you that would be?
What you just said, basically, is Xerox copies of everything that's working now.
They told the students to make things like that?
They were proposing courses like that until I yelled at the other end of the table that these people ought to. And the person who was heading the writing program sank slowly in her chair as she said, why did I ever get this guy here teaching writing? My point was to write, to teach. You can't teach people to write because it's instinctual. It's very difficult to tell people. Yeah, you can teach craft, but not talent or luck or perseverance, yes, which are the three things that you really do need. Um,
Well, you can give some specifics about screenwriting. You can say that you shouldn't write a script over 120 pages. You should write 3 acts. They should be very clear. You should have a dynamic third act, and everybody has a problem in the second act, so you should work real hard on it. And you should make your first act great too.
That's right.
And other than that, what can you say?
The beginning and the end is always easy. It's the middle that's the pain.
You're right toward the middle, or toward the end usually. But to say that,
good middles are tough.
We'll teach you how to write a commercial story by copying everything else.
Yeah, there's one primary reason why a lot of filmmakers use Panavision and compose for a square, and that's because eventually this work will probably show up one way or the other on television. It will go to video cassette, and it will go on perhaps cable television, and perhaps even network television. Now, there's enormous amounts of money involved in all of those markets. When you get past huge amounts of money. I was told the video cassette business is becoming the primary market, and the theatrical market is becoming secondary. So what better way to ensure a smooth transition to videotape than to put everything dead center? They don't have to pan and scan. They don't have to spend the time to fit your visual into a square. But if you have it there in the center already, hey, great, it's easier. I think a lot of people's idea of visuals now, the way we conceive of pictures, comes from television. We watch television all the time. Average time, a kid watches 7 hours of television in this little box, this little glowing piece of furniture.
That talks to you.
And it's even our thoughts about dramatic structure are coming from television now, and it's really frightening. So my approach is I make these pictures for the movie screen, for the big screen, to go to the movies. Now, they eventually end up on cable and television and video cassette, but that's too bad. They should be composed for what they are. They're movies. They should be seen in the movie house.
Didn't I recently read that you were offered by ABC an anthology series?
Yeah.
And then walked away from it.
Well, what am I going to do? And okay, guys, what do you want to do now?
There was who was it? Fassbinder, German cinematographer. He made a 15-hour series for TV.
That's right. I would agree.
All right. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
How are you holding up?
Oh, I'm great. Great.
I must point out to the audience at home that when John came here today, it was with the understanding he would do like about an hour. And we said, no, you're on till midnight. I saw a look of horror, the likes of which I haven't seen since 5:30 this evening at Prince of Darkness.
I'm doing great, guys.
He's gamely carrying on, and this is a very nice thing that you're doing here. And moving on to the next call.
The lines are hot.
They are, aren't they? You're an hour 25. Go ahead.
Hi, I haven't seen Prince of Darkness yet, but I'm looking forward to it. But I have to tell you that The Eyes of Laura Mars is my all-time most terrifying movie. And I talked to a lot of other women who tell me the same thing. But it doesn't seem to have affected the men in the same way. And it can't just be the woman as victim, because there are plenty of slasher, knife movies, women getting murdered kind of movies. And I wonder if you have had that feedback before, if you could comment on that. And also, did that movie end up being anything like what you had originally intended?
I haven't had the comment that you just made on The Eyes of Laura Mars. I think the original idea was something that I would love to have directed myself, and I feel, of course, I feel that I could have made it very well. I don't think that The Eyes of Laura Mars is entirely successful as a picture. I just don't think it is, and I think there are a number of reasons, but I think they lost the idea, the essential concept, which is that someone can see through someone else's eyes, and was not explored as well as it could be. I must say they took my structure. They were all the same scenes that I had written, but there was all new dialogue. And there were some new characters, and they had different names, some of them. But every scene was basically as I had written it. It was just different.
Now, see, I thought for myself, as I've thought about it, that maybe what was so terrifying was it was the one time I felt like I was the victim and the murderer at the same time. That you were seeing That the way you were seeing, you were not just identifying with the victim role, but you were identifying with both roles.
But didn't you know who it was? See, I always knew who it was. It was
I didn't.
Oh, wow.
Young, impressionable, terrified.
I see.
It worked.
Because you wrote the screenplay.
Well, that's very nice.
Well, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. You're an hour 25 with John Carpenter and the rest of us. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Wayne in Burbank. How do you work with actors as far as accepting their ideas, or are you willing to listen to them in the course of making the film? They might have a different idea about even a reading of a line, or possibly the way a situation is dealt with, and things like that. On an actor's point of view, myself being an actor.
Okay, well, the first thing I do is we get together and we rehearse the script and we read it through, and we discuss how the lines and what they mean, and all of us get an idea of how the picture plays. We read it through as quickly as we can, as fast as we can. Try to do it in the real time it's going to be on the screen. And then we discuss the lines. And what I like to do in terms of performance is in the morning, we come in and set up a scene, and I'll block out the actors in terms of where I want them for the camera, and basically start rehearsing and do a couple of takes. And sometimes an actor will say, well, can I try this? And I'll say, sure, let's go ahead and try that. And if they're going in a direction I don't think is where they should, I'll try to bring them back to where I want them. Sometimes, most of the times, I'm completely surprised and delighted at what can happen on a set between the actors, taking lines that are written that are often, I think they should go one way. The actors bring a new life to them and bring a new depth to them, and I immediately jump and say, let's try that. I like to have a couple of choices. I like to have the lines as written at least once, and then if we want to go play a little bit, that's okay too. I like maximum flexibility, and I think that when you collaborate with an actor for a part, what you need to do, from my point of view, is make an actor feel safe. In other words, you stand up in front of this camera and go to it, and don't worry, I won't let you fall. I won't let you hit the ground. I won't let you make a fool of yourself, and go ahead and go. I'm here to provide a safety net. I'm here for you to try what you need to try for this character, and most of the time it's worked.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're an hour 25 with John Carpenter et al. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Carpenter, I have to say, first of all, that between you, Mr. Polanski, and Mr. Friedkin, if there weren't for the three of you, I probably wouldn't have any reason to write, much less go to the movies.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you.
This is a beautiful show, and this is an extraordinary guest you have.
Thank you.
I got 3 hours worth of questions, but I'll tame it down. First of all, yes. I've gotten a lot of criticism from friends.
I don't believe that there will be a sequel made to The Thing. As a matter of fact, I don't think there'll be another horror picture like The Thing. And what I mean is that was a major studio production.
Uh-huh.
It was shot on locations that you don't ordinarily shoot on. There were production values. We spent a lot of time on it, and we pulled out all the stops.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think you'll see that in a major studio picture again in that way, because the movie was much too relentless for mainstream audience. It was much too uncompromising.
Yeah.
There wasn't enough hope. There weren't any women in it. There wasn't much comic relief in terms of what some people thought there should be. And there are no plans for any sequels to the film, but I do appreciate your comments.
I want to ask you real quick, that's the way I write, unrelentless. And I've gotten criticism from people, though people have praised what I've done. I've been trying to sell adult-type comic stories to the major comic companies, and I've had some luck, but haven't. Anyway, my main question is there any way that I can possibly send you either I have a 125,000-page comic book script I would like to send to you, and some various screenplays. Is there any way that I can send anything to you that I'm absolute positive that it will get to you and I will get some type of response? I will certainly have return postage, et cetera, et cetera.
On behalf of my guests, I invoke the Hour 25 policy, which is that when we have a guest who is a writer or a director or a producer, we ask that you do not request to send material to that person because we don't do that, and they're coming on here as a courtesy to us, and that's what agents are for. Thank you for calling.
What was special about the movie that people miss? Well, you got to understand it was a $60,000 film. It was shot in 16 millimeter and blown up. So first of all, it looked grainy, and the sets were very inexpensive. They were semi-professional actors, and really what it was very similar to Big Trouble in Little China in that it was a satire. It was a comedy. It was unusual. It was oddball. It didn't fall into any of the preconceived notions that people had. The movie came out in 1975, and we'd come off of 2001, and we'd come off of Silent Running and films like that. It was a very different time, and the public just didn't respond to it. It was a little too weird for them.
I don't know. I thought it was great. I mean, the surfboard at the end, surfing into the planet stuff was hilarious.
Well, thank you.
And just enjoyed it a lot. Is it going to be out on videotape?
I believe it is on videotapes. I know O'Bannon got a hold of me, and he had some sort of a deal cooked up where we signed a special version of it, and I think it's being sold. I believe it is. I'm not sure.
You're an hour 25 with the recovered John Carpenter, Larry DiTilio, and J. Michael Straczynski. Go ahead.
No, thank you very much. That's very nice of you.
And I would like to know if there's any possibilities of a re-release of that film at a time that people in distribution would feel that it would be a good time to release.
Well, since the movie has been on television and on video cassette, I don't foresee a situation in which they would release it because the amount of money they would have to spend on advertising, on prints, etc., publicity and so forth would be probably a little too much for them. But it's a nice thought, and thank you.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
Good night.
And we'll move on. The thing is very popular at science fiction conventions all across the country, though. It's always being shown.
Well, it's amazing to me. It's gratifying that years after the picture was out, that people come up to me and say, boy, I really like that film. Because at the time, I was, it had been the first time I had been that completely destroyed by the critics and vilified by them. And I suppose it wasn't the first time. I've always gotten bad reviews on every movie I've done, so let me just put it right out there. I mean, every single one of them. I remember one review I got at a film festival in, I believe it was Scotland, where one critic said, "This is an example of how not to make a thriller," and the man responsible is John Carpenter.
Ouch.
But
remember all the bad reviews, don't you?
Oh, they stick in my mind. But the thing was, the first time that I had been called nasty names, and I think that my pride in the film, and I really mean that I was enormously proud of my work on it and everyone's work. It was really upsetting at the time. Now I feel a lot better about it.
Mm-hmm. And the odd thing, everything you said about the thing, it's a picture without any women, it's a grueling experience, it's very tense, it's about paranoia, could all apply to Platoon.
Could apply to Platoon, could apply to the not so much, but the Sam Peckinpah's films.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
But it was, again, the time it came out. Yeah.
All right, thank you for calling. Which brings to mind a point. In your films, you hit many of the same points and you resonate in many of the same areas. Religion, the human spirit, all the wide range of things that non-genre films hit, as you mentioned, Platoon.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's a sort of a bias among a lot of critics just against the horror genre in general? He said rhetorically.
A smile on his face.
The critics are, the critics nowadays are Tipler-Gore-esque, if you know what I mean. The horror films are an anathema to them because they're not serious. They're not considered serious. The whole idea of even science fiction is not considered serious. And it's unfortunate because if you work in the genre, if you work in thrillers and horror films, you're kind of doomed to never really have your work treated as seriously as, say, a mainstream, conservative, easy choice for a movie. No matter, And I noticed that a lot of films that critics rave over, they don't rave over the movie as much as they do the idea of the subject matter.
Right.
And subject matter of horror films is just usually anathema to them.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the way it goes.
True enough. All right, we'll move on. Remember, Dickens in his time got bad reviews also. There's a book you should pick up called Rotten Reviews. It just came out. Of Emily Dickinson and all the rest of them. It's wonderful. You're an hour 25 with John Carpenter rubbing at his eyes, Larry DeTilio stroking his chin, and J. Michael Straczynski tap dancing as always. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. I have a question for Mr. Carpenter. I was wondering, he said that probably one of the reasons the thing failed was because it was a post-E.T. movie. I was wondering if he feels that if it were released today, not re-released, but the original release, does he think it would do better this time around?
I don't know. I think surely it would if I had the control over it. If it hadn't been released in 1982 and I had control over it, I would release it and call it Who Goes There.
Yes.
I wouldn't call it The Thing, and I wouldn't put it out in the summertime. I would put it out at a different time of year, and I'd do a very different ad campaign on it, and maybe it would have a little different response. Unfortunately, I've seen a lot of films nowadays kind of rip off The Thing's special effects. I've seen it so many times that I think it may not have the same impact now.
Oh, and on the special effects aspect.
Such language.
Yes.
That you see the Glop Monster. Now, once you put the Slop Monster up there in the screen, it's not necessarily going to be what he wrote. I think you have to choose your stories carefully.
Well, he never described a monster, Lovecraft, ever.
Well,
he says it's indescribable. He always says
if you see it, you go mad.
And
exactly.
Exactly.
And
it's microcephalic. You say, yeah, boy, that's horrible.
and Shadow over Innsmouth would be just fishmen.
I think that would be a match made in heaven. I guess you and Lovecraft.
Well, I'd love to do it.
Did I push the button, or did I leave the same button?
I think you left the same button.
Okay, I'll move up to the next one then.
Push another button.
And you're an hour 25 with John Carpenter and Larry DeTilio and the person who asked silly questions. Go ahead.
On television, and the simpler ones simply crop in the middle and give us the center frame. The funnier ones simply show the film without the wide-angle lens, which makes everybody look elongated and squeezed lengthwise like a distorted funhouse mirror. And it's even more fun watching the other people in the room frantically twisting the knobs on the set, wondering now what, and trying to get the picture squared away again.
Well, I tell you, there was one thing you ought to realize very quickly about Panavision. Panavision is not a wide-angle lens system. Panavision is a two-lens system. You shoot, your camera is affixed with a lens that squeezes everything into that strange image you see on your TV set. The projector unsqueezes it and makes it into an oblong band. You need two lenses to make it work. Exactly, but what they sometimes do will print the top and bottom black bands so you may see the entire image. I recommend it. If anybody's out there listening who has any control over that, that is what we should do with all Panavision movies.
Okay. We're going to move on. We have time for one more call. Thank you for calling. We have time for one more, and that's about it. It's been fun so far. You're an hour 25. Go ahead.
Oh, man, I made it.
You're it.
I'd just like to say that I thought Dark Star is one of the funniest films I've seen. Its parody is so good that even the original films it's parodying are still good, and I really appreciated it. And I'd also like to ask, what movies that you've seen recently, Mr. Carpenter, by other directors do you like? Have really knocked your socks off, maybe? I'll hang up and let you answer that.
Okay, that's an excellent question because I don't see a lot of new movies, I must confess. I see a lot that I enjoy, but ones that knock my socks off, I must say that I have to go back to the older films, the films that I grew up with, Hitchcock, Ford, Hawks, Buñuel. Anytime I want my socks knocked off, I put a Louis Buñuel film on. That about does it. Roman Polanski's work. I enjoyed Platoon. I think it was a good film. Really, nowadays, since I make movies, some of the joy of seeing them with fresh and innocent eyes is gone because I watch them often as a technician. But I will say that the classics that I grew up with and I studied are still extremely influential. And what else can I say?
That covers it pretty well. Well, we are about out of time, and I want to thank our guest, John Carpenter. You've had, from what I understand, a pretty hellish week promoting this film that just come out, and to come down on a Friday night when you could be out doing God knows what, and spend it here, we are very much
let us badger
appreciative.
you into 2 hours instead of an hour.
This has been a lot of fun, guys. I really like this show, and you've been very nice to me with a couple of exceptions. And you haven't been too brutal, and I've had a great time.
Oh, we appreciate that. And on behalf of my guest, John Carpenter, and to thank our engineer, Bert Handelsman, our producer, Terry Hodell, my illustrious co-host, Larry DiTilio.
Thank you, Jeff.
My name is J. Michael Straczynski. Next week we have fundraising and...
Can I just begin by saying that one of the real pleasures of being a fan and then turning into a film critic is that if you hang in there long enough, you not only get to see all of the films as they come out pretty much, but you also get the opportunity, the privilege indeed, of interviewing the people who made you want to do the job in the first place. And one of those people is John Carpenter. When I first saw Assault on Precinct 13 and then Halloween and the subsequent movies, those were among the movies that inspired me to want to take up this job. So it's a real pleasure for me to have him here tonight and be able to put him on the spot. Now, John, I know you were actually born in New York State, but you moved very quickly, I think, at the age of 3 to Bowling Green, Kentucky. And your early formative influences, one of the questions that I'd like to start with, which is quite a big one, but I hope we can worry away at it a bit. It's often occurred to me that people who are only children or who live a fairly solitary childhood sort of turn in on themselves and get into the fantasy and horror genre. It's become a recurring thing I've noticed. Do you think there's anything in that idea at all?
There possibly is. I think in my case, my dad was a music teacher. He went to the Eastman School of Music and got his PhD. And he's from upstate New York. And he moved us down to Bowling Green, Kentucky, right in the middle of the Bible Belt. So you're talking about fundamentalist Christians surrounding this kind of intellectual. And I think that every time I would wake up or be with my parents, I'd be listening to classical music. My father would teach me to play the piano and the violin, and I'd walk outside and it was a whole different world. And I wasn't sure where I belonged. So I went right into movies. And I think that's probably the biggest part of it. But for my own personal reasons, I sought out solace from life in films. I think that somebody said in the Horror Writers of America last year that we all kind of create from our own pain in one way or the other.
It is actually a little bit closer to home for you, of course, because there was a case here in which a kid claimed in his defense that he had been spoken to by the Michael Myers characters in the Halloween films. Nobody in the court case seemed to notice that the Michael Myers character in the Halloween films doesn't actually speak. It was glossed over at the time. Were you conscious of that? Did anyone contact you at that time to speak to you?
Somebody called me up for an interview and said, "Are you aware of this?" And I wasn't. And it's really sad. I mean, you're driving down in Los Angeles or any town in the world, and you see a schizophrenic on the street, a bag person, okay, and you can see somebody walking along and having a conversation with nothing. In their minds, there's somebody there talking to them, and it's beyond sad. So that's terrible. But Michael Myers, I don't believe, was talking to him, and there were no messages really in, I forget the rock group. I mean, that stuff is just act of desperate people.
Okay, I'm going to throw it open now for your questions. Bear with me if you will. If I don't spot you immediately, I will try to sort of move my eyes around. And I may, if you could speak up, but I may just sort of praise your questions just in case some people can't hear.
Debt to Nigel Neal. You clearly feel a great debt to Nigel Neal. Can you just explain a bit about that, and if you're back in communication with him now?
Well, Nigel Neal is for now those of you not familiar with him, he wrote some very famous and groundbreaking science fiction television serials here in England. Quatermass Experiment, Quatermass 2, Quatermass in the Pit. And they were subsequently made into Hammer films back in the 50s. And in the United States, they were different titles. I went to see the Quatermass Experiment, and I don't think I was ever the same since. It terrified me, and I've just loved his work. I think his work is sensational, and since then, he's done several other things. He's done some plays and so forth. I've always been a giant fan of his, and I haven't talked to him in years and years.
Can I just get back to the Halloween cycle for a second, specifically Halloween 3? I'd be very curious to hear, A, what you think of the movie, and B, why you didn't direct it yourself, given that when I viewed Halloween 3 for the first time, I thought that there was a lot of, it could have almost have been that you had been into hell with certain parts of that, especially with the music score, which I really liked.
Well, I did do the music to it. We came time to do the Halloween sequels, and I won't go into, it's a long story, but I had to write Halloween 2, and I realized after 3 pages or 4, we have no story. I've done this story. There is no, this is a repeat, it's a Xerox. I should just Xerox the first script, change the names, and we'll do it again. It was terrible. I couldn't do this. I can't do this. There is no story there. So they wanted to do 3. So I thought, well, let's do another story, another horror story. And Joe Dante at the time, I was talking to him. I said, you want to do something? He said, well, Nigel Neal has an idea. So Nigel Neal had this idea that you see. And I got the art director on Halloween, Tommy Lee Wallace. He directed it. And I did the music. And I enjoy it a whole lot. I love the film. The audiences came in expecting Halloween. They were the character. And when they saw it wasn't Halloween, they went, ooh, and walked out.
And are there any plans to do any of your other films, in particular with Thing?
Well, The Thing has been done. And Universal put out a beautiful widescreen Laserdisc. I recommend it highly. It's some of the best color I have ever seen, some of the best work I have ever seen. Those guys finesse that thing. It's beautiful, and it's in full Dolby sound, and you get into your home entertainment and crank up the Pro Logic, and you'll have a great time. Escape from New York has just been done. Assault on Precinct 13 has just been done. And Halloween will be done for this Halloween.
All your work is advertised as John Carpenter's films. How that gives the connotation very strict over the control of each member of the crew. How much creative freedom do you give the editor, the director of photography, and how much creative control do you keep yourself?
Well, that's hard. That's a hard one. I was lucky enough to get John Carpenter's out of Halloween because I basically did that movie for no money. So I said, look, I'm not going to charge anything, but you got to let me have Final Cut, and you got to let me put John Carpenter's on it, because I wanted to, get my name on it. Movies are collaborative, man. I mean, I don't walk in and say, you do this here and put the camera there. I mean, it doesn't work that way. I have a style of directing, but we try to have a good time. And I'm not going to tell Sam Neill how to act in a scene. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to tell Kurt Russell. I'm not going to tell these kung fu guys, now come and do it like this. I don't think there's anybody who's ever made a movie. I mean, Orson Welles said this. This is all, this stuff is ridiculous. It's collaborative. You get together and you work on it with someone. And I'm saved all the time by my director of photography. Saves me all the time.
Could you give me some advice in terms of
how to get an agent in Hollywood?
Don't need that advice. But in terms of advice into how to break into direction, and also as a director yourself, what you feel the most important aspect as a director should have.
I know you're in the right place at the right time with a voice. It's luck, it's tenacity, it's impossible, and you have to be extremely lucky, but you have to be real thick-skinned, and you have to be prepared. I'll say something. Well, I won't say it now. I can't say it. It's real tough. Okay. And it ages you. Every movie takes gouge out of your skin. So you might as well accept that. How do you break in? You have to force your way in. Nobody wants you. They don't want you coming around. They've got enough. They'll do it. Thank you, go away. The way to get in is write a great screenplay that every studio must have now. Must have right now. Sell it for a lot of money, okay? Make a lot of money. Then write another one that they must have. And then you say, I direct this one. That's how you get it.
Quantum mechanics and quantum physics that you'd like to do that in another film. Will you do that in another film, or?
If I could figure out how to visualize it, I would. I got real fascinated with wave-particle duality. It kind of blew my mind when I realized what it was about. But I've tried many times to fictionalize it, and it's impossible to do. So it was just a background inspiration. I don't think I can do it. I don't think it's possible. I don't think they'll let me do one. I don't know. I mean, right now what's popular is left-wing, kind of left-wing, politically correct westerns. You know, Dances with Wolves and stuff. And that's not my kind of stuff. So I'd love to do a western with Kurt Russell. It'd be fun. I'd love to remake Rio Bravo. It would be fun, but I've already kind of done that. So I don't get considered or hired really to do that kind of thing anymore. I'm typecast as a genre director, and that's where I function, and it's really fun being there. I love it. I love the movies that I do. Maybe one day someone will come along and slap something down. We'll see.
Do you think it's possible, before you put pen to paper, to actually write a cult film? Do you think it's possible, before you put pen to paper, that I want to make a cult film?
So does a writer sit down and say, I want to make a cult film? What's a cult film? I don't know what a cult film is. I have no idea what that is. I don't know what it means. I never have known what that meant. So I don't know how to answer you. You tell a story. You don't say, I'm going to make a... You try to make it, you do it the best. All you can do is your best job telling a story using your voice, your style, and see what happens. But no, there's no way.
O.J. Simpson, or people go to see Hannibal the Cannibal. It's like, I mean, how do you see the future of kind of films in that way? The other question that's interconnected to that loosely, I think you seem to be the perfect director to have made serial killer films, but you seem to be the only one who hasn't done one of those projects.
Who hasn't done one of what project?
The current spat of serial killer movies.
Well, kind of did that once. This is an age beyond parody. Let me put it to you that way. It's an age of we're approaching the millennium, and everybody's very tense, very, very tense across the world. The biggest thing I can say to you about the kind of movies that are coming out, I don't know how to describe it, other than the fact that the thing that got me the most about O.J. Simpson was I was watching the playoffs between the Houston Rockets and the New York Knicks, and here comes this chase on TV. And some reporter says, and this is a chase like Steven Spielberg might stage. And I thought to myself, are you kidding? This is boring. You're going 35 miles an hour, Spielberg, and have that thing flying. What's going on here? Where's the basketball game?
Have you had any cameo roles, and what are you playing with?
I've had cameo roles in several films. My acting name is Rip Haight. H-A-I-G-H-T. Rip Haight. I play helicopter pilots because I am a helicopter pilot. So I'm cheap and I can do it. I just did a serious TV thing in the United States. It may not be available. It's called Body Bags. And I know, it was amazing. And I play this dead guy. I play a coroner, and Rick Baker came in, and for about 3 or 4 hours in the middle of the night, put this incredible, awful makeup on me, and I did this part. When it comes out on Laserdisc or video, you can see it, and you'll find out why Rip Haight doesn't work much.
Your favourite film, and are there any directors working today that you actually want to go and see at the movies? Any movies come out?
Well, there's a lot of good directors working. I'm a big fan of Quentin Tarantino, and I love John Woo stuff. It's great, and there's a lot of good directors working. My favorites are from the old days, though. My favorite director is Howard Hawks. He's influenced me more than anybody else, just as a way of approaching a story and telling it. And I have several favorites among my own films. It depends on what mood I'm in. I really like The Thing. I like Big Trouble. I like They Live. And you usually like the last one you've done. And
Somebody else, not your personal films, actually some other director. You mentioned Tarantino, who a lot of people either think is a genius or think that he's just ultra-violent.
Reservoir Dogs is a great movie. It's fun. It's really funny and ridiculous and violent. No, he's got a real vision. This guy's for real. I like it a lot.
Next, right at the back.
Two things, John. I sat my girlfriend down recently and put 3 of your movies on, and the only thing she said at the end of it was that you were obsessed with helicopters. A, is that true? And B, were there any changes you would have made to the second half of They Live?
A, it's true, I'm obsessed with helicopters. And B, no.
That was shorter than the 3 movies you sat through. Over here. Hang on, I'll take you from the front back. Yeah, there.
What was your involvement with Armed and Dangerous?
Armed and Dangerous. I was going to do Armed and Dangerous at one point, and Dan Aykroyd said, look, I want the ending changed to a car chase. And I said, let's don't. And he said, I won't do it unless we do. And I said, goodbye.
Behind and then behind again. Just there.
There's Big Trouble in Little China, and you've already mentioned Hard Boiled. Do Hong Kong movies influence your work?
Yeah, big time. And there was one, I don't know, it's been released under several different titles. Warriors of Mystic Mountain, I think, was one version of it. Oh, what a movie. Whoa! I thought, look at this. Yeah, I love Hong Kong Kung Fu movies. They're incredible. And I got a chance to make a big time one. Yep.
Going back to helicopters, are you ever going to make Chicken Hawk?
No.
Why?
It's a long, involved story. To make that into a movie that has, what can I say, that has dramatic qualities, you have to take away from the guy, the man who wrote the book, okay? You have to take away from his story a little bit. And, you know, he went through a lot. So he doesn't want to take away, he wants his story told, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't tell his story.
Yeah, what stage is Village of the Damned in?
Well, let's see. We start shooting September 13th. So it's pretty close.
And who's in it?
Christopher Reeve.
And?
Christopher Reeve, Kirstie Alley, Linda Kozlowski have been cast so far. We start shooting September 13th in Northern California for Universal Pictures. Coming soon to your theater.
At the back.
One of the best aspects of the Sort of Music 13 was the performance of Laurie Zimmer. Whatever happened to her?
She went on, she was in some television work and just kind of drifted out of the business, I believe.
Would you like to have directed Interview with a Vampire?
Nope. Man, you can't mind vampires much more than they have been in movies. That's a pretty stale territory. Somebody else would be better for that one.
Just there.
There's the fight sequence in the middle of They Live. It's always reminded me of the scene in the end of The Quiet Man, except they all get bruises.
Very good. Very good. You got it. Do you know that we rehearsed that scene for, what is it, a month and a half? And the actors got so good at it that they were making full contact. In other words, it's not the swing miss that you see all the time. I mean, they were going at it. They did all, there's no stuntmen in that scene. It was great. It was a great fight.
Talked earlier on in the interview about, you know, is this my ticket to Hollywood? Is this my ticket to Hollywood? Are there a couple of moments which for you might crystallize this is A, what's great about Hollywood, and B, what is absolutely terrible about working in Hollywood?
Well, really seriously, it's hard to think of one moment. I can think of lots of moments that are really great and really terrible. I mean, there are lots of them that indicate that. You never like to be combative with the people that you're working for, the heads of studios. It's not fun. You never like to have a problem with an actress. You never like to have a narrative problem in your film. I mean, there are terrible times along the way when you're trying to learn what the rules are. But the great times is, I mean, you see an audience see a movie and respond. I mean, there's nothing better than that. That's pretty hot. And I think then it makes it all worth it. All worthwhile. But nothing crystallizes particularly.
John, going back to the scene in Assault Precinct 13 where you shoot the little girl, did you worry about that at the time?
Did I worry about it in terms of censorship and so forth? Actually, I didn't really, and I probably should have. That movie couldn't be made now, and but it was so brief, I just clipped it real quick. We're running out of questions, guys, huh? Can I get out of here? We were looking for a distributor, because we had the movie, okay, and we needed somebody to distribute it, and we showed it to everybody. Nobody wanted it, except Jack Harris, who had a very small distribution company, who said, I'm going to put some more money into it. I want you to reshoot certain scenes and so forth. So he was the guy who put the bucks up to get us where we needed to be.
Just one.
Did you just
quick question. Did you personally supervise the Tennessee transfer of Halloween for Criterion?
It hasn't been done yet, but I will. I shall. I'm going to.
I'm going to ask just one last question, and it is this. You've remained true to the genre. A lot of directors start off with low-budget movies, and then having made a couple of movies, they then move up and try to get into the mainstream. But you've remained true to the genre throughout. You think that you'll continue to do that? Obviously, Village of the Damned is the next movie, and is that something that you've enjoyed doing?
Well, yeah, I feel a great love for fantasy and horror and science fiction. I've always had since I've been a kid. And this is the girl who brought me, basically asked me to the prom. She brought me, and so I'm going to keep dancing with her. Because she's beautiful, and I love her very much.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
If I play a little game that I created called This or That,
What if I say no?
then we'll skip it.
Okay.
But do you prefer coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Do you prefer Mike Myers or Michael Myers?
Say again?
Mike Myers or Michael Myers?
Neither.
Do you horror or sci-fi?
Science fiction.
Mm-hmm. Star Wars or Star Trek?
Please, please. They're actually in front of you. Computers are distant from you, but either one's fine with me.
Is there a horror film that you've seen that you actually do enjoy other than your own? Or do you think they're all trash?
Oh, they're not trash.
Great. Which ones do you like?
Horror films have been with us since the beginning of cinema, and they're pretty much the same. Every generation recreates horror for themselves. And most of them are shit, like you say. A few are fair, and then there's a few really good or great ones. And those are the ones I care about.
Are you going to share those?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to
Spicy.
talk down about other directors if I possibly can, except Rob Zombie. I'll be glad to talk him down.
But it's almost impossible to kind of quantify
Exactly
how he knows what to do.
Yeah,
but
I know.
He just knows what to do.
Yeah.
And he did it over so many different
I know.
genres of film.
And for different people. Exactly.
I've had 30 meetings in Hollywood begging them to let me be Morricone.
Really?
And that they won't let me through the door.
Why? What?
Yeah, because they basically
Who
say...
do you meet with?
All of them. Multiple times I met with the head of every movie, music...
Well, see, those are the suits. We call them suits.
Okay, you tell me who I need to meet with.
Well, directors. The guys who make the movie.
But see, there aren't auteurs like you would.
Well,
or are.
There may be guys.
You tell me, because
I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know, but you need to investigate and find those guys.
Yeah.
And meet with them and tell them what you want to do.
Yeah.
And they'll get you in there.
Okay. I like your thinking. I have one quick story to share with you. So I was doing a music for a film called Stigmata, which was a 90s kind of...
Sure. Oh, I know the director.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, he didn't like me very much.
Well...
But here's the funny story, if you don't mind.
Please.
The producer of the film was a huge fan of mine and recruited me to be involved. The director wasn't so sure.
Do you know his name?
Rupert
Wainwright.
Right. So anyway, Rupert wasn't so sold on my musical approach.
He wasn't.
He was not. So they hired like a typical, really, paint by numbers.
Wait a minute. In addition to you?
Yes, on top of me.
Did you know about it?
Oh, yeah. I had no fear because I knew I would beat the guy.
Yeah. Okay.
So the apocryphal scene in the movie is Gabriel Byrne, who was the lead. He goes into this courtyard and all these supernatural things are happening. And I took a very atonal, atmospheric approach. And the director hated it. I mean, he hated it.
It must be good then.
So he insisted that I change it. And I said, well, read my contract. I don't have to change anything.
Good for you, see?
I don't have to change anything, but you're more than welcome to replace it. I have no control over that. So he had the other guy do exactly what you'd expect, swelling strings and
how was it?
Well, they tested both scenes, and mine got the higher score.
I'm sure it did.
So I won.
Wainwright directed the remake of The Fog.
Oh my goodness. Did not know that.
Yeah.
So now we're connected.
Yeah, we are. We are.
I'm sure he's still cursing my name somewhere. I liked what you said about, I guess in a positive way, that the business you were in, you were dealing with riverboat gamblers at the studios. They were willing to take risks on someone like
some of them, yeah.
Yeah. Can you at least elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, this goes back to the founding of movies. The early guys were all riverboat gamblers. You come in with an idea and they'd try it, you know, and they'd do odd things. They go off in this direction. They had movies that they made they knew would make money.
Yeah,
this is back in the 30s and 40s.
Sure,
but they'd try different things.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Did you respect the studio system looking back?
Huge, and it worked. It worked.
What an incredible trove of movies that were made.
But yes, incredible films. But look, a movie like they put The Wizard of Oz, they put so much into that film. They kept recasting it, and the directors would come and go.
Yeah.
My God. I mean, it's an amazing film. So, no, those guys were fantastic. And the system they developed really works.
Yeah.
But they've gotten that now.
Would you like to work in that system?
Kinda.
Right. Kinda not.
But kinda not, yeah.
But what I think of when I think of the studio system, because I'm a huge fan, I mostly only watch movies from the 30s. That's kind of my
Turner Classics? You watch that?
No, I got on my way to watch stuff that's like you can't even find anywhere.
Is that right?
I like studio pictures that are, I guess you would call them programmers, but I mean, these weird musicals that are completely lost to history.
Yeah.
You know, but oftentimes there'll be a decent director attached to it. It'll be Harry Warren wrote the songs. You know, like I guess what I would say about the studio system is it's less to me about whether or not somebody hit a home run in every movie, but the quality level is so high because the Carpenters were working all the time. The character actors, the Frank Morgans of the world.
You know it, man.
They were so skilled that you could plug them into a movie and
you know it.
You had a level of consistent quality that you cannot find in modern filmmaking.
Because they gutted the system, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
There are no character actors. No, the actors in Hollywood are in trouble.
Well, they're definitely in trouble now.
Yeah.
They keep kicking the can on AI.
I know. Oh, God.
You want to jump into the AI?
I don't know enough about it, except that's prompts, right? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah. I know, somebody just told me the other day